having his own show produced by WWE and the UFC. Right?
Say that again. Say that again.
WWE and the UFC. All right? And it's the Pain Game live from Las Vegas, boys. We did it.
Come on!
Let's go.
We made it.
All right.
Big fucking come on, man. Come on. And I want to start off by asking the boys, like, how good is this fight? Is this the best that we could have ever asked for?
It's the fight of the decade, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so excited for this one. Like I was saying on the way into KG, I was like, this feels like a Mayweather type night. Do you know what I mean? It's that whole thing of like, it reminds me of like Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? Even the fact, it might be because there's a Mexico thing and the American fan base, and we're seeing like crowds of everybody.
Yes.
And everybody's so passionate about their guy. It's a
I've
massive
never been
moment.
in an environment where like a whole nation takes over an area.
Yes.
Like when we were walking, we went walking the streets of Vegas.
Yeah.
And Travis was like muttering things like, you know, Crawford in round 7.
Yeah.
And like keeping his head down while saying
They were furious, bro. Someone turned around like I just insulted the culture, bro.
You really get an impression of just how loved Canelo Alvarez is and how much he means to the people. But unfortunately for him, you think, KG, that he's not going to get the job
so
done?
even if you, there's a lot to get into when we talk about this, because you say how excited am I about this fight, and this fight again, there's levels, and we've hit a new level. We're talking about the face of boxing. When you really discuss Canelo, he is the face, regardless. And even when you walked into the presser, when you walked into them talking, you see him sitting there, vest on, cool glasses, and then the mariachi, the music's playing, and you just know, okay, this is the king. Yeah. This is the king, and Crawford's coming there to dethrone the king and make a statement. So again, it doesn't get much bigger than this, really. Like, I don't think we'll be able to talk about another fight that could outdo this. Maybe there's only one fight in boxing probably that could be in the conversation, at Fury AJ. That's the only, and that's because we just want to see it. But in terms of America, the world, this one
in terms
here,
of talent as well, we're talking 2 4-division world champions and multiple undisputed titles. Like, even Fury AJ, as much as it means a lot to us, it hasn't got the accolades. Has it?
Yes,
like,
no.
Loza,
you're right.
You've gone further than anyone I'm mates with in boxing, aside from Joey, obviously.
Hey, don't forget my white collars, guys.
He fucking showed out. All right. You know, the skill level. What kind of skill level are we actually looking at tonight in this fight?
We're literally talking the best of the best, and like you say, the likes of AJ. I mean, we've got to put Usyk up there in terms of the best of the best in terms of skill. And we'll talk about the what do you call it, other the Bivol versus Beterbiev. This is the level I'm talking about. The skill, when you talk about Crawford, he can do it all in boxing. You talk about southpaw orthodox. You know, you can box on the front foot, back foot. I can't compare any fighter, and in my opinion, I think Crawford's the more, I don't want to say the more talented, but I think he's a more skillful fighter, more versatile. But Canelo as well.
So if they were the same weight, for example, this wouldn't be a debate in your head?
This wouldn't be a debate. And, you know, this is a lot of people that put a lot of hate on Canelo.
I don't like that.
You don't like that?
I don't like that statement at all.
What statement?
I think it's a shit statement. Because again, it's shit. Because when we're talking about Canelo, yes, he's plodded forward now. He's created a new style that works for him. He was different. He obviously used the feints. He was a fighter he didn't have to do this because everyone was getting taken out. He almost adopted the Triple G style, but the talent is still there. He's just, again, done what works for him.
There's a problem with saying that he's created a new style that works for him.
Yes.
I judge what I'm looking at from Canelo now from Bivol onwards, right?
Yeah.
And there's a debate to be had about how well that style does work for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's dropped opponents, stuff like that, but he's not looked as good since that Bivol fight. So that style now works for him. Let's see how it works against someone who can move with the speed of foot.
But let's do this.
Crawford
We did this with Floyd Mayweather, though. With Floyd, we say that obviously there's two elements of Floyd: Pretty Boy. Yeah.
Yep.
And Pretty Boy Floyd and
Money Mayweather.
And Money Mayweather.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the most important thing is winning.
No, but
at the end of the day is carry on.
I think that's a false equivalence because Floyd evolved as he went up in weight.
Yeah.
The punches the power didn't carry that well, but also he was getting older and he couldn't do the exact same things.
Yes.
So the defensive thing was just like the evolution of what he needed to be.
Can Crawford
Canelo's got lazy, I say.
Crawford's, let's not kid ourselves, as skillful as he is, he knocked people out.
That's
and
right.
the power advantage that he had, in my opinion, was a part of that. Yes, he was really skillful, but like what we've seen, he did struggle a little bit more than usual when his power wasn't as devastating against Madrimov. will he have to evolve slightly again against Canelo? Because his chin,
That's right.
I think, is as good as any chin I've ever seen in fighting, in any fight sport.
I feel like Madrimov doesn't get credit for being a tricky guy to deal with. Do you know what I mean? Because the way we speak about that is if Crawford's off night. But it's like, he won the fight, clearly. No one debated whether or not Madrimov won. No. He just did what was necessary. I even look at it like, you just had a massive spectacle of Errol Spence. You need to win to move on, because clearly you want Canelo. So why are we going to roll the dice?
You're not going to take any risks.
Yeah, we're winning this fight.
But the point I'm making is, against Errol Spence, every time he laid a glove on him, Errol looked like he'd been in another car accident, right? But now, sorry, mate, but, you know, it's fucking true. So
That's insane.
you're going to get a lot more.
Only just get warmed up.
This is right.
We're in
This is
Vegas.
right. Honestly, the shit we've been saying this week. Thank God the cameras went wrong.
That's funny.
But I think that what the fuck was it? The power, it was really devastating to Errol. And when he did hit Madrimov, the power wasn't quite the same, in my opinion.
But
Madrimov's got a good chin himself. But I thought that we've seen in his next fight, he could be bullied a bit more. And that we've seen that Crawford, I don't think his power's going to translate in the way, it's not going to look like Errol Spence.
No, but I'm actually predicting, this is what's crazy, what I've done today is, I'm predicting that Crawford is going to show us something like similar to the Errol, where you're like, what are we watching? We're going to be looking at the ring saying, I can't believe that's Canelo. You see the beatdown that Bivol put on Canelo? I got a feeling that we could see something like that again.
You see, my thing is this year, I think his power is going to look a lot more devastating than it is because of the counter punch that's going to be available to him. Canelo's feet are very slow. Unless this camp has done a complete amazing job and he's gone back in time. But I think Canelo, he's going to be eating a lot of clean shots from Crawford. And I think those clean shots that build up over time is going to start to take an effect. Wobbling Canelo or knocking him down, I don't know. But hurting him in respect.
I disagree. Not that you're wrong, but I also think that Crawford's defense is overrated. I think that he gets hit clean, and I think at the lighter weight classes, the heavier the weight you go, the more you get punished for your mistakes. I've seen him in nearly every fight get hit clean on the chin. He's got a fucking good chin, Crawford, don't get me wrong. But there's Canelo payback, and then there's 147 payback. What we're going to find out tonight is, like, really, how good is Terence Crawford's chin? Because he could go down for the fact that neither of these guys have ever gone down.
700 rounds.
Bivol is massive compared to Canelo. The fact that he never went, and Joey made a fantastic point the other day. Neither of them, although Canelo's lost 2 fights, they've never jacked it, have they, Joey? They've always stayed fighting.
And this is one of the things, right? We've had recently, with the likes of Belanga and whatnot, we've had very vocal Canelo opponents, very, you know, they suit the trash talking, they're really selling the fight. Crawford seems to me more confident than all of them. He's more confident than every single one of them, and he hasn't spoke 1% of the amount of shit that some of them spoke. He's more confident than all of them. He is very confident in this fight. The problem...
What about the Rolex he bought?
Oh, yeah.
He bought a 42-0 engraved Rolex as if he's already won the fight.
That's crazy.
And the problem with this confidence is, right, the confidence is what will ultimately win you the fight if it does, but it's a double-edged sword. Because we know full well that when Crawford gets hit, he likes to retaliate. When we were talking about him and Mayweather and fighters like this, Crawford is a more aggressive fighter than so many of the people. So when you say his defense is a little bit overrated, I think he could be better defensively. I think he chooses to get involved in it. And tonight's the night when you may need to.
Can I just build on that point? I think Joey's absolutely right there, because with Crawford, I think he's so confident, and what he does so well is he manages the distance really well, almost sometimes on the edge of danger, and that's why sometimes he does get caught. But this is also the reason why he can capitalise on his opponents and, you know, get the cleaner shot, because boxing, it's about millimetres. The best can make you miss by a fraction of an inch and make you pay. But the difference is against Canelo, a much bigger puncher, taking those sort of risks is going to be difficult. And just going back to the Madrimov fight, I don't think that's a really good fight to kind of use as a reference, because A, stylistically, nothing alike, and also Madrimov, I think he was also playing it safe in that fight. He knew who he was in with, and like you say, Crawford was also playing it safe.
You know what would worry
he didn't
me,
want to take risks.
But then here's another way of looking at the Madrimov fight, right? Because that was the first time we've seen Crawford not retaliate in the way that we're saying. So that I feel like there could be a long game preparation of defensive
He
commitment.
did. I think he did retaliate.
No,
I think his ego was triggered at points in that fight where he started swinging and really trying to
But this is my point exactly. Like, it's never going to be 100% because you know naturally your DNA is to go back. But he didn't do anything remotely to what we're used to seeing. And I feel like with him and Bomac, they could have been looking at like, we are preparing for Canelo. We know we can't go fire for fire with Canelo. We're going to have to start operating a little bit differently in terms of our commitment to the game plan. So I feel like we might see.
But then I would say this though. Now we have to add in the his excellency element, because Turki Al-Sheikh said, "Hey, I'm looking for blood
and broken bones."
Broken bones. Now you're putting on this, and they already, again, a fight like this would usually be in Riyadh. They've said, hey, we're going to bring this fight to you guys at home, and I want to see an explosion. So these two fighters know we're not here to. We're not here. We have to entertain. You man have to come meet in the center of the ring and do something for everyone in the.
Do you know what happens when you get in the ring, though?
Go ahead.
All of that stuff goes out your head sometimes, and you think, right, let me do what works for me, yeah? And what I believe works for Crawford is actually finding the balance in the middle of the two. I want to look at the last 3 knockdowns or so from Canelo, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he knocked down John Ryder, when he knocked down Haney Munguia, and when he knocked down Malanga, right? Every single one of them, there's about a 5-second period before he sets that shot up. It's not like back in the day when he would counterpunch someone and knock them out. There's about a 5-second period. That 5 seconds is a very long time in boxing, and it's a lifetime for a fighter like Terence Crawford. I just don't see a world where Canelo is landing at free will on Crawford. That's
Agreed.
I need to pick you up on this now, lads, because it's all fucking Crawford, and I'm not having it, right? Canelo might not need to be landing at free will. We've seen Madrimov landed the right hand over and over and over again.
Yes.
And we all know that when you're a light on your feet fighter, which Madrimov is, yes, it helps you deliver the shots, but it doesn't help you plant your feet and deliver the level of power Canelo. He doesn't need as many shots as Madrimov landed. He needs one basically to put him on his horse. And you already know, if Canelo drops Terence Crawford, it's going to be very hard for Crawford to win a decision in this arena. We know that the judges, 2 of the judges are the same judges that scored it 13-15 Bivol as a win. A lot of people thought it was much wider than that. So this could be very difficult. Now, what I want to say is, I think that Canelo Alvarez is being underestimated here.
He is.
And I think that as skillful as Crawford is, it could take just one shot from. Crawford's being overestimated. Canelo might just need one shot.
You've been saying for the time, like every time anyone stops you in the car and stuff, Loza, you keep saying Canelo's winning this fight. I've been waiting for you to tell everybody why it's happening. I waited for this moment. How is he going to win it, bro?
Do you know what it is? I just think the level that Canelo's been fighting at, we mentioned earlier on about, this is on actually one of my videos I done. He turned professional at 15 years of age. You know, that is ridiculous. That is absolute madness. He's been fighting at a very high level for so long. And if you look at the elite fights that Canelo's had in comparison to Crawford, in my opinion, it just doesn't match. I mean, Canelo in terms of level is way above. I know when you look at the resume, you know, Undisputed and all the rest of it, but the level of opponents in comparison to me is just non-comparable. And also the simple fact is, I think for this fight, I think Canelo of late, I don't think he's been as motivated. He's been needing that big name. And now with Crawford, and like you say with Riad season boxing and what Turkey wants, I think he's got the bit between his teeth, and I think we're going to see another level of Canelo. I think this is going to be one of his best performances to date, because, you know, sometimes styles make fight. We've got 2 guys who are going to be putting it on the line. I think we're going to see fireworks, but unfortunately for me personally, those elite fights combined with the natural size. And if you look when he fought Triple G, one of the monsters in boxing, he couldn't hurt him. You know, Canelo, like, he's got a granite chin, and I don't think Crawford's power is going to carry over to this weight division, in my opinion.
So what do you make of the mileage on Canelo and his long career of these wars, these 12 rounders? You've been in there with Triple G. You can list a lot of names.
Yeah.
He's now what, 38?
No, he's only 33.
He's 36, I believe, isn't he?
No.
Canelo's 33 and
Canelo's
Crawford's 37.
35 and Crawford is 37.
He's 35 and 37. But if you look at the mileage of both of these guys, Canelo's got more wear and tear. Canelo's shown more decline over his career for the last 5 or 6. He hasn't had a knockout in a while now.
But he's dropping people in the fights, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he hasn't had a knockout, and I think that's because of a stylistic reason.
He's not had a knockout in 4 years.
Well, this is it. So when you look at, say, the 5 seconds before that, he needs to set it up. Sometimes, I think it was, I can't remember what fight it was. He says it's the shots you don't see that knock you out. If I can see it, I can take it. So a lot of guys are there, they're getting knocked down, but they're seeing these shots. So that means Crawford, as a pure counterpuncher, is going to see the shots. Whether or not he's able to successfully counterpunch, he's going to be able to tee off more. And I think the style matchup between these two guys suits Crawford better.
The flip side of that is inactivity is also not a good thing. And Terence Bud Crawford fighting once a year. I think it was in the last 5 years, Crawford's had 5 fights, Canelo's had 11.
That's crazy.
And the older you get, yes, there's wear and tear. It's the camps as well what drain you.
That's right.
Yeah. I do think that right now I want to be the guy who's had more fights, who's actually fought a lot more recent.
Yeah.
It was a year ago when Crawford last fought. That's
yeah.
that long. And again, you're gaining this much weight. And one thing that he looks amazing, right?
Yes.
We're talking about the wear and tear. Crawford looks amazing on the scales. However, I remember thinking that Conor McGregor looked amazing when he moved up to 170 pounds.
Yeah.
Now, Conor McGregor was a 155-pounder, which obviously Crawford last fought at 154. When he moved up to 170, 175, 170 it was. In the later rounds, he looked amazing early.
Yeah.
But when the weight started wearing down on his legs, as the rounds went on, that footwork that previously is dynamic, it was slower. Yeah. And you were like, he's getting caught easier. And maybe we might see. Look, I really don't underestimate Crawford. I think he's one of the best ever.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if his body starts feeling that 168 pounds, especially with body shots from Canelo Alvarez, which will slow anyone.
And this is the part of what makes it difficult, because I was listening to Amir Khan doing an interview, and he fought both of these guys. And what he was saying is, you try to hit Crawford, he's just not there. These inches that you try to get close to him, he's gone, and it's so quick. Then after he switches stances, it's a mess to think of. But when he does talk about Canelo, he said the power of those shots that he was feeling, he felt every single shot that was landed. So that's why we're struggling, really.
I feel like Amir Khan's analysis on it was really, really insightful, really, really helpful, because obviously, as far as I know, it's the only mutual opponent they've got.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it didn't end well for him in either fight.
And it didn't end well with him in either fight. However,
he was up on the cards
against Canelo until he got knocked out. He was never up on the cards against Crawford. But the main asterisk I've got with the whole, Crawford, you just can't hit him. Those fights were nearly a decade apart. They were about 7 years apart or something, weren't they? 6 years apart. Like, they were very far apart. And we saw Amir Khan a year or so later against Kell Brook. He was a shell of himself, an absolute shell of himself. And a lot of the time, the last person to realise that it's gone is the fighter.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've been trying to tell you, man, Joey.
I've got 1 or 2 left in me. But this is what I'm saying. So Amir Khan might hold himself in a different light and think, I couldn't even touch him. And it's like, maybe when you fought Canelo, you might have been able to touch him. And then maybe you have a false perception on it.
This is why it's so difficult to predict, because all the variables, I mean, we haven't got no clear data on really, Crawford in this weight division, because we've only got Madrimov. But, we'll talk about the age, the wear and tear with Canelo, the age of Crawford.
Yep.
There's so many factors to kind of pinpoint anything in particular. But
I think this fight is a range war, guys. Just to be clear, I think if Crawford can keep that distance that he needs, because he's a thinking fighter, and as you said this the other day, Joey, and I thought, fuck me, it's so true. You need to be able to maintain the distance. If Canelo is just walking through your shots, piling the pressure on, you are fucking losing this. If we are watching two fighters that are close together a lot, it's a Canelo fight. If Bud can keep moving and keep popping and keep finding, and it's those angles. For me, people have suggested that Crawford just has to run and jab, what we've seen fucking Skull do. I don't think he does that. I don't think he's ever been that kind of fighter. And I don't think trying to start running when you've just put a whole fucking 14 pounds on is a good idea. But you do what you always done.
Look at
Find the angles.
Look at the guys who beat Canelo. What did they do? They got right on him. Mayweather stood in the pocket all night as the way smaller man on the night. So the size thing, he wasn't able to capitalize. Yeah, we're talking 23 years old Canelo. But in terms of getting right into the pocket on Canelo, he doesn't operate well in there. I'm used to having the ability to dominate, especially now with the experience of it. Bivol came in, stood right on him, did whatever he wanted, was disciplined with the range, but he did whatever he wanted. If Crawford can, like you're saying, keep him on the edge of it, but I think Crawford is going to want to land big shots.
Can I just say one thing?
And I think that's where it could get a bit sticky.
That Bivol lead hand is what you need to.
The difference what Bivol could do was he could put the punches in bunches with Canelo because he was the bigger man, you know, the power and everything. But Crawford, if he stands in that range and puts his punches together, that could play into Canelo's hands. So this is where it is difficult because there's an element where you say, you know, he's got to manage the distance, keep it long. But if he does that, you know, Canelo will just walk through him. So he's going to have to hold his ground at time. But this is where it gets sticky, where if he's going to stand in that pocket and engage, you know, like we said, he does get clipped. He's not got the best defense. We can't compare it to Mayweather. You know, he's got the shoulder roll. He can make you miss, you know, roll them shots. Crawford, it's more adjustment with the feet. He can't really slip and roll the same way that Mayweather does. So
how quick do you think he goes southpaw? Because personally, I think he's going to want to take as much distance between
all night.
Yeah, I think
wait, hold on. I actually think, if he switches in round one, I think that's a question of the power, because he might receive a punch and say, you know what, actually, and that'll be and that would be, if I'm Canelo, I'm excited about that, because you would really expect him to go, wait, 1, 2, 3 rounds and then switch, because he gives something else to think about. If we get a quick early switch, that could be a quick tell.
No, I don't think the switch is a sign of danger. I personally think Crawford is a southpaw who goes orthodox occasionally.
I think so.
I think he starts southpaw and he stays for the dominant part of it. The reason why, I don't think Canelo is great against southpaws. He doesn't have a history of great performances against them. No. I think it was Erizani Lara.
Billy Joe actually had some good rounds.
Billy Joe had some great rounds.
Yeah, that's a great one.
And I'm looking at him thinking also, I look at Crawford to stay southpaw the whole night.
Yeah.
Bar a few moments off the ropes, just because you know, I've come off this way, I'll stay this way. But all night southpaw.
The data would make sense, absolutely.
No, but I think again, we all have to be honest with ourselves. The data that we have is corrupted. That's the truth of it. The data we have on this fight, we can't really, and that's why we keep flip-flopping about opinion, because you could sit here and argue why Crawford could beat Canelo, even though you've been backing Canelo this whole time. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Because these guys, like right now, there's a part that we're forgetting. When we talk about, I was watching some of the knockout rules that Canelo's done, and he is a good finisher. When he does sense danger, when he does seem, I've hurt you, he does go in for the kill. Now he's punching the smaller man, a guy that's come up in weight. We don't know if he has the punch resistance to deal with Canelo power.
Does anyone actually think that Crawford's got enough power to actually hurt? Because I've heard people say that Crawford's stoppage and it's something I just can't see. Does anyone think?
I think he's got.
You think he can actually stop him?
I've gone that. I've just, because I think chaos. I'm thinking in the lines of the referee saying, "Hey, this is."
You know, the only reason I say this happening is what Travis said, is it's the shots you don't see.
Yeah.
And I think part of the thing that Canelo gets a lot of credit for going against bigger guys, rightly so. Like, there's a reason no one wants to fucking move up in weight class to that level, to the many jumps he's done. However, fighting smaller, faster, sharper guys, you do get caught by shots you don't see coming.
Trust me.
And maybe that could be a problem for him. But I actually think Canelo's defense is one of the best in boxing. I think he's got great
the shots that would, for me, that I can see Crawford getting significant damage done to Canelo is the counter shot two-piece that he does.
Yeah.
It's always that right hand over the top, followed quickly by the left. Now, you see, it's like the first shot is like, oh, that get my attention, and the other one is what buckles your knees. And I think if he's able to do the kind of thing, because that's what he did to Errol Spence. It was that jab over the top, bang, and then straight after that, it's like, oh, shit. So I can see that being a case of that's the shot that's going to hurt Canelo. But again, it's hard to visualize it because it's never happened.
Exactly.
You know, I feel like Canelo will have felt the pain from that William Skull fight in terms of he wants to give fans excitement. He doesn't pack out arenas like this because he's not an exciting fighter. He understands he hasn't had a knockout since Caleb Plant in 2021. He wants that. He wants to give him excitement. And I feel like there's a chance off of the back of that William Skull fight. We've seen him come in. Weight-wise, it's the same, I get it, but he does look a little bit leaner. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, are you thinking you're getting a runner tonight? And that's why you're thinking, if you run like Skull did, because let's be honest, Skull ran, if you do that, then I'm catching you this time. The problem with that is, you might prepare for a runner and you might end up with a Mayweather-esque type guy who's going to stand in there with you.
Yep.
But you know, when we talk about speed, do you think Crawford, in my opinion, hasn't got necessarily the quickest hands anyway? It's more about timing for him, in my opinion. And if you compare Bivol, who's, you know, I know, yes, he's a light heavyweight, but he's got very fast hands. And if you look at throughout Canelo's career, do you really think he's not dealt with speed before? You know what I mean? He's not. I feel as if we're talking as if Crawford's speed is something that he's never seen before. Yes, it's a lighter weight, but he's seen it all before. But he's got great defense. Brian just said, Canelo's got excellent defense. We're not talking about a big guy who hasn't got the world's best defense. He really has.
Question, who's got the better defense?
I'd say Canelo. Canelo is very evasive with the upper body, but his feet are slowed down.
Agree.
So it's like it can be manipulated because we've seen Canelo in showings where his style has come up wanting. Like against Erislandy Lara, that's a controversial one on his resume. Austin Trout, there was a lot of moments where it was like, okay, this is looking a bit interesting. I think there was open scoring on that one. A lot of people had some thoughts about that. So it's like, even against Billy Joe Saunders before the knockout happened, style-wise, he isn't, it's not like his style just dominates everybody. He's like, I need a moment. When I get my moment, I'll finish this fight. And I think that might be just laziness due to success over all these years.
There we go.
But his style isn't like waterproof.
Can I tell you something? I would put every money, I've got my name on it.
Not a lot.
Not a lot after Vegas. But I'll put every bit of money Brian's got on it. Because what's money between friends?
That is such an inside joke, by the way.
That's so funny.
We'll get into Vegas live later, and we promise you it's worth it.
Here's what I would say, right? You say who's got the better defense. Brilliant. You can make a highlight reel of Canelo, and the defense will be brilliant. It will be brilliant. And that's because he will slip shots in range. He'll shoulder roll. He'll counter. He'll come back with it. But when you actually summarize a defense, it's like how you summarize a chin. The best chin is the one that doesn't get hit.
That's right.
Right? So the reason I think that I feel like we're kind of underrating Crawford's defense here. Yeah, he gets hit, but a lot of the time he's not doing stuff that will make show real moments because he's out of range. Canelo uses lateral movement for defense nowadays.
Yes.
Before, maybe used his feet. Crawford uses his feet. And when a fighter uses their feet, you're not going to be able to make a highlight reel of their defense as well as you would someone who's shoulder rolling in the pocket and countering.
That's right.
And I like the fact, if I'm Canelo and you're a guy who relies on your feet, I like that if you're putting on a whole stone in weight. Oh yeah, you're gonna feel that later on, boy. You're gonna keep trying to move your feet. When I'm belting you to the body, that foot movement is gonna slow down. Whereas for him, just tucking up the way he does, you're not gonna get tired doing that. So part of the Canelo thing, I believe personally, after the Bivol fight, is he did get gassed a little bit, and he's very smart with his energy management. Crawford's never been at this weight to learn how to manage his energy, obviously in camp maybe, but this is a whole other animal.
And then you have to bring in the crowd now, the crowd element. And don't get me wrong, the last time when he had to handle the crowd, it was T-Mobile. I was there, I was in the arena, and that was different because again against Errol, and he was
Tell me about that night, bro. Tell me about it.
So I've gone to this fight, and I'm an Errol Spence fan. Yeah.
Oh no, you're such a jinx.
I've gone to this fight as an Errol Spence fan, and I'm saying this is gonna be incredible. There's arguments in the queue. Everyone's excited, thinking, "Oh, how's this thing gonna end?" And from round 1, 2, I couldn't believe what was going on. This was a beatdown, pulverization. Now we're looking. There's Errol Spence fans in the section that I was in, and we're all just staring at each other like trying to.
What the fuck is this?
We wanted to coach. Who's that? And then he had the little moment when he had success. Then he got beat down again. Then in that moment, you could tell, even coming out with Eminem. That was a big moment. And then he was talking while he was in the fight, he was talking to the Charlos. And I said, this guy's mentality, he's a monster.
He's a winner,
but now the only issue that you do have is you're getting up against the pride of Mexico here. And you heard all the questions in Spanish. Are you going to show Mexican power? Is he going to know that we don't mess around? And I think this is like their holiday or something. Yeah. He has to put on a display. He has to let them. He cannot let this small man come in here, and because it's legacy right now. This is a legacy fight more than anything, and I think that's what everyone's probably missing at the table.
But then do you not see like a nice kind of strategy for how to beat Canelo in a moment like this? If you can embarrass him to a good degree of great boxing and just kind of being a smaller man, there's going to be a part of Canelo that I think can activate his ego and start making him make some like really questionable decisions. Because someone like Roberto Duran, when he fought Sugar Ray Leonard, the first time Sugar Ray Leonard fought him, it was a case of, I'm going to try and go and fight Duran's fight. And he just struggled, right? It was a bad night and he lost. The rematch, he's like, okay, cool. He's a little bit out of shape, but what I'm going to do is embarrass this man. I'm going to piss him off in the ring. And now we ended up with no mass. And I'm just like, to beat Canelo, you might have to unravel him in that kind of way.
Does Canelo give you that vibe of someone that can be unraveled? Because when I see him,
a prideful man can always be unraveled with embarrassment.
Okay,
I can
fair enough. I hear that.
We have to give credit to Riad Seas and Turk Yellow Sheikh for what they have brought to the world of boxing, because there are so many fights that we had as dream fights that have just become reality, and it's all normal almost. So even tonight is not normal. Like, even as great as things have got, it's absolutely not normal. And we've seen fighters who we thought were of a certain level be exposed. And it's not that, they're not good fighters anymore, but the reality has been found out in the ring. I think of Alexander Usyk versus Fury. I think of Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou versus Fury. We've had weird moments where we're like, what the hell are we watching here? And I'm wondering who has more to lose tonight, because although Crawford is coming up, and that is like, all right, you're the brave guy who's coming up, you're also got 0 next to your loss record. That's a big risk for his legacy as well, to have your first ever loss, because a lot of people were comparing him to Mayweather after he beat Errol Spence. If you lose this fight, again, for both fighters, they're not at the top table anymore, as KG says.
I think I think Canelo's got the most to lose, in my opinion. I think his legacy is arguably, well, I think it is. It's proven he's fought at the higher, more elite level in terms of opponents, which we've kind of talked about. But him losing to a smaller man alone, and the fact of we're seeing this, we're talking about earlier on, we went to the press conference, the support he's got and the aura that he's got. There's no doubt in my mind, majority of these fans in this arena is going to be for Canelo. The crowd and the support he gets. So for him to lose at this stage in his career,
it's going to hurt.
And I just think if Crawford was to losing to the naturally bigger man, you've always got that excuse. It's always there in the pocket, you know what I mean?
Right.
So for me, it's Canelo.
I also think with Canelo, if he's to lose tonight, he's only got one fight that he can have, and that is fight Benavidez. So, and I don't feel he wants that fight.
And now
I
you're
don't
podding.
really feel
you're
he
podding now.
I
Now
don't
you're
really feel that he wants that fight, right?
Doesn't at all.
I don't blame him.
So, I don't blame him either. But if you lose, right? If you lose, I'm sure he'll have a rematch clause out of that. They might have something. But if you lose, I don't think there's any other fight that draws the real excitement. I think these fans love him. They'll turn out whatever, right? But in terms of the pay-per-view numbers, things like that,
I've got the fight.
I think that it needs to be Benavidez if he loses. However, if Crawford loses tonight, I think he's got more options. I think you look at Boots Ennis at the moment. He's in the light middleweight division. However, we all know that he was originally a welterweight. Do you know what I mean? So a little bit bigger maybe than Terence Crawford, but there's fights there. And not only is there fights there, there's legacy fights there. And I think that the legacy fights, as much as I hate to say it, and he's banked enough of them, I think that the legacy fights aren't as out there for Canelo as they are for Crawford.
No, because you're missing 2 big fights that make all the sense in the world for Canelo that I really get excited. And a little part of me wants him to win just so I can see it. I would love to see Eubank Jr. versus Canelo Wembley. There's something, and just you already know, nobody can sell a situation. I saw Eubank Jr. on the undercard of Bivol versus Beterbiev, and he was the main star of their situation. And that doesn't even make sense, because how do you take over? But he did.
He had the sword at the press conference.
He had the sword at the press conference. And you're now looking at that saying, wait, hold on. This guy he's a showman. He's a great showman, and we need the show. These guys have been really respectful, and I get it, because they've achieved. I don't think Eubank Jr. has achieved enough, so he does lead with a lot of disrespect at times. Are you with me? So you can now imagine he's going to get him cussing him, swearing at him. You might even get a Caleb Plant type reaction.
You know full well that Chris Eubank Jr. will sit there and go, Canelo, drug cheat.
Scumbag.
He'll set straight away. He'll set straight away. He might even learn it in Spanish.
I'm excited about the press conference alone. Don't imagine that press conference.
Exactly.
I think win or lose, as long as Eubank beats Ben,
that's right.
Canelo will fight Eubank at Wembley. That's
agreed.
Because let's be real
my
here.
God.
Sorry, America. You know, we love the hospitality. The UK is the real home of boxing. Like, we are where the most exciting fights, or at least our fighters.
It used to be.
Yeah, Saudi is the platform, but we are bringing in the more exciting fighters than
No,
any
you
other
know,
country.
I think
How
it's-
mental is that, by the way? We're
No,
a
but I
tiny
think it's
country.
jostled,
mad
though.
era.
I think it's jostled because this was the home of boxing.
We're coming out of it a little bit. The
Yeah.
UK dominance. Remember at one point, I think we had like
14
14
world
champions.
champions.
Now we've got one. Like, we're transitioning slowly out of it.
Yeah, but what I mean is, if you look at pay-per-view buys, English fighters are carrying
Okay, got you.
boxing. To be honest with you, I mean, as much as I say what I say about Fury, you can't deny him and AJ. They have been the biggest pay-per-view sellers for the last decade, outside of Canelo.
Outside of this, man.
Yeah, outside of the Mexican Warrior. And you just on Terence Crawford, I just want to put to you, we've got Canelo, we know Eubank, as long as everything goes well, that's got to be the fight. Amazing press conferences, sell at Wembley. What about Terence Crawford? You mentioned Boots. Canelo's actually been sparring Boots before this.
That's right.
Which is interesting. But what if it's not Boots? Because I don't see Terence Crawford having a career at 168
There
pounds.
you go.
I think he retires. He beats Canelo, and that's the cherry on top of my career.
I believe he does 2 fights. I believe he beats Canelo, has a rematch. and win,
Can I
lose,
just
or
say,
retire.
I don't think for a second he retires, because we watched a little conversation in the gym where Turkey Al-Sheikh went up to him and went, you do your job, and then there's more to come afterwards.
Yes.
And I think the reason Turkey isn't, and you know what? Crawford's always, for me, been the most underappreciated boxer for the last decade, probably.
Yeah,
Because he's spectacular in the ring, but he's so laid back. He went to a UFC fight, they thought he was Kendrick Lamar, for fuck's sake. Right? He's disrespected. He's not appreciated enough. So I think Turkey is pushing him in the way he deserves, but where does he go after this?
This is the question, because we were asking this earlier. We're saying, hey, is it going to be the case of the Dubois, where you dethrone the king, but you can't be the face? You know, because that's what happened with Dubois. Dubois took out AJ, and it's like, okay, what next? Now with Crawford, is he? Because you look at
What about Eubank for Crawford?
I don't know if they.
They're friends,
They're
and
friends.
they've sparred a lot.
No, they
and
fight.
I don't.
Sure, I've seen an interview
They were
saying
going
he'd
to
happily
fight.
fight both of them.
That's right. They were going to fight.
I think
Eubank would do anything for money,
Exactly.
let's be real, yeah.
Yeah.
But will it have that? Will it have the needle? Will it carry the excitement?
You got to look at the boxing landscape post a Canelo victory.
Yeah.
Like, it exploded for Crawford after Errol Spence. What it would do after beating Canelo, depending on what it looks like.
Crazy.
See, imagine if he knocks out Canelo, and we're now in that world.
That would shock me.
That's selling out Wembley.
Remember that AJ reaction, right?
Oh, bro.
If that happens tonight,
If Canelo goes down at any point during the fight, I'm going to be,
God.
that's it, fight
That'll
one. I
definitely
don't
top
care.
it.
I'm gonna put myself on Mount Rushmore, because that's my prediction. If it actually happens, that's crazy. I'm just gonna put, with the space that I had when I was like this.
Yeah. He was in the hangar.
Yeah, this is me.
all right.
Can I just say, just quickly, when we were talking about does Crawford have the power to hurt Canelo, I think he definitely has the power to hurt Canelo.
Yeah.
Having the power to hurt someone, having the power to drop someone might be two different things, yeah? But I'll tell you what, that left backhand to the body come 4-5 rounds in, Canelo's going to be feeling them. He's going to be feeling them. So I think that it's not about hurting them, it's about getting their respect.
That's right.
And if you can get the respect, and I'm not 100%, but I'm quite confident that he has enough to get his respect. Listen, if a slightly just past his prime but still unbelievable Golovkin isn't chinning Canelo,
Exactly.
then possibly Crawford's not. But I think he's got enough power to get his respect, keep him honest.
Just to pivot onto a part of tonight, Dana White again promoting one of the biggest boxing events out of this is apparently the third biggest gate in the history of boxing.
Right.
First was obviously Mayweather Pacquiao, then it was Mayweather McGregor, and now Crawford Canelo. 2 out of 3 Dana has been promoting.
Wow.
And he said, basically, he told the other promoters, suck on that. If you think I'm not, like, if I don't belong in boxing, how come I've got 2 and 3? I've got silver and bronze in your whole fucking sport, and I don't even do this. Is a side fucking quest for me.
It's a side
and now
mission.
he's entering in.
Side
And he
quest.
said, I'm looking forward to doing battle with Eddie Hearn, because Eddie Hearn said, look, this ain't your wheelhouse, mate. I'm the guy around here. Ironically, I think we all agree Frank Warren probably has the title.
Yeah, because I don't know why Eddie Hearn's like saying that stuff, because Frank Warren, unless he was talking on the behalf of Frank Warren,
that's crazy.
That's the only way it can work. No, bro, you lost that 5v5, and it was a clean sweep. Let's never forget that happened.
Yeah.
And Frank Warren, his stock has gone up.
And like, his roster is
ridiculous.
You know what it is?
Everybody.
Frank has the roster, but Eddie is the
charm.
showman.
Yeah.
And I think but I think with Dana, we might be looking at a mix of both a little bit. Dana can talk. He can also look. The guy was in boxing before he was in MMA. Actually, I mean, apparently he was like helping Mayweather out years and years ago.
Oh, right. Okay,
I mean, someone said he used to carry his bags. I don't know if that was true, but you know, he was in boxing prior to this, and that was his first love.
Well, we had our first little situation at the presser when Max Kellerman's really bigging up Dana White. He like glazing level. He's basically saying he's going to save boxing. Boxing's been on decline, and UFC's taken over. And Canelo's like, hey. Boxing's never been behind UFC. Boxing's always the biggest, this, that, and the other. But we can see that Dana's really, it's not even a soft launch. He's jumped into this business, and he's
Gloves up.
He's
Let's
here.
go.
And I
he's
think
really here.
that's always going to get Eddie's back up, because Eddie is a front foot operator. When he came to America, he's like, listen, lads, I'm taking over. Forget all that other stuff. And he put a target on his back as a result of it. But he's going to be the guy in the room that says, hey, bro, I've been running this thing for way too long for you to talk like this.
Eddie Hearn said, you can't intimidate me.
Yeah,
You can't intimidate me.
Let's go. Do you reckon in another world, an alternate universe, Ben Shalom should have taken the Dana White approach?
Absolutely.
He should have just came in the game. Ben Shalom should have taken and said, hey, guys, I know you lot been doing your thing. You lot old. I'm here now.
It's a takeover.
It's a takeover.
Bro.
Because we would have remembered, like, it wouldn't have gone the way it's kind of going.
Do you reckon Dana White knows Ben Shalom?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he's heard of him.
Not a chance.
That's the problem.
When Ben Shalom watches the interview we did with him, and we were like, bro, stick it on these guys, bro. Stop being so nice. When he looks at where he is now, he's going to think, you know, I should have thrown some punches.
Yeah, because do you know what? When you really deep it, like,
Cruise to a unanimous decision loss, bro.
Cruising to a unanimous decision loss is absolutely.
He's got a full tank of energy in the change room after the fight.
We love you.
You can't play boxing, Kevin. Even on this panel, you can't. There's no prisoners here.
On the points you made before about the UFC versus boxing. In my opinion, as someone who I think I'm the only one on the show who was very much a foot and if anything, I was probably leaning a bit more towards MMA back in the day.
Yeah.
There was a point where MMA as a spectacle, I feel like, produced more stars and got more excitement. And the young demographic of teenage lads, I remember when me and Loz were at college together, he was talking boxing, I'm saying, look at this Brock Lesnar beating the shit out of this. And I think a lot of the teenage crowd in my generation gravitated towards MMA. However, the UFC's become like a machine now. It's not really about individuals and stars. It's more about the brand of MMA. And I think that is the long-term goal of and that's why Turki Al-Sheikh has gone to Dana and gone, you can help me create something that is not reliant on one fighter, but actually a product that fans will know, if I go to this show, I will get quality. Whereas, you know, as much as Frank Warren has got the stable he's got now, for years, major criticism of having a shit undercard and a great main event. Eddie Hearn's had his critics. All I'm saying is I think that right now, boxing for me has produced a lot of stars recently, and it's actually capitalized on MMA not doing that, even though the UFC right now, year on year, is making more money, which is what it's all about.
Here's my thing. So it's like when you go back to talking about what UFC was doing back in the day, I'm not an MMA fan, but I know that crazy storm of Conor McGregor made me tune in to see what this looked like. Like, even sometimes where he said something I didn't like, and now I'm tuning in just to hope that he loses. Just to be, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It did that. Whereas now, I don't even get the news of UFC stuff across my timeline.
Yes.
And I look at boxing and I think to myself, we do organically create stars. And I don't think moving away from that would, in totality, is going to be what is going to be allowed to happen anyway, because boxing captures the audience, bro. Like when stuff like a Canelo Alvarez comes along and a press conference with Canelo Alvarez talking, somebody watching goes, "That's now my guy."
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? You're never going to be able to remove that element.
The original point, though, was so bad, like from Max Kellerman, because what he said was that basically Dana White's going to save boxing, right? I get it. The UFC, one of the biggest selling points, why so many of my friends gravitated towards the UFC over boxing, was because you were getting the best fighting the best. You were getting number 1, number 2 ranked, whatever. The McGregor effect kind of mucked that up a little bit, but you were getting it for the most part, right? Well, we've actually been covering
Terence Crawford's
Here we go. Crawford's come in.
This is Terence Crawford's reaction as he enters the arena. They are not fans on this show.
That is crazy.
Just quickly,
I'm a fan.
We've been lucky enough to cover. This is number 5.
That's
5
crazy.
undisputed fights we've covered.
No, we haven't.
This is number 5. Fury Usyk twice. Bivol Beterbiev twice. This is number 5. How on earth can Max Kellerman stand up at a press conference and say he's going to save boxing? Boxing don't need saving, bro. We've just had 5 undisputed fights, and before that we had waited 20 odd years to have a heavyweight one.
But who's the reason?
Who really saved boxing? Turkey.
Right.
It's already been saved. But what he's trying to do is preserve it, I think, and actually maintain where it is, and that's why the partnership with TKO, WWE,
Very smart,
UFC.
very smart.
I mean, look, we can see the level of the quality of the production here this is mental.
Absolutely.
I do think, though, that what I do prefer about boxing is it is reliant on individual stars, because therefore they get the push more. For me, like, take, for example, the UFC, they've got a Tom Aspinall, who's a UK heavyweight, who is one of the, I mean, I've interviewed him, one of the most likable people. He is very much like the Moses Etuma, an unreal athlete, 6'6", sparks everyone out first round. I've never seen a heavyweight MMA fighter like him, and yet, is he getting the push that they are trying to give Moses Etuma right now? No, they're not, because they know Moses Etuma is going to pay the bills for the next 10 years. Whereas the UFC, it doesn't really matter because the organization is so big, they're not reliant on one guy.
Well, this is the element that we have to really talk about is TKO, right? Sky Sports have jumped out of the boxing space because they're like, we can't do this. We can't continue to fight. There's a lot of other boxing HBOs, the ones that we've seen in the past, that are no longer here in the same way.
Platforms are taking over.
The Zone, and now Netflix. The Netflix pulling up. The Jake Paul one was crazy. We had Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, and the streaming. There were so many people watching that it was buffering. Netflix never buffers. It was just the world was watching, and it's so easy to watch these fights now on this platform. So now what TKO that's here in this business is changing the game, and Dana's the face of it. Bro, we're going to be talking about them like Al Heyman. You know how when every fighter says, I just want to quickly thank Al Heyman? Just as soon as before God. They're going to be thanking TKO, bro.
You know what's crazy? Do you know what's crazy? And people, all the boxing purists will hate this. Jake Paul, the influence and effect he's had. This platform now being on Netflix. Would you say Jake Paul kind of started that?
Whoa, you got to give him. His dance partner. There's a dance partner that he couldn't have done it without.
That prolific Mike Tyson name on the poster.
There was a serious partner.
But regardless of which way you angle it, it's Jake Paul makes it happen. Okay. Whichever way you look at it, and people will hate us saying this, but the effect that Jake Paul's had on boxing.
Joe, you got a list.
I'd argue Mayweather McGregor was what made that happen in terms of
what made what happen.
I'm talking about the Netflix platform.
The Netflix for me.
So Netflix,
is
of course.
WWE, who have got a major deal with Netflix. I think the partnership with TKO was an easy in. Although I do think I credit Netflix for actually looking into the sports world and going, you know what? Actually, we want to put even more on there and having a bit of brains about them. Jake Paul played a part, maybe.
I think it played a massive part, and obviously Netflix. Everybody's got Netflix. I think it makes it so accessible for people because everybody's got Netflix. I mean, I don't know many people who does it, and now we're bringing more eyes to the sport, which I think is great, and I'm just giving Jake Paul the credit.
Well, let's talk about him, right? Because Jake Paul's got one crazy fucking fight coming up later this year against Gervonta Tank Davis, a 135-pound champion, versus Jake Paul, who generally fights at about 200 pounds. Now, previously, when they negotiated this fight, just to give you a bit of info, lads, obviously this fell through after he fucked it against Roach, didn't he? When he come out with that draw. But that was scheduled to be next, and then eventually he went, fuck the rematch. Yeah. 195-pound weight limit allegedly was what Jake Paul had agreed to, and 10 3-minute rounds. It's going to an exhibition probably.
No winner or loser, isn't it?
But 10 3-minute rounds likely means.
Do we know ounce? What ounce?
I don't know the glove size, and I think that's a fascinating one, because on the one hand, if I'm Gervonta, if I've got smaller gloves on, I'm more likely to be able to affect Jake Paul's big head, because he's got a massive head, this kid, right?
Does.
But on the other hand, if Jake Paul's wearing tiny gloves, he is not going to have the skill to hit you a lot. But if he hits you that one time with small gloves, it could just
bedtime.
I honestly think it's time to call it. Gervonta Davis is a fraud. He's a fraud. There's no way you lot can't say he's not. This guy tried to tell us he went to the hairdressers. He had grease in his eye. The fight with Roach. You're meant to run it back. This guy's probably one of the most talented ones of that group. There was a group of these 4 guys that we wanted to see. I've seen Gervonta on in many different places. Why have you not had these fights? Why have you not taken these guys on? Even if Haney's lost, you can at least say that Haney's gone on and tried. This guy has no interest in it. And yes, boxing is about legacy. What we're seeing tonight is, and yes, the money's important. And I respect the money, because this is prize fighting at the end of the day. Crawford is doing a legacy fight, but he's taking the money as well. All I keep seeing Gervonta do is have these amazing money grab moments. But what about the ingredient? Let's see what's going on. You should really be a solid champion.
I don't think we'll ever see it.
And even the paydays that he's getting now, they'd be much bigger if he was challenging himself with the names out here. Can you imagine if he went on a run and fought Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, and just cleared them all out?
Could you
how
imagine?
Valuable he'd be?
Unfortunately, unfortunately, come from the school of Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean? Picking and choosing.
I don't like that. I don't like that. That narrative for me.
Look where he started.
No. I don't like this narrative that Floyd is on some pick and choosing. Like his whole career is based on.
No, sorry. No, I'm not saying Floyd's whole career. I'm talking about if you look at the second half of Floyd Mayweather's career, once he'd made it. Yes,
and once Tank was in the gym with him.
This is what I'm saying. Tank's seen the later Floyd Mayweather. I'm not saying this is.
I just think we disrespect Floyd way too casually, bro.
No, definitely not. I'm not talking about his whole career. I'm just talking about. It makes sense. Floyd Mayweather had an amazing career. He got himself to the state where he was the number one. You know, he built his whole promotion. And yes, he was now in a position where he could pick and choose. But he had those hard fights earlier on in his career. And we all know about Floyd Mayweather. He had hand injuries. He had to adapt his style. I'm not saying, his career wasn't amazing, because it was. I'm just saying for Tank Davis, that's the aspect I think he drew upon the later stage of his career.
I think he's definitely taken aspects from Mayweather, but I do think he's completely different to Floyd, like in the way that Floyd now still loves fighting. Floyd loves boxing, right?
He loves attention.
Floyd loves what it brings, the whole package of it. Floyd loves boxing, right? Floyd will come back, fight Mike Tyson, whatever. He should be fighting Manny Pacquiao, really, in my opinion, if you're going to come back. But no. But listen, at the end of the day, I think that when you look at a Tank and the age he's at, and you compare it to Floyd at that age,
exactly,
night and day. I'm not talking about technical skills. I'm not talking about boxing ability. I'm not talking about resume. I'm talking about your energy. I'm talking about your energy.
Am I right in thinking we all agree here that Floyd actually went and got all of the accolades, then did a bit of a fucking fun tour.
Yeah.
Whereas Tank has gone, fuck the accolades, I just want the money.
Yeah,
he doesn't give a shit about anything. And the fact that he's fighting Jake Paul, like, he should be rematching Roach and then
what's he afraid of?
Moving up in weight instead of trying to boil down Ryan Garcia and all of this. Like, fight. You've got ability that we actually all agree on is high level.
That's right.
Why the fuck? What's wrong with it?
I think his heart is not into boxing anymore. No. Some of the weird interviews he's done has made you think something's going on with you. Remember he said he wants to do therapy. He's not sure about doing therapy because he's scared he's going to lose the instinct of being a fighter. But I want to be a better person. Like, he sounds like he's done the Deontay Wilder trip.
But that's what I was saying. Funny enough, he done exactly the same thing, Floyd Mayweather, to Canelo Alvarez. All those years ago, boiled him down, and that's what Tank's doing
to Jake Paul.
You know what I mean?
Let's talk about the actual technical side of this fight, because I found it very interesting that Joey on a TikTok said that he thought Jake Paul was going to get knocked out countered and just be completely outclassed. Does anyone agree or disagree with that?
It's that Leo Santa Cruz punch in it that you just know that it could land at any moment. But Jake Paul, that size differential is crazy. I think Jake Paul beats him. I hate to
look at what Logan Paul looked like against Floyd Mayweather when he just rushed at him and just threw a whole bunch of shots. Yeah, Floyd hurt him a couple times, but the weight class, the size difference, it matters at that when it's that type of gap.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I actually think? I think it plays in Tank's favour that Jake is a better boxer than Logan. I think it plays in Tank's favour.
Oh, because
if you compare the two fights, unconventional, unorthodox, and whatnot, whereas Jake is from the influencer scene. He's one of the best boxers. Do you know what I mean? And he does stuff quite traditionally and whatnot. However, at the same time of saying that, remind me of southpaws we've seen him in with. Anderson Silva gave him hell for leather, didn't he? And I think he got a knockdown on a very old Anderson Silva. There's a big size differential, right? The way I see it in my mind is I can just see him 1s and 2s off the back foot, and then eventually I just think Jake walks onto something. I really do think he does. I know you say about that size differential, yeah? You say about that size differential. I'm going to sound like I'm bragging here, right? Pound for pound, nothing near. I've dropped guys 60 pounds heavier than me that fight 60 pounds heavier. It can be done, and when you're a hard hitter like Tank and you've got timing, it can be done. Okay. It can be done.
I hear it.
I just think there's levels here. I think the skill difference, I can't believe we even compare it in terms of skill. And I agree with what Joey's saying. You know, I've seen many smaller guys in the gym hurt bigger guys. I don't think, you know, yes, it's big 16-ounce gloves and head guards, but I just think the level we're talking about, what world champion versus an influencer boxer, essentially, it's a completely different world. I think we're really discrediting Tank if we even give Jake Paul a chance.
No, really? I really do. I think that's a bit too far because Jake Paul, whilst he's come from the influencer scene, he's put in a lot of serious years, and he's going into this with a massive size advantage. Like, if they were close by, like, 20 pounds, I say no chance Jake Paul. But having, was it 60-pound difference?
I think the reality is that it's probably going to be more closer at 45.
Yeah. You know when you say he put in the work, he's only been like active years. How many active years would you say he's actually fought? 5, 6 years?
5, 6 years.
In boxing terms, I can tell you now that is absolutely nothing. A baby at boxing. So I give him all the credit in the world for what he's done with boxing in terms of, you know, the level he's got to in a short period of time. You know, he's really dedicated his life to boxing. But in terms of levels, he's an absolute baby.
I'm confused by one thing though, Lausanne. You know, obviously Joey said he's smash people who are 100 pounds heavier.
We're talking about Joey's special. You know what
I mean? that's just this week.
To be fair, there was a table that got smashed, but we'll tell you about that later. Now, it's been like
came out of nowhere.
It's the hangover, honestly.
Got caught cold.
You know, but the size difference, right? Jake Paul's got a big fucking head. You know, are we really saying that Tank is just going to knock him clean out?
No.
Even with that level of size?
I don't think he'll knock him clean out, but I think he'll drop him. I think he'll drop him and stop him, yeah. I do truly believe it. You must have been in the difference. This is the difference. This is the difference, right? Where he's always boxed at a very high level, I know that when I've gone and boxed like 1 or 2 Team GB boys, right? They're very on it with the sparring. They're selective. Sometimes they'll even weigh you, stuff like that. Whereas I've been in unlicensed gyms, yeah? So I've been in gyms where I've seen guys that have had, you know, 4 or 5 unlicensed fights, and there's a 50-pound differential between the two of them. Do you know what I mean? So I've seen it happen so many times. I've seen it happen so many times. And I just believe that the class differential between the two of them, even if it is the same Gervonta that fought Roach from last time out, I see him countering him with a backhand, and I see him dropping him.
I just think the fighter that we think Gervonta is no longer there anymore. I think what we're looking for from him, he's, as you said, we've heard Wilder S type statements. We've heard Jared Anderson type statements of the pressure, or I don't know if I want to do this. And obviously it's the outside the ring stuff that he has to deal with as well. We haven't lost Charlo, but in terms of Charlo the boxer, Charlo that guy is gone. That hungry Charlo, and that's because of out of the ring activities, stuff the things that really play a big part. And even if you look at Wilder's career and what's happened to Wilder, he's had some stuff family-wise. misses and all this other stuff, and we never take on the human element of the fighter if their world is not in order.
That's right.
Are you with me?
What's interesting is that the modern fighters and just generally modern people today are more open about how they feel. Like we've never heard Marvin Hagler tell us about the emotional side of what's been going on in the last 6 months. This stuff was not a conversation. Nowadays, people
when men want men, Fucking
no, but like you look at it like, and that's the reality of the moment. There's a lot of these guys, they do tell you how they feel. Oh, social media was really bothering me this camp. People saying X, Y, and Z. Ben Whittaker in the rematch against Cameron. These guys are very transparent about this, and I think with Tank, we are overlooking that, and we're just going, fighter. But he's saying some very big things.
You know, I think it's crazy, right?
And it's looking different. It's looking weird.
Like we're talking about two elite fighters.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? We're talking about an elite fighter who, even at 50%, should be able to beat a Jake Paul.
No, but I mean, just separately, if you look at Tank, I mean, not.
No, but you know, we'll give comparisons of previous fighters who've had different things going on in their life, but they were fighting against other world-class operators, like top guys.
Yeah.
We're talking about Jake Paul, baby in boxing, against a former world champion.
You know why we're talking about that like that? In my opinion, one of the
we're being blinded by the weight difference.
The clever moves from Jake Paul is talking like he wants to fight Anthony Joshua, and it got him in the conversation, and I think that was genius from him.
Yeah.
Because he went from a 260-pound heavyweight to a 135-pound fighter.
That's so funny.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And you have to sometimes laugh and go, "You are a fucking genius, mate."
He also killed two birds with one stone there.
But this
because there's been a thing throughout the years that Eddie doesn't go after anyone legally. Yeah. And Jake's the first that I know that he did.
Oh, yeah,
do you know what I mean?
That's right.
So Jake had a little bit of revenge there in mucking him about, because Eddie said in interviews that I watched that he was 90% sure the fight was happening.
Yes.
And if Eddie says it, I do genuinely kind of believe when he says something like that, it's 90% sure it's happening.
Can I ask you though, like, I'll take Loza for example. I've met Jake Paul. I interviewed him before his first fight. I've interviewed him since then. Size-wise, Jake Paul in reality is a light heavyweight fighter. He is not a cruiserweight. He is never, his skeletal frame. Logan is a fucking cruiserweight.
Yeah.
Size-wise. Jake is packed on a lot of muscle, and I actually think it hinders him in his skill. I think the best version I've seen of Jake Paul. Oh,
Canelo's arrived.
And it's not even full yet. Every punch he throws is gonna be significant for the judges. I don't know. Like, that's gonna affect it, you know.
Look at him, he's smiling.
That's really gonna affect how they see the game. They're gonna love everything he does.
You got to remember with Canelo, non-point scoring shots doesn't mean non-damaging shots, yeah? We all remember, who was it, Callum Smith's bicep?
That's right.
We remember Callum Smith's bicep, yeah?
Wow.
It might not be a point scoring shot, but that doesn't mean it's not a damaging shot.
The opposite to that is, what about if there's long stretches of silence because it's all Crawford?
No, that's a good point. Can I just think about Jake Paul?
I want to go back to Jake as well.
Paul. I don't think he is a cruiserweight fighter. I actually think that is a good thing if you are worried that just one scuffing shot is going to hurt Gervonta. But the point is Loza, you are a naturally bigger man than Jake Paul and a naturally stronger man than him. But right?
I'd say better looking as well.
God damn. He's a fucking better dancer based on last night as well. Now, you are naturally bigger, but you are fighting at you've been fighting at your actual weight. But let's just say, for example, you were allowed to pack some weight on, and you did get caught flush on the chin by a power puncher at 140. You know, he obviously dials down to 135. He probably walks around about 150. Can a 150-pound man knock you out?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen, you can't build muscle on your chin. If you get hit on the right point, you're talking about Jake having a huge head. Yes, when you get hit round here, bigger skull, thicker skull, you're more protected. He does have a big head,
like.
He does have a big head, but if you get caught bang on the button, and like we say, if you don't see the shot coming, like I say in sparring, I've seen big guys get knocked out of small men, even in 16-ounce gloves. Right. It's definitely possible.
One problem I think that Gervonta will have to overcome, as basic as Jake Paul is in skill to him. People might think this is mental, but when I watched Floyd Mayweather go back to his corner said to him against Logan Paul, work the jab. He went, I can't fucking reach him. He's so fucking big, I can't actually land the fucking jab. So, it's not just about skill sometimes. It is literally. But the difference is Jake Paul is smaller, so maybe it won't be as hard. But
I got to jump in here because one thing, when the Paul brothers pulled up, I didn't really respect him. I'm going to be honest with you. I thought this is a circus. Yeah, I'm watching Logan Paul in WWE, and guys,
phenomenal.
He's
man.
amazing.
Yeah.
I want the mindset of that family as an athlete.
Yeah,
no, he's very good. Like, I'm watching WWE, watching him saying, okay, you're really good at your job. Jake Paul is cut from that same cloth.
Yep.
So while you say he's only been here for 5 years, these guys are incredible learners. I'm seeing Jake Paul on the table with Eddie Hearn as equals. Eddie Hearn used to speak down to him. Now when they're doing Serrano versus Katie Taylor, he's there as a full equal. This guy's learning, as in he's done the speed course. And so when you talk about that fight, he's been in the ring, and it's so funny that people have been in the ring with. You can say Mike Tyson, you can say Gervonta Davis. This guy is...
this guy was...
I want to quickly say this. We've been following this man's career, Akel, and I'm telling you, it's a bit of a coming out for him today, because this is the best I've ever seen him fight.
And this is the hardest fight we've seen him in.
Yeah. This is the best.
Just for context, he's the Saudi's like golden boy, isn't he?
They're really, and he's never looked so good. You know, I mean, because I was worried, you know, Saudis put a lot of money into making sure they put a good team around him. But now I'm actually seeing the development of him, which is impressive.
Jake Paul got a good team around him, developing. Who knows?
Development.
Can I ask you a question? Because I always love this, right? I want Jake Paul to knock fucking Gervonta Davis.
I would love it.
Out. Boosh! I would love it. His little fucking head crack up the canvas.
Why
and
not?
then him say, try hitting a woman again, you little bitch. That's what I want to see. Fucking wife beating.
Whoa, is that where we are?
Where did this is what Vegas has done to us.
Sorry.
What is in that?
But listen,
I don't like the guy. I don't fucking like him. And do you know what?
Is this confirmed?
There's a lot of chat. I mean, he's been arrested for it many times.
Multiple times.
And remember when he was escorting the woman out of the fucking arena, and he was pushing her like, you don't treat a woman the way he treats women. I'm just saying that.
You do that in public. What you do behind closed doors.
If you do that in public, we all know like he's not a good dude in my opinion. But anyway, also for the big lads out there's a lot of big lads who get criticised saying, "Oh, you couldn't do this against this fighter." I want to see a big lad who's not skilled smash a really skilled small lad and bully the fuck out of him. How about that?
We should all fight Joey. We should all fight Joey. We should all fight Joey. No, Joey, don't go to it.
I'm somewhere else to be.
I'm calling out Joey right now.
It's about time someone stuck up for the big men, all right? It's about time.
Joey, I challenge you to a catchweight fight. We're going to be at heavyweight, bro.
The catch is it's you lot against me.
You know what the funny thing is? Every single one of us know that he would put the gloves on straight away.
Straight to him.
I'd probably have 10 pints first as well.
Go on then.
Wait, we got to give Joey his credit though, because the last show that we did, Joey was a bit on the chubby side.
He's packed on some
Joey was a bit on the chubby side.
Pounds.
He packed on some pounds, and we laughed at him the whole stream, even though we're all still way more than him. But it was a fun stream.
But now he's stripped down.
Well, if you want to carry on laughing, I can give you another one.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Today's an anniversary.
Of?
The loss.
Oh.
It was today. And that's how I know that my prediction's going to come right tonight. Because the universe owes me something. I'm joking. I've been lucky enough.
See, we got to go to the casino,
That's
guys.
the beauty of toxic positivity.
Yeah.
We laughed at his weight gain, and now he is ripped to bits.
There you go.
That's what it's about, lads.
Just to round up this Jake Paul chat, what are the odds that Jake Paul lands a hard punch on him and puts him down?
Let's take a vote. Who you lot got winning?
I'll say the odds are quite high, 10%, I'd say.
Wow, just 10.
Quite high and 10%. That's funny.
Oh, he's doing that for a YouTuber.
Listen, no, there's levels to boxing, mate.
100%,
there's
man.
levels
100%.
to boxing. What Jake Paul has done is amazing, right? Jake Paul's fought for a lot less time than me and has probably progressed more. Do you know what I mean? Like Tommy Fury,
probably.
you could argue. No, pound for pound.
When he said probably is crazy.
Pound for pound, I'm a million miles above Jake Paul. But no, I'm not even joking. But what I'm saying is Tommy Fury, you'd maybe put him around Southern area level, right? Mm-hmm. If they had a rematch right now, I think Jake would win. I think Jake would win.
Fair.
And I think for a man that put on a pair of boxing gloves, 5-6 years ago, I think that is such a compliment to say about someone. But what it also does is it shows levels of boxing. Yeah? Gervonta Davis, weight disadvantage or not, isn't Southern area level, even if he's demotivated or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's just levels to it.
He's world level on the
Do
bad
you want to know something funny? Terence Crawford picked Jake Paul to win.
I'm
Really?
going with a Jake Paul win.
But Terence Crawford and Tank Davis don't
I
get
think
on.
that might have something to do with it.
They
Oh,
don't
they
get on.
hate each other.
They
They're
don't
like
get on.
bare. Oh,
Yeah,
they do,
yeah,
innit?
yeah.
But
Listen, it's boxing, anything can happen.
That's
but
right. That's right.
it shouldn't happen. The levels.
It would be
There's
amazing.
just
Guess
too
what?
much
Guess
of it.
what?
I tell you what's interesting though. You see how we giving credit to Jake Paul. He's very intelligent for how he operates a business as a businessman. That the business acumen is not going to speed up your boxing skills, but he's very smart. He did something. Yeah. He called out AJ, and that talk was going on. We've seen a lot of people call out AJ, yeah, as a way to benefit themselves.
he meant it.
Andre Ward.
Oh,
No, before you go there,
Okay.
I think it's important because quickly on the Jake Paul element, right? This guy I believe he can win. Honestly, I honestly feel he can win. There's a shot that I think the strength's gonna be there. I think even in the moments of, let's say like it's a flush shot that Gervonta doesn't see. What do we do then? And then this is the point I was gonna make.
How does he not see it?
This is the point I'm gonna make.
Okay.
Who would have thought Ngannou versus Fury? When Fury hit the canvas, I never thought that was possible. Ngannou, and that was Ngannou's first
You
ever
know what,
fight.
lads? Let's just give
I
KG
never-
credit. There is some merit in what he's
I
saying.
never believed that was
That's
going
a
to be
world
possible.
champion man, though.
listen,
It's not the same.
It's
Bro,
not the-
hey, look what happened.
stop
when
a second.
AJ,
Stop what you're doing here.
Go ahead.
It's a load of rubbish. It's a load of rubbish.
bro.
Francis Ngannou is one of the baddest men on the planet.
Look what AJ
A
did to him.
UFC world champion. End of story. We'll leave
Wait,
it there.
all right, wait, no.
there's
Guess
no
what? I'm
comparable.
getting back in the ring. I'm getting back in the ring because Fury is probably one of the light-footedest, nicest fighters that you shouldn't be able to get to. How did Ngannou do
No,
that?
he
to
gets
him?
hit all. He goes
Listen,
down
How
all
did
the time.
Ngannou do that to
In
Fury?
fairness, I kind of get what you're saying.
Exactly.
But Fury wasn't taking it seriously at all. I don't believe he trained for it.
So what
He thought
happens
it
if
was gonna be
Gervonta
easy.
doesn't take
He
it
made
serious?
a terrible mistake. I'm not saying it can't happen, but what I'm saying is
There you go.
can't compare the two opponents.
Ngannou and Jake Paul.
and
I've got
Francis
a guy,
Ngannou. Come
I've
on.
got a boxer that has no interest in fighting the greats. I've got a boxer that blames hair gel and his hairdresser
No,
for
no.
a reason.
You're-
You can't tell me
Can I
that
just add one thing to
Terrible
KJ's
take.
argument?
Terrible take.
it's a great thing.
Who's got more experience of pure boxing, Francis Ngannou or Jake Paul, in terms of skill? In
Ngannou.
theory, Jake Paul should be a better actual boxer, and he's coming in 50 pounds heavier. It's just
Just
Ngannou-
saying.
No, but
However-
Just
with
saying.
Ngannou,
Just saying.
let's bring it back
There
to
you
reality
go.
here. With Ngannou, you have a man that gets in the ring and says, if there were no rules, I would destroy all your top heavyweights.
Everybody.
Jake Paul is not an Ngannou in this conversation
No.
in any
But
way.
can I just say, boxer or not, boxing is still an aspect of UFC, which would have been part of his training for all those years.
Good
So
point.
there's still,
There we go.
you
That's a
know,
good point.
ring experience. It's not just about the actual skill of boxing.
Yeah.
You know, it's dealing with the crowds. There's so many different levels of experience and things you pick up being in the fighting sport, regardless what the discipline is. I just don't think you can really compare it. And also, which we've all said on various streams, at the heavier weights, all them rules go out the equation. The power of a heavyweight,
Yeah.
it's completely different.
I think Fury could have took Ngannou serious
There's Andy
and
Ruiz.
still been
They
dropped.
booed him.
Yeah.
Andy
I'm
Ruiz is
surprised
being
at that.
booed. Just a reminder, if you're watching the stream, do retweet it if you're on X, or hit the like button if you're on YouTube. Share it. Help us spread the word. We really appreciate all of you.
Hey,
Oh, yes.
Omari Hardwick
This
is here.
goes.
Right, that's a super cowboy.
I
you know,
also
yeah.
want to give a shout out, by the way, if you are struggling to watch sports and other kind of content, Surfshark. The link is in the description below. Surfshark.com/the Pain Game. You'll get 4 months extra for free.
Let's go.
If you want to check out them, because I use them all the time when I need to watch certain
Me
kinds
too.
of
I've got
content.
it all the time.
So-
all the time.
Get on it.
With Jake Paul calling out Anthony Joshua, very quickly after that came Andre Ward calling out Anthony Joshua.
Yep.
Here's how I see it.
Go on.
Let's say that Jake Paul does do the thing, yeah, against Tank. Let's say he does catch him. That 10% chance he catches him, whatever, he does
25.
it. Jake just can't get in there with Anthony Joshua straight away.
Oh, no.
Andre Ward versus Jake Paul.
Little side note,
Winner fights AJ. Similar sizes.
You know what, Jake
Similar
Paul,
sizes.
This is the thing about Jake Paul that you have to understand.
That's funny.
The kid only is... he will have a no-risk fight
That's right.
or a high-risk fight where there's loads of money, and there will be no in-between. Darren Till, for example, is a fighter that he should be fighting.
He won't fight him.
He's not fucking around with Darren Till.
Yeah.
Not a chance.
No way.
So it's all about the long-term payoffs for him, the big money events. And I get it. I personally don't think we'll ever see Jake Paul in a ring with Anthony Joshua. I don't think there's a chance of that. And actually,
really?
No chance in hell. For Jake Paul's own safety, I personally don't think he should go any. I wouldn't even watch him walk past him in a fucking corridor.
The rumor why it didn't happen was apparently AJ wasn't given permission to fight on Netflix.
Really?
I don't believe it.
Because of the zone. He's with the zone. He's like really in the
part
fabric.
I don't know. The fabric of the zone.
That's the
You
rumors
know,
I saw.
I don't know what it is, right? If it's Americans or whatever, like, did they not watch Anthony Joshua? Like Anthony Joshua gets so much disrespect because he had a hard time against one of the best heavyweights in the world, Daniel Dubois. Like, he's only been beaten by Andy Ruiz is maybe where they started from, and then they've seen him lose against Dubois and they're like, oh, he's not that good. Daniel Dubois is a fucking machine. It was only Alexander Usyk who's made him look average. It makes everyone look average.
The problem is AJ doesn't have that Chisora-esque thing where Chisora is not as talented as AJ, but Chisora has dangerous aura that he's just going to ruin the room.
Mate,
and AJ's
Chisora's the most frightening man in boxing.
I think AJ's been just... Well, he's
too nice, isn't he?
It's the nice.
Too nice.
Do you know what it is? It's like
and
American.
That's what's hurting him.
American heavyweights have always been. If
Bad
we're going to
guys.
talk shit, we're going to talk shit. We're going to be mean. We're intimidating. Whereas AJ, he's had a nice approach to his career, kind of the British model of how you build stars, where everybody's nice and we speak nicely in the media. That doesn't wash in the States. Now we're looking at this giant heavyweight and we're like, bro, you don't even talk trash to your opponents. What's going on?
Yeah.
So I reckon that was the first stage of the disconnect. Then you lost to Ruiz in Madison Square Garden. That's your first time coming to here. And now we're looking at you like, bro, it's another heavy go back to where
And that's why he has to chin Jake Paul. I would love that fight to be signed because I know he's gonna punch him into oblivion.
No, forget AJ Jake Paul. It's AJ Andre Ward. Chin Andre Ward,
Andre Ward doesn't bring enough to the table. That's the problem.
Mate, he must be
doesn't bring
smoking
enough
crack
to the
him.
table.
Talking about 7 years retired, and he's acting like
He's sparring.
He's
He was sparring, bud.
Not at heavyweight.
No, yeah.
He was
He was sparring
170-odd
bud.
pounder or whatever, right? He says on this interview I watched, oh, well, you know, the older you get, you want the bigger, slower guys. I'm like, do you understand the level of athlete you're fucking talking about here? He iced out Francis Ngannou with laser precision, and we've just forgotten about it. I'm like, I've met Francis Ngannou. I've never felt less of a man in my fucking life. What are we talking about here? And I make other men feel like that.
And you know what?
You know what I mean?
Actually,
what the fuck are we talking? Last night I was making bouncers feel that way. You already know. He's an absolute animal, Francis Ngannou.
But this is the thing with AJ. AJ needs to send a message, a strong message to the game to say, stop disrespecting me. I think someone has to be the sacrificial lamb. And if that's Andre Ward, let it be him, but it has to be someone. Someone's got to feel it. No.
Can someone tell me why Andre Ward's even calling out AJ? Like, is he in financial trouble? What's going on? He's always been the guy who's like, I'm going to end the game on top. I'm not going to risk my health.
Yeah.
He had injuries.
Yeah.
This is completely opposite of what he's always stood by. I don't get it. There's got to be a reason.
No, it's the money in Riad. You can see. I know Frutch is ready to go. If I went to Frutch and said, hey, Jake Paul, you can fight him now, and you're only going to get 10% of the purse, he's still taking it. These guys want the.
Now, can you imagine
being not even a fighter? You're going to go back. Like, say you went back far, right? Not even that.
Yeah.
Imagine being James DeGale, George Groves, Carl Froch. Just that crop just before. They've all gone and retired just before. Oh,
let's go! Come on, man! Choose your best combinations, guys! Come on! Yes, come on!
You know when he goes under the rope? You know when he goes under the rope and starts the movie?
You fucking idiots. As soon as I heard the start of that, I knew.
This is Adrian! This is our childhood! Come on! I can change! It's an inspired generation!
You can change! We all can change!
We did it! How you? You're me!
Everybody can change! We've had we need to talk about Vegas soon, but anyway, on the AJ thing, obvious. Oh, they're playing Biggie now.
Oh,
mate.
come on. Now we're dancing.
We were dancing to this last night as well.
You're going to see a vlog that we did in Vegas where, like, I just don't know what we're going to be able to put in, but what we do put in will be fantastic.
Okay, I don't know. Can we talk about it? The shooting.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
what were you was?
We're not shooting people just because
No,
we're
Yeah, last night got messy.
We went to a gun range, and motherfucker, it was.
Wow.
You know what? It made me think, I'm glad we don't have guns in the UK.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Because I've got an advantage over almost every man, right?
Yeah.
They take away everything. Everything.
All
How loud were them guns, man? Boom! Fucking hell.
I can't believe. I can't wait for you lot to see. When you lot watch the vlog, yeah, and you actually see the sound, we can't hear each other, but it's the recoil as well.
Mate,
I don't even think the vlog, in terms of being in the room, it was unbelievable.
I was knocked back by the air
Yeah.
when you shot a big gun. I don't know what it was,
I shot a sniper
50
rifle.
cal.
and literally he went, "This might make you guys jump," and we were like,
and we're talking
"Whatever,"
about a big guy.
and he's gone.
Mate,
He like took me back when
I genuinely, I picked up this fucking gun. Like, I can bench press a heavyweight. It was every bit 100 fucking kilogram gun, this.
Damn.
And when I let rip, this is the maddest thing about these sniper rifles. I hit the first, I only shot it once, straight through the cheek of the fucking the target. And I'm like, imagine I had practiced this, no wonder you
And
got
a man said their head will explode.
I'm
It was
just
mental.
saying. I'm glad I live in the UK.
Yeah,
Just for
yeah,
one
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
everything else about America feels better.
Yeah.
But that blew my mind, that shit.
The gun element is crazy. And even the fact we were line dancing. Bro, we were line dancing.
We were good.
We had the experience, man.
When you see the whole dance floor, they coordinate, and you can't even. If you don't know the dance, you can't get in the. You can't get in the mix.
How's it went from guns being bad
To line dancing.
No, but because
That's the radio experience.
That's the variety.
It's an
Only in
open
Vegas.
carry, no, because open carry sting. So even when was going in, the guy was like, "Do you have a knife on you?"
Yeah.
I said, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you have
said-
a knife on
he
you?"
said those were
He
okay.
goes, "Yes, okay." I said, "Wait, hold on." So there's just people line dancing with knives on them. What's going on?
We're having the time of our lives now, bro.
You know,
What is it, Chuck Norris?
after we went to the gun range, I genuinely was in a bar like, everyone in here could just fucking kill us right now. Like, this place is insane. What the fuck are we doing here?
Crazy, absolutely mental.
But you know what? Shooting was so fun. We've done a lot of fun things. Some
too
things
much
we
fun.
can talk about, some things we'd rather not.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of drinking. We went on this rooftop bar. You've all seen The Hangover. We recreated The
Unreal.
Hangover moment. And the view of Vegas, it was, there's nothing we've ever experienced like that. Is there?
Nothing.
Fucking hell.
Do you know what though? I gotta like Turki Al-Sheikh. He's a very clever man because when how they're building Riad, yeah, you can tell they got their own sphere, they got their own little basically, he's taking the best parts he's seen here
100%.
and taking it over there, really.
Yeah.
Bro,
And-
we'll go 3 months without going, and we'll go back, and it's like, wow,
Yes, that's right.
all of this is now here,
Yes.
and it's
Right.
been done this quick. Like
Yes.
it's huge.
It's
Absolutely
massive.
crazy.
So even like this American experience has been great, and I don't know if we're coming to the end of America's like time
Dominance.
in boxing.
I don't think so.
True.
Are you sure?
I think the history keeps America in the game at all times, to be honest with
But
you.
who's the and I'm not necessarily saying it needs it. Boxing needs good fights made across the board.
Yeah.
Who's the next one for America that sells out stadiums?
Oh, that's a great question.
And obviously, look, Canelo Alvarez isn't from America. He fights predominantly in America. But
yeah.
who's the next one? Who's the next one?
And that's
why I feel like maybe we are coming to a passing of the torch moment. And remember, with eras, torches are passed back and forth and whatnot. So it could swing back. A big star could emerge.
And it's funny because it usually jumps kind of like historically, you'd say 147 heavyweight back to 147. And I think the stage was set for Shakur, Teofimo, Devin Haney to start a new era. And they've literally got to the stage and decided, nah, not for me.
Nah.
So now we're in
I'm
this
so
weird...
disappointed in all of them.
Yeah, man.
No,
Honestly.
you can't be disappointed in Haney
No.
because I think out of everyone,
Have you
he's
seen him fight?
I hear you.
But he's getting in the ring.
Tried.
Let's be fair.
I think
Let's be fair, bro.
You have to give credit to the people that are trying to be great and they fall short.
Mate,
It's
he's
the others.
not. No, I'm not. You know what? You said this earlier.
Yes.
You're talking shit, right?
Here we go.
And I'm saying it now because
I like it. I'm ready.
right. That last fight that we seen Devin Haney.
Yeah.
When you get Turkey Al Sheikh's, investment in you and put you on the biggest stage in the middle of Times Square, and you run against a fighter who was shot. I've got no respect for Devin Haney in the ring. Oh, of course he gets in the ring, but he's got no plan in throwing punches.
But as the fighter, is your job, and I'm going to push this to you guys, is your job to think about entertainment or winning? Which one do you prioritize?
Get home safe, ideally.
No, listen, it depends. Because if you want to be a star in boxing, if you look at the guys that we're talking about, the greats, you need to be that guy. And this is why we're talking about who's going to be the next guy in America. But then, we can all just be average boxers.
So let's put the context on it, yeah? Okay. Devin Haney he got battered against Garcia.
Yeah.
Drugs or no drugs, he took those shots in the ring. This
Lost against Lomachenko.
This is his first fight back. No, he didn't. This is his first fight back after taking that type of beating. He's going to be overcoming demons. He's going to be overcoming demons in there. And that fight looked terrible. He looks like food now.
Do you know what I think it is?
But at the same time, that you have to put the context on where he was why that performance.
But he's about to fight Brian Norman Jr., right? That's the up and comer. That's the guy with the unbeaten record. Do you know what I mean? And he can punch. So listen, I'm kind of in the middle of the fence. I don't enjoy watching Devin Haney fight. I don't enjoy him per se.
I stand with you on that as well.
If he's in a fight where he's dominating type thing. If he's in Ryan Garcia style fight, all right, whatever. But at the same time as not enjoying watching him fight, I would massively agree. Like if you look at the names that Devin Haney's been in with, and he's got in the ring,
that's right.
And then we take it back to Tank, and we take it back to.
There we go now.
I feel like Shakur maybe is game to fight a few of these guys, but it's night and day. Devin Haney's been the most up for it out of any of them.
Haney deserves the credit out of all of them.
Can I just say something quickly though?
Go ahead.
Like, this isn't high school, primary school. It's about taking part. We're talking about boxing. It's the hurt business.
Yeah.
And the simple fact is, I get what you're saying. Devin Haney's tried. He's getting in the ring. But we're talking about being great and being the best. And unfortunately, he's just not that guy, and not everybody can be.
Bro,
I think that's what it's down to.
No, but listen, one thing, when you talk about the hurt business, I've seen Devin Haney go to a points decision in a street fight, and he won't even friend the punches, really. We can never forget that. So he's never gonna hurt anyone.
Hilarious.
He's a skill guy. Yeah. Now, he made a mistake when he goes up against Ryan Garcia. That was a mistake, but that guy was on stuff. It wasn't fair. He's gone down under, bro. He's had to go into people's gardens. He's traveled. He deserves all the respect. When you have people like Gervonta who hasn't, we have to look at you. We have to almost prop up Haney and say, you lot got his work to do. Because what's your excuse?
I'm not disrespecting his achievements. I'm just saying, to be the guy that we're talking about, be the next star, he's just not, unfortunately, not that guy. You know what I mean?
But the machine hasn't decided to love him. Because the machine is loving Gervonta, and the narrative is so great for him. And I think it's just unfair.
What it is? I'll tell you what it is. There is a bit of a thing where Lomachenko was loved by the boxing machine.
Yeah.
And people still have a dubious feeling about whether or not he actually won against Lomachenko. And it's almost that thing of like, because you've got that, we don't like you now. When you hear how people talk about Devin Haney, it's almost always negative. And this is even when he's having the best moments of his career.
His dad's such a bell end.
Yeah.
So he makes you want to see him get knocked out. Then when you get knocked out and you start taking legal action against the guy who chinned your son, it's embarrassing.
Drugs cheating is drugs cheating.
That's fair enough. But when you got the dad saying, we want to see this guy in hospital or whatever, you just asked the question. I said, maybe it shouldn't be the best thing to say. I say, get home safe. I say get home safe, yeah?
I get you.
Listen, ideally that involves me knocking someone out, but get home safe, yeah? When you're talking about putting fighters in hospital, we want this man to end up in the hospital, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It's not for me. But it is what it is.
So ironic when he was struggling to climb onto the ropes at the end. His face was fucking smashed to bits.
The one thing though that it's been said again is Turkey Al Sheikh has said he wouldn't want to make the ring smaller for Haney fights.
Yeah.
He said, look, I can't keep booking you. Like right now,
he is a Tom and Jerry fighter. Though, isn't he? He's that guy.
And you know it's true because let's have it right. Parker, when we talk about heavyweights, Parker right now should be fighting for a heavyweight title. Yeah, and I don't feel like His Excellency is interested in watching that fight, he actually said, nah, not really. It's not for us.
I ain't putting money up for that.
I'm not putting him on. So now these fighters have to understand, you could be the #1 contender. If you're not exciting, I'm not putting you on. That's the new part they have to deal with in boxing.
That's a lot. That's an interesting pressure to navigate when winning is difficult anyway.
Yeah.
So now you're in the ring and it's like, I can't just win.
And if you imagine, there's always pressure from fans and etc. for fighters to perform and to be explosive, be devastating, stuff like that. But if you imagine certain fighters, legendary fighters, career paths, if that incentivization that has come from Riad season, Turki Al-Sheikh wanting to see, in his words, blood, guts and bones, if that had been there, so many career paths would have been so different.
Bro.
And
so
but
different.
what I also think is it's taken it back to the way it used to be. Losses don't define your career as long as it's entertaining, and that's what Turkey's trying to do.
Right.
He wants entertaining fights, and just because you lose, it's not a problem. If you put on a good performance and you entertain the crowd, he'll have your back. So I think people these days are still a bit too worried about losing. Doesn't mean anything.
And you know what's good about it as well, because we've seen now a few fighters that have lost that have been called back.
Exactly.
Boachuk got called back.
Big Baby Miller.
We have Big Baby Miller called back. We had
Josh Kelly's guy. Josh Kelly's guy that he put
Davis. Ishmael Davis.
Ishmael Davis.
Yeah.
We've had the guy
Padley.
Yeah, so there's right now he's saying, look, you put on some entertainment, we're going to bring you back to Riad. And that's the fights we want to see. We want to see guys that are going to risk it and go all out in the ring.
And do you know that is why people like Nick Ball have become stars through Riad season?
Yeah.
Because it's like, I get it, of course he's the world champion. He's our only current world champion. So I understand. But Riad season specifically is what has made him become a star.
Right.
Because you look at Turki Al-Sheikh, he loves watching Nick Ball fight. He loves watching that. But I could probably guarantee you he never books William Skull again. Do you know what I mean?
Can I just say, this is boxing in general, and it evolves. Even if you go to amateur boxing, it used to be 4 2-minute rounds, then it changed to 3 3-minute rounds. They used to have head guards, and then they took it off. As a boxer, they changed the scoring system, and you've got to adapt. So this isn't nothing new. I know it seems like a big shock. All of a sudden, they're talking about wanting knockouts, blood and guts. But boxing from grassroots is always changing and evolves. And as a fighter, you've got to adapt. It's as simple as that. It's boxing. At the end of the day, we're talking about the hurt business it is. You're trying to hurt your opponent. So it comes with the territory. You know what you're in for. You know the risk.
Speaking of the hurt business, just quickly, we've got Mbili against Martinez in it right now. This is a 10-rounder. I don't see any way this goes 10 rounds because they have gone in there on job. They're absolutely
I think the Canelo fight is going to look a little like this. I think Canelo versus Crawford, the first round.
What, in the phone box?
Yeah, I think they're gonna start.
I disagree. I think they're both quite methodical in the way
they are. I'm telling you, they're gonna start. It's a house on fire. Remember when I hate to go back to it quickly, but
he got caught in the left hook there.
Yeah, he did. He ate that one on the way in.
Right, this is a good fight.
Shit! He's hurt.
He's hurt.
Lester Martinez is landing clean early, boy.
He's hurt. So one thing, remember what happened is you think about the Errol Spence fight versus Crawford. Yeah. He let him know early, and I think for Crawford to beat Canelo, he has to let him know early. He can't wait. He can't,
I agree on that.
He can't take his time.
He needs to land
stand in there.
A stiff shot early, just to let him know you're not going to bully me.
There has been fights. Obviously, listen, he got his face broken in the end, but there has been fights. Billy Joe didn't really let Canelo know early. But then there was a period of 3 rounds where he took over. He took over for 3 rounds. Doesn't matter because at the end of the day, he got stopped. But what I'm saying is, I don't know. I feel like it could start more cagey.
But I think even Canelo sometimes starts slow, so it won't even matter how your first round goes.
Terrence.
Exactly, this is what I'm saying. Stylistically, neither guy starts fast. But, I would say that if anyone was going to start fast, I think it would be Canelo, because I think he's going to be the guy with all the support he has to have a point to prove. And I also just think stylistically, this is a 12-round fight. When you're going in with a bigger man who's never been hurt, never been dropped, what makes you think you're going to go in there and, hurt him early?
I think Canelo's the one who needs to start fast because he needs to slow the quick feet of Crawford down, and he needs to get into him very, very quickly for that reason and actually take advantage of the fact that the two of them, I think Canelo doesn't. He takes a look at his opponents, but Crawford is a lot more of a downloader of the data, and he's really, really wanting to know what he's up against. I think Canelo is the one who the onus is on him to put a dent in him early, get into the body shots. Body shot.
You know what it is, actually, I do agree with Brian there because there's no way you want to let the smaller man gain any level of confidence.
No fucking way.
No chance. And we know that Canelo does this anyway. He slowly breaks you down and hurts you.
Yep.
I think, naturally, like we say, we know Crawford's going to be the more mobile fighter. Canelo isn't the quickest with his feet.
One thing we've
he
mentioned,
needs to slow him early.
He does slow you down and hurt you, but he hasn't slowed you down and hurt you in 4 years.
Well, this is the thing. That's what I was going to say.
Against much bigger men.
That's right. That's important.
I think that's the difference right there.
It's very hard to hurt bigger men.
Yeah, but one element we've talked about is whether or not Crawford's going to be able to manage the weight. We've seen Canelo fade past round 6 quite consistently lately.
Yeah, we have, yeah.
He could fade and just be there to get picked apart.
But like we've just said, against bigger men, because naturally when you're trying to impose your size, when you're the smaller man, it's very hard to do. But now he's going to have the size advantage for the first time in quite a while.
But he's also going to have to chase a mobile fighter.
You know the difference as well? This is my opinion. I've got no proof of this. But when you're fighting a bigger fighter, he throws less punches, yes, but the power in those punches are designed to really, really hurt. I don't think he has to load up as much against the Crawford.
Okay.
I think he can actually not put as much into them and actually throw more. And when I looked at him on the scales, I thought, you look fit here. Yeah. You don't look like bulky, like that you're fighting a bigger guy that you're having to outpower. You actually look like you're trained to throw more punches this time anyway.
Bivol said that was Canelo's biggest weakness. Throws too many power shots.
Really?
They were asking. They said, "Oh, he gave him a good bit of praise. Gave him a good bit of praise. Said very, very strong. Like can't break his heart." And they said, "What's his biggest weakness?" He said, "He just throws too many power shots.
Yeah,
he throws way too many power shots."
He's relying on the power.
But see, this is the thing, though. It's like the scales don't always. I mean, look what we did about Dillian Whyte against Etuma. Everybody was so excited about what he looked like on the scales. That might undo what he's good at.
That's a great point. You know, that I've seen that many times in boxing. When you all of a sudden your body gets accustomed to a certain weight, and you think, "Oh, I'm going against a more mobile guy. I need to lose that weight," and sometimes it can go. It'd be a massive disadvantage.
Yep.
Can we have an Etuma conversation? Because Eddie Hearn has recently said here that we are going by the hype. This could be a hype situation, as he hasn't fought anyone. He's knocked over tin cans. Why is he getting the plaudits that we're giving him so far in terms of the level of challenge he's had? I'm going to say from me, I think that kid is the real deal. I honestly feel Etuma is.
Do you know why I think we're going crazy for him? I think if you look at Moses Etoma's age and we watch him against anyone, and yes, the guys aren't the best fighters in the world that he's been fighting. Dillian Whyte, to be fair, at 20 years old, fighting even a shot Dillian Whyte is still fucking we've never seen that before.
Yes.
Like we've never seen Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua, who dominated British boxing at heavyweight, when they were 20 years old, taking on a former world title contender who was past his prime. We never seen that. And when you watch footage of Anthony Joshua, like I did on that video, and Tyson Fury at a similar age, Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, while they were good, they don't look anywhere near the level of Moses Etuma at the same age.
The thing about the Dillian Whyte fight as well, I'm going to make a bold prediction now. That win over Dillian Whyte is going to age better than it looks right now. It's going to age better because you just described him as a shot fighter, right?
Allegedly.
At that level, yeah, maybe. And maybe at world level, yeah. But Dillian Whyte can very much be an entertaining fight. So if he keeps up, if he stays in that sort of shape, he can be an entertaining fight, British level, something like that, right? So I think that win will age better. I think another thing, one of the reasons why we rate Moses Etuma so highly is because we didn't grow up on southpaw heavyweights. And we're currently in a legacy era of a southpaw heavyweight, right?
Oh,
so when you see we've got a guy, and this guy's bigger and he's a bigger puncher, and he's not as skillful and he doesn't have the accolades and whatever. Of course you're going to get excited about that. It's the fashion in what he does it as well.
My question for Eddie Hearn would be, name one heavyweight in the history of boxing ever at 20 years old who was as big and strong and as agile and moved like a cat. He doesn't move like a heavyweight. He moves like a very light on his feet cruiserweight, in fact. We've never seen anyone put punches together Not Muhammad Ali, not Lennox Lewis, none of them. The greatest, right? Mike Tyson is the only one, but he's different type of fighter. But at 20 years old, I've never seen a 6'5" speed like you've never seen before.
I think just to be devil's advocate, though. I'll throw this to you, actually, Trev. Just being devil's advocate on this one, we had the kid Romford Bull, who went in for Dave Allen, and it was too much for him. He wanted to impress. He was out in Riad. He wanted to put on a show, and he couldn't. He looked good in moments, but then experience, grown man stuff really took charge, because I don't think Etuma's been the distance in a lot of his fights.
Nah. KG,
is there going to be...
I love Dave Allen. If you put Dave Allen in a ring with Moses Etuma right now, bad things happen.
I don't think he's saying that. I think what you mean
I'm saying
is there a reality check coming? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because right now, the next fight they keep talking about for Etuma is Usyk, bro. Do you know how crazy
Hrgovic has been mentioned. There's been
Hrgovic declined
I don't think for us.
Hrgovic declined it.
I think, you know what it is? It's so difficult because when a guy is dealing with opponents so easily, and naturally we're like, we need to see him in a longer fight. We need to see his chin tested. But maybe he's just that guy and he's that good. You know what I mean? And the fact there's sparring partners, I know sparring, but at the same time he's been mixing it from a very young age with world-class operators, and every single one of them say exactly the same. He's so talented.
I want to ask you a question. He's ranked number 1. If you beat him, you're ranked number 1. What does it tell you when we know Hrgovic is tough as fuck, right? We've seen the beating he took from Daniel Dubois. What does it say when a Hrgovic is saying, nah, I'm all right, mate? And a 20-year-old. You're in your prime.
I can add on to that. Who did you just call the scariest man in boxing?
Derek Chisora.
Who turned down the fight before it got offered to Dillian Whyte?
He said no.
It says it all.
2 million. He offered 2 million. He said, fuck that.
What we're seeing with Moses Etuma is almost like evolution of the big heavyweights. Yeah. Because we've seen these 6'5", 6'6" guys come in, and we're used to them doing the thing of being big and just overwhelming with size.
That's lovely.
But
oh my God.
Here you come in at this young 20-year-old, and he's like, when he throws to the body, I almost looked at AJ throwing to the body against Usyk and thought, big heavyweights, they're not going to be able to really do that. Fury's not really been able to go to the body. It's just because they're tall. And he does it with such agility and smoothness. You like, mate, you're not even vulnerable throwing to the body. Yeah. We're seeing a new era of heavyweights where it's almost like what's happening in basketball. You got Wembanyama, 7'4", dribbling and shooting threes. This is the boxing equivalent of that.
We watched NFL the other night, and you realise that the level of athlete that goes into the NFL over here, because they're like literally born to do it in college.
This is an absolute war.
This is
what I'm in the middle of a set.
Sorry.
All right, what's happening? You can listen.
This fight is absolutely unbelievable. If anyone has paid for their ticket, it's getting their value for money right now. These guys are in the phone box and they are going for it. I'm looking at Turkey Sheikh and he's leaning forward. In the last fight, he was cheering like this. This one, he's in it with us. Yeah. These guys, I can't even tell you who's winning on the scorecard.
The doctor very rarely even gets in the ring. He's checking both guys in the corner after each round. He's literally checking both guys.
This is mental.
Yeah, this is crazy. They're literally throwing 5-6 punch combinations.
I love it.
You never see this sort of combinations. You go, I go type of thing.
Bro, they're taking. There's moments when Mimbili takes a breath because he's taking a horrible shot. Then he puts on a 4-hit combination himself.
It's the closest thing to, like, we heard the Rocky music earlier. This is the closest I've seen.
Rocky and Apollo.
Inspired.
He's even got the yellow shorts on for Rocky.
Whatever you paid for your ticket, this fight alone is worth it.
It's done it.
Unbelievable.
It's done it.
They're both getting booked again.
I promise you, in this. Look at that. Straight out they ring the bell, haymakers.
It's a good advert when you think about Netflix, right? Like, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson did views, but let's be honest here, that was a spectacle for a different reason, right? Yeah. And Mike Tyson returning captured the imagination of not just America, but the whole world.
Yeah.
This is about proper boxing, and the first, the biggest world title fight in terms of eyeballs in over 50 years. And what we now need is this. We need lads, because earlier on we've seen Jermaine Franklin turn up fat as fuck, like not interested.
The crowd booed.
The crowd booed him out the stadium. Like, this is what we need, like, young fans to see, right? Like, it's perfect.
This is
in the phone box.
It's a perfect advert, and Netflix. This is the Dana White thing. Dana's in the game, and now Dana's going to say, well, look at the undercard. You didn't really know these guys, like the UFC model. You might not know these fighters, but everyone's going to come game.
It is very like the UFC.
Everyone's going to come game, and you'll become fans of these guys after the fight's finished.
It's an interesting one because you can't. I mean, we're going to give credit to Dana, on the promotion. But these guys have existed before.
Of course.
Do you know what I'm saying? This is a title.
Billy's
But it's
Yeah.
platform.
You
No,
know
but
what
I'm saying platform. This right now.
Yeah.
This is on Netflix. Free.
Oh.
We were talking about
for sure.
Moses Etuma, and we'll
Yes.
come back to this fight.
Of course.
We're talking about who is the face of boxing post Canelo Alvarez. You know, this next generation. We all agree we've never seen a talent like Moses, but AJ, it wasn't just the talent that made him the face of boxing. It was people loved him, right? And not everyone loved him, but a lot of people loved him. And
Good shot.
Can Moses, and I think he's already getting better at talking, and he's only 20 years old.
Yeah.
But can he be not AJ? But can he take the baton from him and run with it?
I don't think so. I personally,
Really?
the charm of AJ, he looks the part. His physique. I think there was so many levels to what he's
The Olympic rollout.
the Olympic gold medal. Like you can't repeat that. I think it'll be a long time before we see
He's going to
that.
have to do it like how David Hay did it.
Okay.
As in, big moments have to happen in whatever way you do, whether or not it's something you said, something that you've got to grab the attention
You know the
of
moment,
the people.
don't you?
Yeah, there is
no. But if it's going to happen, you have to knock Usyk out because then to be the man,
That's right.
you've got to beat the man.
That's right.
Woo! I don't actually believe that. I think what AJ did that was so important is AJ fights was an event. AJ in 02 was massive. And why I like what the Riad is brilliant for boxing, right? But he has to work on his home audience, the home fan base. So I think them fights at the Ultra Arena, it's a Etuma night. We're all going to say, oh, Moses Etuma.
Yeah.
You having that, so you have that cult following. How Ricky, all the fighters that we've loved, Ricky Hatton, he loved, followed, and everyone, no matter where he's going, people are getting on planes to go with him.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. If for him to get to the top level, you can't, because Riad is there, you can't bypass the UK. He has to do that.
He's got to work on that side of things in terms of selling himself, stuff like that, right? I'm not suggesting that AJ wasn't. I'm not suggesting that Tyson Fury wasn't, right? I feel like this kid, and it's mad to call him a kid, but I am 10 years older than him, so he is a kid, yeah?
Right.
This kid is so confident. There's not one lack of confidence in his actual ability that he probably thinks, fuck that. You lot do the social media thing. I'll be in the gym getting better and better and better. And eventually, it's like there's a line, because we were talking about Inoue earlier, for example, right?
Yeah.
And there's a line when it's like, okay, you've got to do a little bit more if you want to open yourself up into the casual audience overseas. Obviously, in Tokyo, he's filling out 70,000 seaters, so he's good, yeah? But what I'm saying is, I think with a Moses Etuma, that whole thing of the selling point might feel a little bit unnatural. And I also think, like, when I was 20 compared to 25, compared to 30, you're always different. So he will grow in his character a lot.
Now, one thing I can say that I saw something which, when you say, can he be like AJ? I think there's a lot of AJ ingredient there, but then he done something that, AJ doesn't like disrespect. Whenever he's been disrespected, you'll see a turn of AJ and he rises. There was a moment with Dillian, because he wanted to show Dillian respect. He knew he was going to beat Dillian. He said, if I stick to my game plan, I know how this fight goes. That's kind of cold talk, to be honest. Because, like, I'm going to beat him because I know my game plan. Nothing he can do can stop me.
What I liked was...
And it's take off your glasses. Remember when he said,
take off your glasses
I want to know if it's a wolf.
Yeah.
I want to know. See, when he says statements like that, I now know it's there. He just showed a bit of respect. As he keeps fighting, he's not going to show his opponents that level of respect because he won't need to.
No.
And that's when I think
we're going to see the aura of a modern day Mike Tyson. He doesn't fight like Mike Tyson, but he has this cold aura about him already, and the stoicism.
That's right.
It's kind of like Usyk in terms of he's not trying, but he's not as comedic as Usyk. It's a lot more like cool and kind of a Batman-esque kind of vibe.
Would you keep him away from Usyk to still continue to build him?
No.
Personally, I would.
I'd roll the dice.
I just roll the
But
dice.
Ben Davison style.
Roll the dice. And the reason why I say that...
Well, Ben Davison and Ben Davison said they would accept that fight because I think you have to understand there's such a limited window now left of Alexander Usyk that you kind of have to take it if it comes up, because if he exits the sport, you don't get to have that scalp ever. And maybe Canelo-esque, like when he fought Mayweather, worst case scenario, you win or you learn.
Exactly.
There you
can't.
go.
Yeah, you might get knocked out. So fucking what? Like, dare to be great. And I actually think Moses would absolutely take that fight.
But then
in a
here's the
heartbeat.
thing: it's like,
and imagine he won.
Like,
Can I just ask that question? Imagine at 21 years old, he becomes in the top 5 youngest undisputed champions. I mean,
that'd be mental.
Like, he would be a superstar. It just maybe not like household name, but in boxing terms,
it'd be massive. But this is the thing: everyone keeps saying that. Oh, we need to see him have more rounds. We need to see him get tested. Who are you going to name that's going to absolutely guarantee more rounds? Because it's not Joseph Parker. As much as we want to see Joseph Parker's not taking him the distance. I reckon he's getting most of these guys out of it.
Yeah.
Do you not think that that's why Joseph Parker and Fabio Wardley has been made? Is because I think personally, Joseph Parker would really struggle against Moses Etuma.
Absolutely.
When I see you getting dropped by another powerful southpaw in Zhang, you know,
who's that old?
Let's be honest, Zhang's not the quickest. I think
fair.
Moses Etuma would fuck Joseph Parker's whole world
Absolutely.
up.
So who would we?
And we really respect Joseph Parker.
That's what I mean.
So if we don't give him a chance, then where the fuck
I think the interest would be so high for that fight, for the fact that, one, can a kid actually do this? Like this guy is obviously old, young enough to be his son. So could a kid actually do this, right? Despite we know how good he is.
Yeah.
Not only that, there's also the uncertainty of Usyk against southpaws.
That's right.
I'm not saying he's been bad.
That's right.
But like, can we name many? I can't think
It's an
of many.
advantage.
They see each other less.
300
it's an
amateur fights, I'm
advantage.
pretty sure he's had a few.
I'm sure he. No, I am sure he's had a few. But I'm just saying, like,
We know southpaws see each other less. They see other southpaws the least out of all the other guys. So
I think Ben Davidson made a really good point of, we've never fought anyone like Alexander Usyk. Has Alexander Usyk ever fought a Moses Etuma?
Nope.
But I think
I give
Usyk's
Moses
being
a better
clever.
chance than anyone.
No, but I think
Same.
Usyk's being clever. I think he's doing the Mayweather Canelo job. Get him quickly. Get him while he's still got he's got lessons to learn. Because Mayweather saw Canelo come and said, I know he's going to be great. I'm going to beat him now.
Yeah,
and
but
then,
Usyk said he's ready.
I think Usyk would take him at any time. I don't think.
when he's more developed.
I don't think he's worried about it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think that Usyk would look at it and go, get him while before I get old, while he's still young and whatever. I think Usyk's confident against anyone at any time.
You just need to look at his professional record, and he's won in everybody's backyard and beat them. There's been no kind of step by step. He's went straight for every guy in their backyard, no problem.
But nobody punches like Moses Etuma.
That's
Of all
it.
these heavyweights today, none of them can attack with the way Moses Etuma can. Whether or not he can do it over the distance, we don't know the stamina. We don't even know his punch resistance. But I do know his flurry is going to make Usyk go, I haven't seen this in the last few years.
Yeah.
Ever. Never. You've never.
But getting back to the aura side of things, because we're kind of saying, can he be the star like AJ? That was the original question.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got that in him personality-wise, and does he need to? Maybe not. He lets his fist do the talking. We mentioned like Sir Ricky Hatton, Prince Nazim type of styles, Roy Jones. They all had something about them, whether it's the personality, ridiculous power, which you can kind of say Moses Etuma has got that. But I also think the ones who really got to that star level and really had that aura, they had a little bit more about them. And I'm just not sure if he's got that. I could be wrong. I don't know what your opinion is. I know he's young, and he has got time to grow, because most of the guys who will talk about the aura, they're a lot older, where he's still got time to grow.
Okay, speaking of stars, we do have to pivot because people have asked us to talk about this. Two of the biggest stars in the history of boxing are lacing the gloves back up. Iron Mike Tyson, Floyd Money Mayweather. A beef that has been going for decades, actually.
Yeah.
They've always, there's been a hatred there. They're going to get in the ring. How do you feel about it, lads?
It just feels insane.
Yeah, I've got no words for it, to be honest.
I spat my drink out because I remember the moment that happened when it was at the Wilder fight. Mike Tyson came out.
Walked out.
Mike Tyson came out and he got the stadium erupted.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Everyone was so excited to see him. Mayweather walked out, didn't get what he was looking for.
No.
Remember, he went back in.
You're mistelling
He went back in. Go on, Travis, go.
He walked out the wrong way and he walked into general population.
But he didn't get what he wanted.
No. But he walked accidentally into general population. That's why he went back. It wasn't.
No, he could have kept on going.
No.
He didn't get the Mike Tyson. He didn't get the Mike
There's no
Tyson.
debate, though, that Mike Tyson is generally more loved than Mayweather.
Mayweather wanted. Mayweather. This guy loves Mayweather.
You're doing it wrong.
No, this
I'm
guy.
sorry.
Do you know what the problem is? This guy, he loves Mayweather so much, he won't tell the truth.
No, because
I'm telling you right now,
Bro.
Mayweather walked in and he didn't get the love that Mike Tyson wanted, and he went round and went another way for the love, and it still wasn't the same.
Mike Tyson walked down the fighter's entrance, yeah?
And why was the love not there?
No, we're talking about Mike Tyson walked down the fighter's ramp with security and all that other stuff. Mayweather accidentally walked into where random Billy Bobs could just stand, and he went back and walked down the Tyson way.
And did he get the love?
I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I don't remember.
And that's why I started laughing, because I spat my drink out, because I remembered how embarrassing it was.
The reason why I
was looking at them,
I was standing and I saw Floyd boom, and I made eye contact with him, and I was like, oh
calm
shit.
down.
He's a Floyd
I
fan.
think you two should fight on the undercard.
Let's do it, bro.
Let's set it
I'll
up.
take it. Anyway, class, bro.
Can we actually can we what the fuck is this fight going to look like?
Nonsense,
It's not going to look nice.
It's a disgrace.
It's not going to look
Mike
nice.
Tyson's
I
a hell
don't
of
know
a
what it's going to
competitor.
look like, but it's not nice.
What I'm saying is this, right? Jake Paul held back on Mike Tyson. I'm not having any.
I disagree with you.
I agree with you.
I disagree.
Jake Paul held back.
At what point in
on
the fight
Mike
did he start
Tyson.
holding back?
Probably what? Right. Well, obviously this was the last round when he bowed down and whatnot. But there were certain points in that fight when I feel like Jake Paul could have followed up with more shots. Right.
Yeah.
I believe that Mayweather won't. If there's a personal beef there, I believe that he won't. Now, just quickly, right?
Can I debate you on this one thing, though?
Go on.
The Jake Paul fight. I personally think that when Jake Paul has never fought a fighter with power. Anderson Silva was totally different fighter when he fought him. All the other guys, they've not had a big power. Tommy Fury has never when has he knocked anyone out? What the fuck are we talking about? I think that Mike Tyson, even as old as he was, he felt the gust of wind that went past his fucking ears a couple of times. He thought, I better be fucking careful here, because this old man, he'll slow down. But early on, I think he was very respectful of him for good fucking reason, because it would only take one, even now.
Right, is that not a form of taking it easy on
No, I
someone?
don't think it's taking it easy.
No.
I think it's being
No,
respectful.
it's for a different
taking
reason.
it easy at the end when he goes, I'm going to bow, because at that point
Okay.
he knew the fight was over.
Yeah.
But I think he actually was a little bit fearful of what was coming back early on, to be fair.
Wait, but we have to remember this. We're talking about a guy that had 5 blood transfusions. We're talking about, I can't
He
believe
was
this.
wheelchaired out of an airport.
That's
just
ridiculous.
before.
Guys, this
okay?
is ridiculous.
Right? So when all of it came out
It just
after,
sounds mental when you say this,
when
doesn't
all
it?
of this came out afterwards, we went, oh my God, if we had have known that, we'd have never put that on.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're about 6 months down the line, and now he's fighting Mayweather.
I think Tyson should come out in a wheelchair as the entrance.
Even him in his dressing room, you could see that Tyson is just old.
No,
He's
what
just
it does.
old.
Can I
He's
just
old.
say one thing? The most heartbreaking moment didn't even happen in the fight. It was when he looked at Lennox and he went, "Tell me something."
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Bro.
He went.
And Lennox
Tell me something.
Lennox said, just come on,
And
man.
Lennox was like,
You got this.
Nah, I disagree. The most heartbreaking moment was when his arse was out.
Oh, when he kissed his
"Oh, that was brilliant. That was the best part of
as
the
the
event."
baddest man on the planet, you can have the art. You can
Yeah,
have that.
you
No,
can
That's
do
okay.
that.
It just it's like a little old man who
'cause
doesn't know that he's on camera.
It's because we're used to Mike Tyson be like, I'm the most brutal champion there's ever been. No one can match me. But then he's just like, yeah, I just want to make everybody proud. You know what?
Yeah.
That's too real.
We're talking about how
man.
we feel about it. How do you actually think the fight's really going to go?
Wait, but that's why I have to go to Travis
Exhibition.
right now. Trev,
But yeah,
what is Mayweather say? It's the first press conference. What's
Okay.
Mayweather saying about Tyson?
Okay, you got Mike Tyson. He's a hell of a competitor. With everything he's done in the sport, okay, absolutely, electrifying, all that good stuff. But I'm TBE. So it only makes sense that me as a welterweight goes up against heavyweight to decide who's the greatest once and for all. Okay, because everybody say that. Okay, Mike Tyson will beat Muhammad Ali, but if I beat Mike Tyson, that means I beat Muhammad Ali.
You know what? That's so
unbelievable.
accurate. He's so fucking. And this is what annoys me, right? You know how you always wish that you could change the result of a fight in history.
that was unbelievable.
For me, he's a hell of a fighter. Okay, for me, if I could play my little card of to God and go, could you just fucking make this happen? I would want Mike Tyson to knock Floyd out so badly in this
You'd
fight.
love to see little guys get beat up in it.
Oh my God.
What is going on with you, Joey?
What's happened?
What's happened?
Yeah,
What's going on here?
He hates you, Joey.
Joey's been very difficult on this.
Joey versus True Geordie, December 27th.
Undercard. No,
Jesus.
it's actually not even about that. I always wanted Floyd to lose. I don't know. He's just not a likable. But here's my question. Why? We all know why Mike Tyson's taking the fight. He blew a fortune.
Yeah.
But
But he
Floyd
made a lot of money against Jake Paul just now.
Yeah, but like there's money and then he made 20 million, but like we all know how quickly Mike can go through 20 fucking million. Why?
Not these
answer.
days.
The tax
your
man
question.
could go through 20
Maybe,
million
yeah,
quicker.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. I want your question.
Why
All you
the
have
fuck
to
is
answer.
Floyd taking this fight when he's kicked out
Perfect.
allegedly?
Perfect.
I think he loves
Right
boxing,
now,
man.
no, it's more than that. It's the ego. This guy, you saw the video on the plane when
Yeah.
he's just counting his bread.
Yeah.
The problem that he's having is there's a renaissance in boxing, and his name is not staying where it needs to be. Unfortunately, you got your boxing fans that know what he's done, and
Yeah.
he's the unbeaten streak. Kind of like how Froch likes to remind us he fought in Wembley in front of how many thousand. What happened for Mayweather is they're forgetting who he was, like, and there's new guys now. So him to insert himself and beating him, he's gonna break your heart. By the way, I'm letting you know. He's gonna break. He's gonna hurt him. You're gonna see Mike Tyson on the floor with Mayweather walking off
on the floor,
doing
not
that.
on the floor,
He
not on
should.
You will. He's old.
No,
He's
but
old.
here's my theory, though, guys. Yeah, just slightly pivot on this. We can come back. You see this beef that Roy Jones and Floyd had out of nowhere. It seemed like just this back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
I think Roy Jones was lobbying to get that fight instead of Mike Tyson. I think there was a part of him that was like, if Mike Tyson's going to get this, if we have a beef, it makes more sense.
You know the sad truth of it? I know Roy Jones at one point was thought of as one of the GOATs. No one gives a fuck. We don't care. No one cares about Roy Jones anymore. No one cares anymore.
I care
Is
about
it
Roy.
because
No,
is it 'cause
I
he's
do.
little?
No, I just hate little people.
I care about
No,
Roy.
honestly. But I could say a lot of fucking fucked up shit right now.
Don't do it.
I'm not
Don't
going to
do
go
it.
there. All right, I promise you.
We're
we
doing well.
got to keep our
We're
jobs.
doing
tonight.
well.
I got it. Now, I just don't think that because he had such a sad ending to his career, and I think there's a lesson to be learned from Roy Jones Jr. of you have to know when to fucking end it.
Yeah,
Whereas the aura of Mike, maybe less after the Jake Paul fight, but the aura of Mike eclipsed anything that Roy Jones ever had. And that's why there's still an interest in seeing Mike Tyson.
Mike did also have a sad
He had a
ending to
sad
his
ending.
career.
Yeah,
but it was different.
Discounting Jake Paul,
Danny
like he had a
Williams.
sad.
Hey, I aware, but it wasn't as bad.
McBride.
It wasn't as much of a long drop off. You know,
that
it was
era,
5 bad
The
fights.
exhibition
Pro-
fights
the
back to back.
the problem was though, Roy was beating guys in between. So we're on about
Time.
not digging him out, but we're on about like Enzo Macronelli, yeah. Roy Jones Jr. should never be losing to Enzo Macronelli.
Yeah.
But
Ooh, how is this happening? I thought he was going to get knocked out, and all of a sudden Martinez is back in it. Bro, Martinez looked like he was going to drop, and he just found a shot from
And now he's
nowhere.
back again, bro.
What is this fight?
This has been one of the best fights I've watched in a long time.
On the phone box,
This
bro.
has been absolute
Don't
war.
you complain about punches round the back of the head,
That's
mate.
crazy.
You've been doing it
All night, all
night
night.
long. You have been right hooking the back of that man's head all night long. I've
This
seen
type
him.
of fight
That's
is
a
going
round.
to take a lot of their
That's a
career.
round. Yeah,
This has been
beautiful.
what they've took what Turkey said and took it.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
yeah, yeah.
He's doing a knockout of the night bonus and performance of the night bonus.
Oh, is he?
Like UFC style.
Oh, okay.
And you know
Yeah.
what?
They
I
did
think
him
it's
on
a
Misfits
great
too.
idea because it clearly
is.
it does motivate fighters.
Haney was never. Haney's watching this at home thinking, if this is what you want from me, I think I'm
Haney's
going
got a concussion just watching this. Right? So back to what the fight might actually look like. Mike Tyson,
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather. What will it look like just to watch?
Can I tell you what I actually do think it will look like? I think it will look like Floyd Mayweather pushing Mike Tyson back.
Yeah.
I don't think Mike Tyson's going to come after him.
Oh,
I think
I see.
Mike
I think Mike
Tyson.
Tyson will
I
be
think
still
Mike
swinging.
Tyson's going to be gun shy.
No,
I think
no,
Floyd
no.
Mayweather's going to feint up and down. I think he's going to sting him with a jab to the body a lot. And I think that Mike Tyson's going to unravel within a couple of rounds. And I pray to God
It's
I'm
going to
wrong
be bad.
because I do
It's gonna
love
be-
Mike.
It's going to. Remember when we did it? A lot of us never wanted to see Jake Paul walk over Mike Tyson after a knockout. We didn't. No one wanted to see that. But it's an old man. We have to respect
Yeah.
age, bro. Age is real in
60.
boxing. He's
like nearly-
60,
Yeah.
and he had 5 or something blood transfusions. Now he's gonna go up against a guy who lives in a gym. That's his lifestyle. He lives there.
Even now.
Even today, as it stands, he's still living clean as a fighter. So you're telling me he's gonna go and fight an old, aging, super old Mike Tyson? Prepare for heartbreak,
But then
people.
Floyd is nearly 50 himself. He's like
Still ready to fight.
But like what
he's been
KG's
active.
saying, he's lived like a monk for so many years. He's
Yeah.
never actually left the gym.
Yeah,
and even
yeah.
if we look at, Tyson at the
Ooh,
end
good
of his
up on that.
career,
Yeah,
he looked terrible even then.
right.
He had no motivation, desire. He didn't really want to be there. It was purely for money.
Is there any hope for the power of Mike Tyson to catch him?
Always, there's always in boxing, there's always that one chance, especially when you've got a puncher. But like we say,
Floyd,
he's an
man.
old man.
He couldn't catch Jake Paul. How's he gonna catch Floyd?
Exactly.
Yeah, I was about to say, the
Bite him.
defensive genius
Bite
of
him.
Mayweather, even at 48.
That's what I'd do. I'd bite him.
Is the size is the size does it give Tyson? Because for example, when Joey said Floyd will be on the front foot, I actually thought he would be making him miss, getting him tired, and then go on the front
To
foot.
be honest, that's the way I would more see it.
Yeah.
I can't really see Floyd walking at him and trying
Wait.
to walk him down.
Wait 4 rounds.
Because have
Then get him.
you seen the fight against Roy Jones? He literally, every time Tyson missed, Roy Jones was round the corner.
Yeah.
He couldn't make that adjustment like
That's
he once
right.
could. And Floyd
His legs are
Mayweather's-
virtually broken, aren't they?
The legs are finished, man. It's so far
Sad,
gone.
man.
Yeah, it
Fuck's
is sad
sake.
because watching him in with Jake Paul, you get mad because you just go, man. Even the retirement level of Mike Tyson he would have destroyed this kid.
Hangover Mike Tyson
Yeah, it
would have destroyed him.
That's what I mean. And now we're
Yeah.
watching this spectacle in the circus of a lion losing to
He
the.
spent
to
half of his life stoned off his head, you know what I mean?
Bro.
Mate,
You know
there's
what I
not
mean?
wrong with it.
Do you, I'm telling you, I'm looking at my dad, yeah, and I'm like just realizing the mortality of my parents. You get to a stage, and what's hard for a lot of people is you're looking at Mike Tyson saying, yes, you've been Iron Mike, but you're just someone's grandfather now.
That's right.
Your
that's right.
grandfather, Iron Mike, like
Superman's
that,
getting old.
And
Yeah, and
like
we-
we said about the
that's it.
like we said about the Wilder thing earlier on, like we were saying about Tank saying that maybe one day he wants counselling and whatnot. We've seen Mike Tyson break down on podcasts. We've seen him go to tears saying, like, I'm not the person I was and I want to be. But
I've seen him
and
shove a
it's-
handful of mushrooms in his mouth on a pod as well. Like,
Yeah.
it ain't what Floyd Mayweather's doing with his personal time, is it?
When you hear Mike Tyson speak on a podcast, sometimes it's the most gripping,
He's
sensational stuff he's saying.
Oh,
Man.
it's great. It's incredible. It's
Have you ever heard him
incredible.
talk about Muhammad Ali, where he talks about how he was willing to die and
Yeah.
I wasn't as brave as
That's
Muhammad
right.
Ali was.
That's right.
I'd bow down to Muhammad Ali. I think that's
I think,
it is amazing.
I think the thing that we've got to remember about Mayweather as well is the activity. And people don't realise this because when you're fighting, influencers, if you're fighting Deji, if you're whatever, but I'm sure, and no disrespect, but I'm sure that he would have been having like high-ish level sparring in the gym. Like I'm not saying world level,
Not pros.
but I reckon Floyd, when he was preparing for these fights,
Yeah.
Gotti, Deji, all these exhibitions he's done. By the way,
That's
he's
crazy.
Deji,
by the way,
what I love.
Deji's
Like, I
crazy.
got to give credit to Deji. He actually gave Floyd a black eye, by the way. And that is the one thing. If you're Mike Tyson, you're like, fucking Deji gave you a black eye.
but this is the thing. The narrative of the narrative.
Canelo's wrapping up. He's got the gloves coming on.
Can you imagine the energy when he walks out tonight?
Mate, it's going to be
It's going to
electrifying.
absolutely, the roof's coming off.
How
literally.
long do you reckon his intro is going to be like? Is it like a 5-6 minute
7-8 minute
5-6
walkout.
minutes, 7?
It's going to be epic.
They deserve a round of applause.
Yeah.
Final
Hell of a
round.
fight.
Some fight this has been.
Do you know what it is?
Incredible.
No guy here deserves to lose because they've literally given it everything.
We
Agreed.
can learn about the judges after this one, boy.
Straight in a
we
phone
can learn
box.
about the judges, see what they do. Would it be the same judges for the main event?
You know what? Yeah, Turkey's style of fighting suits the Mexicans
Yeah.
right to the T.
Yeah.
I
Or
don't
Nick
know.
Ball.
Yeah, Nick Ball. Yeah.
Mexican or named Nick Ball.
Let's have a
Do you reckon
tear up.
do you reckon we'll get the knockdown in this round?
Nah, I don't think so.
Do you know
You
what it
think
is?
they're just both going to
It'll
make
be a
it?
shame because they've literally
No one deserves to get knocked
exchanged
down.
blows
Yeah.
from literally the engine on both of these guys. They must be extremely fit because I can't remember the last time I seen a fight at this pace. I literally
Yeah.
can't remember.
I would not accept the rematch. This is one of them ones.
Absolutely
You know
not.
when the contract comes through, I say absolutely not.
No,
what are
thank
we
you.
going to get from this?
It's not worth your health.
Yeah.
literally-
We've taken time off our careers right now.
To be fair,
don't
at the
know.
receipt of that
I
offer,
don't know.
I'll just do this. This guy. I'm moving on, mate. Speaking of that,
big
Look
shot.
at this
What a
shot.
left uppercut.
Look again.
Martinez is really letting them uppercuts. Oh, that looked low. That looked low.
Oh, he's
But to
done
be
that
honest,
a
he's
few
been,
times.
I thought so.
he's been
He's done that a
catching
few
them with
times.
these left uppercuts
Yeah,
all
he has.
night.
He has.
And
he
he's-
has.
All night.
Every time he's been hit, he's been hurt, but he's somehow still standing.
Speaking of avoiding matches, the heavyweight champion of the world, Undisputed, Alexander Usyk is now being
Oh shit! Oh no, it's not.
is
happening.
now
I
being
thought
accused of avoiding a fight
Oh,
with
yeah.
Joseph Parker.
Nonsense.
I
'Cause
think-
they spotted him dancing in the club.
Yeah, I think KG was at a lion dance thing with him the other night.
Listen, Brian, you made a good point last time, and you kind of said there's a difference between dancing and going to war.
Bro,
You know, listen,
exactly.
I can
A
dance.
little bit of this.
No,
for
guys.
context.
And now I'm ready to fight Joseph Parker.
No, he was doing. No,
For
guys.
context, he was filmed at dancing at an event, and they're like, he can't be that injured, and I'm like, well, dancing for a few minutes and fighting Joseph Parker for half an hour, it's a bit different.
No,
Of
but
course
you're
it
not
is.
taking a piss because he was basically doing the YMCA, bro. He's doing moves that's even harder, bro. There was 1 minute when he was doing stuff, I was like, come on, bro.
Have you
You're
ever-
not injured.
Stop this,
That's
bro.
like,
You're
that's like
injured,
me not
bro.
training for a fight, doing a little bit of shadow boxing in the mirror and going, right, it's go time.
Let's do it. Saturday.
Have you ever been in a boxing training camp and you see what you've got to put yourself through?
Yeah,
Go on.
KG.
It's not just
I've not been
giving
in
it
a
a little bit of
boxing-
this,
Oh, what
giving it a
happened?
one step.
Hey,
Yeah.
You've
have
got
you
to
ever
take
been
your
in a
body.
fight?
You've got to be able
I
to
got
take your
hurt.
body to
I got
life
hurt in
and death.
sparring. I got hurt in sparring, and I knew boxing weren't for me. I need to talk about it.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. The levels you need to go to get your body prepared, and we're talking about
at
elite
this.
levels.
Oh,
But
look
for
at
this,
this. Lost.
This
Go
is
on.
He's getting
Go on.
Martinez is hurt a little
This is
bit, but he's
both
fighting
hurt.
back.
No, they've been hurt the whole time.
They both hurt.
They've been hurt the whole
The thing is right
no,
now,
no
this
one
is
deserves to
war,
lose.
bro.
No one is.
Go to it.
Someone's gonna do it. Someone's gonna go.
Yes. Go. Yes. Yes.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Wow.
That's it. That's what we
That's a
like.
fight.
Listen,
That's a
what we
fucking
like.
fight. That's a
Did you
fight.
not see the clock?
Oh, yeah, stop till they carry on fighting.
They just kept going, bro.
That's why the referee
Yeah,
had
the
to
clock
jump in.
stopped.
Unbelievable.
Even the guy on the bell didn't want to stop.
Did the clock stop?
They
It
said, let it
stopped.
go.
They said,
let them
keep going.
That was one of the
They
that
man said
there.
to the death.
Wow, that
You
was-
know,
do you know what that
you know
was?
when you think back, yeah?
Yeah.
Only what, 20, 30 years ago, people having 15 rounders.
Bro.
Imagine that was 10. Imagine 5 more rounds of that.
That was the equivalent of Hagler Hearns, but going the full distance.
Yeah.
That was
Literally, bro.
unbelievable. That was
You know
ridiculous.
what's fun about the back in the day fights, yeah? When they get up from a knockdown, they literally stand over them until they're literally upright and just
You know, when you
wait
watch
a minute.
that, how was that even possible? They would literally stand up and pump back down. That is ridiculous.
Do you know what's so good about that one, yeah, is these two just put it all on the line.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they had the clack. I don't even know if they told them 10 seconds out or anything.
The
They just
atmosphere's
kept
picking up.
going, bro.
The thing is, they say, right, boxing's the most honest conversation that two men can have, and no one speaks a word.
I love that bar,
No one.
bro.
Boxing's the most honest conversation two men can have.
Write that down.
No one
Someone-
speaks a word. Yeah?
Yeah.
Them two got in there tonight, and from round one went, "We're gonna do it.
We're gonna-
We're gonna do it."
Who's
We're going to
winning?
be best. Did
Aye.
we just become best friends, bro?
Hey, who's winning? Who's winning this fight, though? Like, quick predictions. Who they giving it to?
I don't care.
I think we're
I'm
giving
happy.
him, is it Mimbil?
I'm happy with either.
I don't know, bro. I think it's
I don't care what they're getting paid, it wasn't enough. For what I've just looked at, it was not enough. That was ridiculous.
I would
think they're
edge
giving it to him.
towards Martinez, maybe, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. I just loved it, though.
I don't know.
You know,
It's-
sometimes you enjoy a fight too much to really score it. It's
That's what
like
I mean.
Yeah, we get to that
I would be
stage.
surprised. I would be
wasn't watching
surprised
like
if the
that.
minute a draw was that entertaining and that close.
Guys, is it the same judges, by the way, that will do the main event?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too
Because
sure.
that will let us know a little vibe of what they're like and what they're looking for. But anyway,
But you're
let's see.
talking about Canelo, you know, who's got all the support. It's a little bit different to these guys.
Draw, split.
Split decision, of course,
I
it's a
don't know.
split decision. Unbelievable.
Let's go.
Ooh.
97, 93.
97,
That's
93.
wider than I thought.
97, is quite wide.
Martinez.
I think Leicester might take
That's a
it.
Martinez
little
is getting
bit
this.
more like it.
One.
I told you. Did I just say
That's
draw?
fair. That's fair.
I don't mind that.
I
Yeah, I
don't
like
mind
that.
that because that's how close it
Let's
was.
do this one again, guys. Let's do this one again.
You've got to roll that back.
That's good judging. That's good judging.
I'm happy.
That's good judging.
But you know when you put your life on the line and you're left with a draw, and you ask any fighter, draw almost feels like a loss because you want the win, of course.
not that
but you
one.
want one or the other.
But the
Not that
problem,
one,
but the
not that
problem
one.
is, but the problem is, no one lost the fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you can't look at that fight and say anyone lost. I said, oh, maybe I'd edge towards
that-
Martinez.
Is that Bomac?
Well, yes, it is.
So Bomac
Oh,
was
shit.
training this guy.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's an interesting
That's
point
interesting.
because obviously Bomac is Terence Crawford's coach and a long-time trusted coach. And this is the biggest fight of Terence Crawford's fucking life.
Canelo's having his hands wrapped.
Mike Tyson on
Look
the
how old he is.
screen.
Look at his lips. Look at him. That's an old man.
Mike's lips are looking dry. I think he's been
Yeah.
enjoying. He's getting high on his
It's
own
high.
supply.
Yeah.
His lips are
They
looking
booed
dry.
Yeah, we got all celebrities on the screen
They're
right
rolling
now.
in.
Munguia?
Munguia.
The point I was making, lads, is if I'm Terence Bud Crawford,
Macaulay Culkin. Oh, no, he's been pied.
Oh, it's like me.
I can't believe it. Home Alone.
This is wow.
All right, okay. So what we were saying.
Marshawn. Go on, carry on.
What we were saying. Terence Bud Crawford's coach is in the fucking ring when he really should be
You
with
want-
Terence Bud Crawford.
You want the biggest fight of your life, Undisputed. You want that guy with you from the minute you get to the venue all the way.
I don't want you doing two jobs in one night, bro. I'm the only fucking job that matters. I'm the
Absolutely.
No.
Crazy.
Because guess what? It shows a level of confidence.
But what-
My guy Lennox. It shows confidence. It shows we've been here before. We got this. I'm
what I
going to
would-
go and train my guy. I'll be back in a little bit.
But-
You're ready.
I think every fight is different. But for me personally, my last one, I didn't have my coach there till the day of the fight, and I hated it.
But what I will
Absolutely
say,
hated
there's
it.
multiple coaches in his team, who work together. They'll all be singing off the same hymn sheet. So,
Course.
and like what Joey just said, it shows a level of confidence. that
I
he
like
doesn't
the
need him.
fact. I like the fact that Joey can feel what Crawford's feeling.
Listen,
like in terms of his whole career and stuff.
I don't think
They
Joey
just said-
gets enough credit for his career. I'm just going to put it out there. What he done to Baby Hulk, it's unseen.
Can I
I've never
just
seen
say-
that before.
From everyone else other than Joey.
Yeah.
Joey gives himself plenty of credit.
Yeah, I give myself enough that no one needs to give me
but
any.
sometimes when you're at that level, like Floyd Mayweather,
Yes.
you've got to sing your own
Yes.
praises.
Yeah.
Which is what you do.
You have to, bro.
I like that Joey's got burner accounts online and he just starts sticking up for himself.
Hey,
what a
just seeing Mike Tyson though, guys. We had that Mike Tyson conversation a second ago. That was a really old man round ringside.
He looks even older than when he fought Jay.
Yeah.
But he is, but the point is the older you get, the quicker the aging process is,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Like 58 to 60 is a fucking big jump.
And living a very wild lifestyle.
That's the
you have to
difference.
understand.
I kinda
This
rate
guy.
that bit.
It's weird. You just saw the reaction that Mike Tyson got there.
Yeah.
He's not on the influential combat list.
Let's talk about that.
So there's
combat
this list that Joy has found of the most influential people in combat sports. We found it interesting. Oh my.
I thought.
Are we hearing it?
I thought.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. Is that time again, guys?
Let's go.
Throw the shot. I'm just gonna
Let's
go. Let's go.
Do you know what's crazy?
Here comes.
Do you know what's crazy? When you're warming up, but you're just taking shots because you're a journeyman. You're like,
You're having a moment.
We've been doing a lot of shots since we showed up. Let's just say that.
One too many.
I've never done more shots in my fucking life. Bloody hell.
bro, we've had.
We had a
rolled
time.
Can I just say,
We had a
Too much
time.
alcohol.
I've rolled back the years.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been in rare form. I remember when Jamie Vardy had that,
Yes.
that's what I've done in
Yeah.
the last
Yeah,
week, mate.
well, you trained again. We were getting ready for this trip, and you put a video in the group and said, "Listen, guys, I'm ready for this trip."
Everyone was
I
excited.
started training. We've been drinking, ready for it, but even now, I'm on the ropes, guys.
Everyone trained in different ways, right?
Yeah.
A few of us got our tolerance up. Some of us didn't. Few of us did some weights and whatnot. But I'll tell you one thing. My training consisted of watching The Hangover about 20 times. Now,
Wait, hold on.
I think that Joey took the hangover a little too literally, right? Because
That's so funny.
some of the shit I've seen in the last week,
He gave himself roofies. That's what he's done. He literally spiked himself. I've never witnessed nothing like it.
That's so funny.
No, you know
not
what?
literally, but you
Yeah.
get the
He
point.
kind of got the film wrong. He was meant to do it to everyone, but he just did it to himself.
Genuinely, there was one night where I thought, I think this is the most pissed I've ever seen anyone. Fucking hell.
Bro, Joey Knight, the guy that gets the cars for us, he keeps calling him the Italian stallion or something.
Yeah.
And we don't know why.
Where's that come from?
Something's
Nobody
happened.
remembers how he got this nickname.
Something's happened, yeah. There's been some drunk conversation between me and him when I've gone, yeah, I'm a professional boxer, about 45-0 saying Italian Stallion, they call me. So now I'm coming out and he keeps going, the Italian Stallion and his security guard.
Where is security guards?
I'm thinking you ain't got no idea, have you?
Oh, fuck me, man.
No.
Oh, God.
I
Do you
did
know
take,
what?
I've took my, listen, I've never been dropped in my career, and I did take my first knockdown on the trip.
Yes,
So-
he did.
Can we just describe it, right? Imagine what Alexander Usyk did to Daniel Dubois, but
Yes.
without Alexander Usyk and Dubois just going down. It was a lot like that. It was a lot like that.
In the middle of a bar.
Mate,
It was bad. No,
he went
I-
through the table Dudley Boy style.
But in,
It's fucking insane.
fairness, what I will say, unlike Daniel Dubois, Joey
He
wanted
got
to continue.
I got back up, yeah.
That was the biggest
way.
These lot
That
had
was
to
the
lock,
difference.
these lot had to lock me away.
Don't do this to Daniel
Listen
Dubois.
to me. No, but it's true.
so
wait a
funny.
minute.
There was no
Actually-
quitting, Joey. No quit at all.
Wait, hold on.
Come on.
We got to talk about it right now. Now, you lot know I've got a bit of an issue with Don Charles. Don Charles doesn't like me. I apologize. It is what it is. But Don Charles was sacked. And it's unfortunate because Don Charles didn't arrange the party. The boss dad did. And again, they called it a gathering. Don Charles had to take himself to talk sport and even talk about parties that he wasn't at. And he lost his job. And they're talking about moving on. I think, honestly, it's a disgrace what they've done. Like, and Don Charles has a part to play. But he's really developed Daniel Dubois. He's got into his psyche, he's got into his mindset, and I still believe Daniel Dubois is a good fighter. I believe he's a good fighter.
There's no doubt about it.
But this breakup, without them acknowledging probably if there's a difficulty, if there's anything, Don Charles was perfect for this guy, and they've done him dirty. And I think the dad is going to see the mistakes of what he's doing. Because look at Etuma's dad. Now it's brand new, but he's kind of staying out of it. He says some cool stuff, but it's like, that's my son. This man, his hand is too heavy on his son's career, and it's going to hurt him.
The thing is, some people might say it's too heavy, but maybe it just works. He needs him involved. But do you really think his new coach, Tony Sims, is going to put up with his dad getting heavily involved? This is the thing. Don Charles fitted that, team perfectly. He was aware of he needed his dad. He let him be involved when needed.
Yes.
But also, when it was time to take his instructions, he was the main guy. I just can't see this relationship with Tony Sims working.
We're going to have to switch gears because we are one fight away from the main
shit.
event of the evening. Canelo Alvarez
And it's
versus
filling up.
Terence Bud Crawford. They will be here throwing hands. It's going to be electrifying. I can't wait for it. I've never been in a stadium like this before in my life. One of the most watched fights of all time. And
unreal.
we have got multiple questions to be answered here.
Yes.
Starting off with, for me, does Canelo Alvarez still have it in him to push hard and force the finish the way he did against Billy Joe Saunders if the fight isn't going his way? Has he got that gear? Because we haven't seen it in a long time, but right now you think if there's anything that's going to bring out the beast in Canelo, it's what we're witnessing right now.
It's a career definer. Do you know what I mean? And it's weird for a career defining fight to be a smaller man jumping into your weight class. But there's so many factors that play into it. We spoke about it earlier in the show, all the different variables of how this can look. If he gets through on a night like this and does what he does, then we have to say, hey, that's phenomenal. I don't think it takes away from him by beating the smaller man that jumped up to your weight class, because that smaller guy is Terence fucking Crawford.
Yeah.
So he
It's
gets
an
full credit.
elite name, isn't it, on the resume?
Do you know why I'm glad as well, right? Is because when the fight first got announced, I thought I was in a vast minority of people who believed that Crawford was going to win the fight, right? As I've seen the pundits, the experts, everyone's taken their things.
Yeah.
It's about 50-50.
Yeah.
Right? It's about 50-50. And I'm really happy for Crawford, for Canelo's sake, that it actually has gone that way, because I think that there was a time when I was looking at this and going, is this a lose-lose situation for Canelo?
Yeah.
If you beat him, do people
Which
just
is
go...
absolutely ridiculous, isn't
it's
it?
mental. It's mental, but this will attract a casual audience, yeah?
Yeah.
A casual audience, they can be very fickle, they might not, but they might not understand the intricacies as much, and they don't understand how big a win it would be for Canelo as well.
That's right.
So that's why I'm so happy now we're actually seeing people like ourselves come out and say, listen, this is, like, if you beat Crawford, you've done
But Joey,
a huge thing
the
here.
problem is, even though we talk about the casuals, boxing is fickle, bro. That's the one thing, even from the hardcore. We have these moments of, we have a guy that we love, the guy loses, and we're like, well, how good was he anyway? That's the game. Unfortunately, it's always been like that, and it's going to remain like that. So this is just the dice that they roll. Yeah. In this one, I keep talking about this room that the great ones are in. Usyk now resides in that room, and there's a few, the dons, the main guys of the game. Now, what happens for Canelo is he's fought everybody, literally.
Yeah.
He's really gone at it. Like, the amount of fights he's had, and when he started, he deserves to sit anywhere in that room. If he loses today, you're going to say he's lost to Mayweather, he's lost to Bivol. Bivol said, I'll come down to your weight and fight you, and he still declined.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now he's going to fight this guy, and there's still arguments of ducking. There's still arguments of ducking Benavidez.
Arguments of the first Golovkin fight,
Arguments
second
of
Golovkin fight.
There you go. So when we talk about, unfortunately, how fickle boxing is, he won't be, his access could have been a little bit denied into the super room.
No,
I'm saying, I'm saying, I'm talking about.
He's already there.
He is there, but they can say, hey, when we talk about the great ones, you might not be that guy, and that's okay.
You know what I think personally? The mistake he made is not taking the Benavidez fight, because had he took that fight, people would put him in a much better light if he wins. But unfortunately, I do think if he doesn't win, people are going to come down hard on him.
I disagree though, because I think personally, a lot of people are saying Canelo should take the Benavidez fight. The reality is, I actually don't mind, for once, I don't mind him ducking Benavidez, because I don't think in a million years he should even be at this weight class. He's small as fuck compared to everyone he fights. And Benavidez, I think, is the true champion at this weight class. But don't get me wrong, I understand why it downgrades him a little bit, but this is a fight that, for me, is elite versus elite. The skill level in this fight, if he wins, like Joey said, we shouldn't take anything away just because Terence Crawford has moved up.
Right.
Because both of them have got unanswered questions. One question for me is, how does Terence Bud Crawford take a 168-pound Canelo shot? How does Terence Bud Crawford handle being 168 pounds?
Yeah.
And does Canelo Alvarez have what it takes at this stage after so many wars? What is the most defining factor in your opinion, lads? Is it the wear and tear of Canelo? Is it the weight of Crawford? What is the main thing that you're worried about in this fight?
Well, my main variable that I worry about is that first big shot that Crawford takes from Canelo. That lets me know where we are in this. Yeah. Because the reality is, there is a version of things where it looks Kell Brookish. Yeah? He takes a shot and it's like, fuck, you know. And then we start saying stuff, that's why weight classes matter, and we go down to that rhetoric. But there's the other side of it where we say, well, Canelo can't even catch him. Canelo can't even catch him. He's too slow. He's aged overnight. And just like that, it's a completely different situation. But
can I just say one thing I think's happening tonight?
Go on.
For the first time ever, one of these men is going down, and I believe it's Terence Bud Crawford is going to hit the deck at some point. Absolutely. I've watched him take flush shots of Avanesian, of even Errol Spence hit him flush, and Errol Spence was a fucking broken man in that fight.
But do you reckon it's the lack of respect for those opponents that he's not going to have with Canelo?
Personally, I think he had a lot of respect for Errol, but regardless, they have speed that Canelo may not have. But I think when I watched Canelo catch Berlanga 1 year ago with a really quick reflex shot, if he lands that on Terence Crawford, I'll be really impressed if he just, because Terence leaves his chin wide open, and you just can't do that with Canelo.
I think we have to really consider the crowd element now. It is 80-20, bro. It's an 80-20 split for support for Canelo.
If that.
Canelo, I might even be in really kind to,
90,
I think it's 90. And the problem that now has here is there's certain shows, like even as a stand-up, there's certain shows where I walk into the venue and I say, I can't fail tonight. There's too many people here that are here for me. Canelo's gonna walk into this. No one's had a fight in here. This is a Legion. This is the first big fight in this stadium. It's newly built.
Yep.
He can't lose here. He's in a situation where he must win. And one thing about him is, has he got the dog in him? We all agree Canelo has the dog in him. And this is why, like, I feel like I'm flip-flopping, but I'm going to stay with my opinion. But more and more, as I'm feeding this environment, I'm like, Crawford, if he does win this one, he's super elite.
Yeah.
Because to deal with this, this is not normal. This is like, you see when AJ was walking out and saying, how do I beat him against Usyk?
Yeah.
Add 20 million to that. What pressure you're going to walk into this room in. It is insane.
I think this suits Crawford's character, though.
Really?
Because Crawford, you see how some guys, you become the man and you're the face of boxing, right? Crawford is not the type of person that's going to just become the face of boxing. He's the guy that's like, I'm the anarchist of all of this. Whoever you think is the guy I'm going to go and beat next.
Yeah.
That's the role he takes. So with this, he's sitting there like, I'm glad you lot are cheering for Canelo. I can't wait to be the one to ruin your lot's night. That's the energy that he's on.
No, one thing that we haven't seen before, though, Terence Crawford, this is his first mega stadium fight. Canelo has been doing this. That is one variable.
But even more motivating factor for Terence to be like,
you could say, you two do stand-up comedy.
Yes.
You tell me one thing. When you get on that stage, you prefer people who are ready to laugh than they're ready to hate on you, right?
But no. I'm not always. I've been in situations where I know this crowd is a rough one, and they thrive off being able to take people out. And you walk out, and it's like it's me versus
defiance.
you. And it's that feeling of just saying, I'm going to get you lots of respect. However you want it.
I do feel as if Crawford's a guy with a chip on his shoulder. He feeds off that energy.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you. But go to the point of, whoever wins, who do you think is a better accolade to win? And in my opinion, I think Crawford winning is a much bigger achievement than what if Canelo wins.
That takes back what Joey's been saying earlier. Because again, we've been all night, we've not been able to pick who our winner is.
No, but you can't say it's a bigger accolade
but I'm
for
saying
Crawford
the
than it is
achievement
for
if
Canelo.
Crawford wins, like we're saying, coming into this stadium, having everyone essentially against you, going up in weight. Not necessarily having the bigger fights at this level.
There we go.
He's also the older man. We'll talk about the miles on the clock, but he's still the older man. We've talked about this for the time. Nobody beats it. So in my opinion, if he wins, the achievement is far bigger.
What Canelo's got is unbelievable depth to his resume. Unbelievable depth, right?
Love it.
But in terms of wins over elite fighters, right? Then we're looking at the 2 Golovkin fights. The first 2, I think the third is a diminished version of Golovkin, right?
Yeah.
I do personally believe that the Sergei Kovalev that got in the ring with Canelo that night was a diminished version. Yeah. And then I go into the category of everyone else, right? Which is where the Callum Smiths, the Billy Joe Saunders, all world level guys. World level guys. So the depth's there. Yeah. But elite, I think that Crawford's elite. I do believe he's elite. I think there's an argument to be made here. If he takes
I've got a question for you about Crawford's CV.
That's right, because
Have we ever seen...
Oh, no, it's a slip. That's
slip. Have we ever seen Terence Crawford in a ring with much bigger men than him?
No, we haven't got that data.
So
yes.
just
Benavidez.
Oh, yeah, Junior.
How much bigger was he?
A fair bit bigger.
Yeah, when you see that, he was.
Well, personally, I think the fact that we've seen Canelo do it on such a regular occurrence
multiple
gives
times.
us a lot of data in the fact of, you're good against adversity. Don't get me wrong, sharpness, speed, it's a different kind of adversity. But what I'm saying is I feel like Terence Crawford, most of the time, has had a big power advantage against those guys at 147, at 140, at 135. I'm interested to know what you look like for the first time ever, carrying a lot more weight against a fighter who was known to have a granite chin, who was known to be more powerful than you. Your skill is going, why we respect Alexander Usyk so much is because generally he's the smaller guy, he's the less powerful guy, but the skills pay the fucking bills. And really, there's a lot of made about Terence Crawford's skill, and I'm a believer, but actually, Now's when it gets fucking tested. Now is your Tyson Fury moment that Alexander Usyk showed us. Now is your Anthony Joshua moment. And people like to put Terence Crawford above Alexander Usyk. I personally wouldn't, because what Usyk has done has proven skill-wise, I can outdo fighters who are fucking 20% bigger than me as people. Tonight is where we find out, is Terence Crawford an all-time great?
Right, this is why I'm a fraud, because I'm telling you now, I'm a fraud. No, I have to be, because I've been saying for a long time here that no one goes above Usyk on the pound-for-pound rankings. If he walks in here, if he knocks him out, walks in here and wins, he's the pound-for-pound number one.
No,
and I don't even understand how I've said that.
I completely disagree, because that's one fight. That's one fight.
It depends on how he wins, though.
Uzyk's done it multiple times.
How many weights is it going to be of you? How many weights will it be?
If you look at the run,
Undisputed.
do you know why I put Usyk? Yeah, if you look at Usyk, the run he's been on in a short period of time, from Olympic gold medal all the way through to the pro career. I'm sorry, nobody goes above Usyk in my opinion. If you look at his resume in the period he's done it, especially the amount of amateur fights he's had in comparison.
Fury was 60 fucking pounds heavier than him.
Exactly.
I think
there you go.
I think the way that we judge stuff sometimes is on intention as well. So it's like, was it it wouldn't have been the Washington fight, it was the Chisora fight.
Yeah.
Usyk on the thing. They said, do you think you can become world champion? He said, not just world champion. Undisputed.
I love that. By the way,
that's out sick.
Between you two, we got something going on.
Quality, bro.
So what that showed was the intent, yeah? And then look at the run of fights.
Delivered it.
Look at the run of fights, yeah?
That's real.
Chaz Witherspoon, that was it. Chaz Witherspoon, all right, you have one gimme to get up to the weight. But the run of fights, them. So I think as boxing fans, what we respect is the fighters that will run into the line of fire.
I've got a question, though.
Yeah.
Usyk knew. He knew, you lot can't lace my fucking boots.
Yeah.
I'm going to move up to that weight class, and I'm going to take yous all on. Crawford thinks, he hasn't gone, I'm going to move up to 168. It's Canelo that he wants. He thinks there's a weakness there that he can exploit.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But the point is like Loza said, the wealth of wins at such a diminished size that he's in at the heavyweight division. I think that does put Usyk above him. However, three-weight undisputed champion.
It's crazy.
I have to admit, especially if he knocks Canelo out, which would never. Then I'm like, you know what? There's an argument. There is an argument.
He becomes number one.
There's an argument.
But then there's something that's happened that I think we still need to address, because the watch bothers me. I don't know if the watch doesn't bother you, the Rolex.
Just to get back to those who don't know, Terence Crawford has already bought a Rolex with the engraving of 42-0, meaning he already has the win in his mind.
In football terms, he's touched the Champions League trophy before the game has been played.
I thought about that exactly.
He's touched the Champions League trophy before the game's been played. That's a very crazy thing to do. I'm not going to lie to you. That is mad. That's out of character. So I get
What do you mean it's
feeding,
out of character?
I don't think it's out of character
No,
at all.
he's feeding himself. This guy's feeding himself.
This is what he's done his whole career, and this is why he's so
to do this
successful.
though, to buy a watch right now, that says you've already won a fight that you haven't won is crazy.
Yeah, but you have to understand what type of statement that is when you're going up against Canelo and you're the overwhelming. You look at the room. This is a Canelo room right now.
Yeah.
He's coming into this den saying, I have already got this.
Yep.
That still taps into that sicko mindset where he's like, I'm ruining the party for so many people
Trav,
today, but I'm celebrating now.
Okay, Trav. So we've all experienced a rough show where you go out there and you think it's going to go a certain way, but your preparation is different.
Hey, just so you know, you can use boxing examples for me as well, because I've had some.
I wanted to relate.
That charity fight was.
Hey, listen, those white collar nights, that hard nights in Camden, bro. Like.
I wanted to relate, but I'm saying that
Yeah.
when you don't have the certain preparation, I remember when you feel yourself, you might have had a show the other night, it was brilliant. So you go out there and you don't do the necessary steps that you usually take, and you do stuff that's a bit out of character. I'm not going to lie, guys. That watch is different. It's a mad move. It's like the party, the Dubois party. They had the first Dubois party, right? And it was a bit of a gathering.
Do you know what they talk to him?
This one is the people in the party that I don't know.
Can I just argue though? It's not out of character.
It's not out of character at all.
Bro,
But this is the thing.
I've been watching him from the start. It's not out of character. It's not out of character. Like he literally watch when he finishes rounds. Watch when the bell rings for the round. He will always just be looking at his opponent, sticking his tongue out, staring at him, stuff like that. This guy is a menace.
It's a menace, yeah.
In
Fair
the
enough.
best
Thank you.
possible way.
And
Fair
it's that
enough.
thing of saying, like, you know, when sometimes somebody gets famous and they get rich and they suddenly start changing. It's like, no, bro, that's who they always was. They just didn't have the access to those things.
Yeah, to be able to put that statement
They've
out
always
there.
been on
I've
that.
got a question then.
I always think. Sorry, can I just quickly say? I think you're seeing this watch as a celebration, like he's already, like he's
right.
won. It's not that; it's a mentality. He's saying, in my mind, because boxers and fighters we're all deluded, but you've got to have that winning mentality and self-talk. Look at Floyd Mayweather; he used to talk to himself when he's training.
That's right.
He's already won the fight. That is the mindset you need.
Where was the
Nobody always
winning
done.
mentality when you would ordinarily go from 154 champion, win a few more belts, 160, win a few more belts, 168? Where was the winning mentality then?
I think he's genuinely like, I don't think Terence Crawford has long left in the sport. And when you're at 37, 38, and you're at these years, like, you aren't looking at a long road. So now it's like, cool, 154, you know what? I think I can take Canelo now. Let's go. I'm not gonna. Why do I need to go and campaign again and da-da-da-da? I'm not looking at these guys and thinking that these guys are gonna add. No, go for the big fish right now.
He can't leave. He can't be thinking of leaving the sport, though, bro. I don't
No,
like
but
that. I don't like that talk of.
No, but that's
like
a realistic assessment. I'm at 37, 38 years old, bro. I'm 38 now, and I know I don't feel like how I felt at 25. So I wouldn't behave like a 25-year-old. I'll be looking at it thinking, at this where I'm at now, I could probably maintain this for another year and a half. So let me do
fair
this
enough.
while I'm here.
Year and a half's good
I
enough.
think,
what I'm
I think
saying?
there's a difference of when you start talking about retirement. He's not talking about retirement.
Yeah.
I think what Travis is saying is, you know, he's getting straight away he wants to get to now. He's capitalising on the moment and the opportunity.
right.
He's not talking about retirement like, yeah, I've got a couple of more fights, then I'm done.
Yeah.
But nobody's heard him say that.
That's
We're
right.
not saying that. He's making the most. He's being realistic. You know, he's already had a career where I don't think he feels he's got the full respect that he should have had. And now this opportunity's here. He's taking it.
Question, obviously then, he's looked at Canelo and thought, there's a weakness I can exploit there.
Yeah.
What fight did he look at and go, aha?
Beautiful.
I don't even think
Could
he's
have
done
been
that.
Ryder.
I just think he thinks he's that good. He's capable of beating any man.
That's a good question.
I think that's his mentality. I don't think he's necessarily looked at him and
But the
chosen.
point I'm making is he's pinpointed Canelo for a reason. What is that?
How many rounds of
And just-
boxing has Canelo done? I don't think he's looked at one fight. So let's say, for example, do you remember when Bivol backed Canelo up on the ropes and threw a flurry of 7, 8 punches, stuff like
Yes.
that? I don't think that Crawford's looking at that. I think that Crawford is looking at moments in the Billy Joe fight. I think he's looking at moments in the Bivol fight. I think he's looking at moments in even recent fights when Canelo's been dominant but slowing down a little bit, and then comparing his own skill set and going, I can beat you.
I disagree. I think there was a moment when there's a moment in a lot of fighters when David Haye was watching the AJ fight and he was so convinced.
went off.
He was outside the ring and he goes, I've seen it. I know what I can do to him. I'm going to get him there. There's a moment. And even we've had it with Canelo. Canelo watched Riad versus Kovalev. Canelo said, I'm going to go up in weight and I can take out that Kovalev and win that belt. I believe that Bivol fight, in terms of footwork, if there's anyone that's going to be close to what Bivol can do in the ring in terms of staying out of the way and then counter punching as well, it's going to be someone like Crawford. But I think Crawford will take it.
Can I ask you guys then
Go ahead.
on the footwork, because I do agree footwork is key to winning this fight.
Yes.
But for me, it's not as much it's angles, it's constant. You got to keep moving. Like the thing that Usyk really you can learn from is it's a moving target. So when you're in with a bigger, stronger guy, you don't fucking slow down and let him hit you. You keep fucking going. However, where does Crawford's footwork rank in comparison to Bivol? Because in order to do what Bivol did, you have to be able to match that, right?
I think better.
Really?
I think better.
Why?
Because if you look at it, Bivol has the Soviet-style footwork, yeah? So he was never making angles on
It was
him.
more in
He was
and
never
out.
making
In and out,
angles
in
on
and
him.
out,
He
in
was
and
in and out with the feet. Floyd Mayweather. We look at Floyd Mayweather. I'm not saying Floyd Mayweather never made angles on Canelo, but for a lot of the time he was pullback countering, he was standing in the pocket, half steps. I can see this fight being one where Canelo has to turn to face Crawford at times.
1,000,000%.
And that's what I think gives him an advantage. It doesn't necessarily
Devin
mean...
Haney is getting booed by the way.
This is a Mexican crowd. This is a home fight.
Oh, easy.
It's a home fight.
You know what? I agree with you in that I like the way that Terence opens fighters up and he keeps them moving target. All right, okay, fucking hell. And then the angles expose holes in their defense. But I actually think Bivol's more effective in actually I think Bivol can keep moving for 12 rounds solid better than Terence Crawford can.
But that comes off the
when
back
he's
of-
put on 14 pounds, I don't think Crawford will carry that the way Bivol did.
But you have to
You
remember,
know, you say
Bivol-
he's put
Bivol-
on 14 pounds. Sorry, can I just say,
Go on.
put on 14 pounds. It's not put on. He hasn't cut 14
I
pounds.
disagree
That's
with
right.
you. I think his body shape looks a lot. I think he's definitely put muscle on. And actually, when he gets in that ring, I believe he'll be close to 180
No, but what I think
pounds.
the point Joey's trying to make is most fighters, when they're boiling the weight down, you know about lifting weights, you've got to feed your muscles. So when you're constantly in a deficit, you're naturally not able to grow their muscles. Crawford's probably just been able to eat more normal, lift similar type of weights. I'm not saying he hasn't lifted a little bit more weights, but his body's been able to naturally grow. I think that's the point. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're trying to
The
make.
point I was trying to make is I don't think that this has specifically been right. Let's just get as big, bulky, massive as I can, and then.
I actually think he's made the weight really well. I'm
Yeah.
not disputing anything you're saying. I just mean in the second half of the fight, I don't see Crawford being as mobile as we've seen in previous.
But you
the
also
thing you're
won't need
missing
to
though-
with the heavier weight. That's
it
enough.
might still be enough.
The thing you're missing about the comparison with Bivol is that Bivol doesn't ever aim for knockouts. He doesn't go into a fight thinking, I'm going to hurt my man and get him out of there. So his style in and out all night, he needs that. Crawford has gone in there like, bro, if I land, I can put this guy to bed. So whilst
Do
I'm
you
going
think
to
he
be,
really
I'm going to
thinks
be
so, yeah?
mobile, I go into fights knowing that at any moment I can put this guy to bed. Bivol doesn't approach fights like that.
I totally agree
And I
with
think that's
you
going to
there.
be the difference with
Totally
them.
agree, because the Soviet style is that in and out. You don't plant your feet, whereas that American style is a little bit slicker. You move, but when you let your hands go, you do plant your feet.
do you know the
I think
difference?
it's stylistically completely different.
For me, anyway, I think Bivol takes a hell of a shot. He's the only man Beterbiev didn't knock out.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
I think that
He's good.
that's something that a lot of people, as much as we're questioning where's the finishing from Canelo lately, he's put everyone down aside from Bivol in recent times. And I think that Bivol's got a hell of a chin in that. What are you going to say?
No, because you're making a great point that I think we've overlooked with the Canelo situation. The people that Canelo have lost to are superstars. Not even normal people.
All-timers.
They're all-timers. We're talking about, there's Mayweather and there's Bivol, the undisputed champion. There's not we're not talking about there's a weird guy in there, there's a weird name in there.
to
Erislandy Lara
piggyback off it,
is a weird
so to
moment, though.
piggyback off it, I think that as much as I think that Crawford's footwork will give him more openings than Bivol, as you've just said, because he's coming off angles. I think Bivol's footwork is safer. I think it takes less damage, and that's why he was able to get through a Beterbiev fight twice when no one else did. Crawford, because he's going to be right on the edge of range, and he is smaller, and he is going to not be as quick as Bivol, in my opinion, in terms of later on in carrying the weight. I think Crawford will 1,000,000% take more damage than Dimitri Bivol did, and that's why I'm picking Canelo.
I hear you. I hear you.
It makes total sense, because this is why Bivol hasn't got as many knockouts as Terence Crawford, because his style is a little bit more safer. It's in and out, and even up going, fighting a smaller man in Canelo, he didn't hurt Canelo at any stage. But again, it goes to how good Canelo's chin is. It's unbelievable.
Well, there's some things that we don't know. We've been over like the size, Canelo. How good is he now? Is he losing a step? Will Crawford's power translate? Will he be able to take a shot from Canelo as he puts the weight on? But you know what we do know? Terence Crawford tonight is going to be hit harder than he's ever been hit in a boxing ring before.
Damn right.
And Terence Crawford tonight is going up against someone with a better chin than he's ever been in there with before. So the two facts, in my opinion, are for Canelo. But it's like, that's why it's so magical if Crawford pulls this off for me. I'm not going to take anything
This is
away
what I
from
said
him.
earlier
It would
on.
be Sugar Ray
It
Leonard
would be
Hagler.
amazing.
It will be unbelievable.
And that's when it becomes pound for pound.
And this is part of the reason I'm picking Canelo. I'm like, this should not be happening.
Yeah.
You
That's right.
shouldn't be able to go, I've been at 140, 147, majority of me, I'll do one fight, 154, then I'm going to put 14 pounds on
Crazy.
and beat the undisputed champ who's been the face of boxing. It shouldn't happen. This.
And you know what? We talk about, because when you're talking about certain things that's happened and 3 times undisputed, or what you talk about Usyk,
Yep.
you talk about, I like to add in the fact of degree of difficulty. The degree of difficulty for this one is insane. This is like, you're stepping in here, you're the away fighter in your own country, bro. Like,
This is that crazy.
You're the away fighter in your own country. You're stepping in every shot that is thrown, the referee the judges have to drown that out and decide if it landed or not. But you're going to hear as soon as they're getting excited by any Mexican in the room.
But I'm telling
so
you.
Now,
But
like,
you see what the opposite that favors Crawford is the deafening silence.
but there won't be silence because Canelo is always
silence
going
can be
forward.
as loud as noise.
That's what I mean.
know what exactly
Yeah.
what
No,
you're
but
saying.
then-
Where
but-
it's like it's clearly a Canelo crowd, but they've got nothing
I
to
hear
cheer
you.
It's
for.
kind of like
No, but
Daniel
then-
Dubois against Usyk at Wembley, right?
Bro.
No,
Yeah.
but
There'll
you
be
lot are
noise
missing out.
regardless.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
So when there's silence here, we will hear it
Thank
loud
you.
and clear.
No, but you're
Thank
missing out something because I would get it if it's someone that doesn't try to come forward and try to be aggressive. You're talking about a fighter that is still going to land. He's not going to be one of them that's going to be trying to work his way out. Like, if it was a Haney fight, the silence will be very loud.
Course.
Yeah? But I'm
Through
saying
boredom.
Pretty much. In this one, you're getting someone plodding forward. Even if he's going to hit some body part of this guy and they're counting it.
No,
That's
but
what's going to happen. And so they won't be silent.
Okay,
There's
but
no
then
chance for that.
Factor a reality where
ahead.
he isn't landing.
Okay.
That's going to be very uncomfortable in this big
Do
stadium.
you
of
think that
Canelo
he's going to
fans.
be really hard to hit Crawford here?
No, what I think is that Canelo's foot, unless he's had a brilliant camp and undone a couple years of bad habits, yeah, and shows up fleet of foot and landing big shots, then okay, cool. But I don't think he's going to land a big amount of shots on Crawford, personally.
When you look, one of the reasons he's able to come in behind the flick jab now. You don't really see Canelo banging a jab in now. You see him coming in behind that flick jab and coming around the side or whatever, right? One of the reasons he's able to do that is because he's got so much power.
Right.
So when they throw that flick jab, they're thinking, I ain't even going to try and counter that because what's about to come for me, I just need to get ready to protect that,
True,
right?
yeah.
However, I feel like the angles that Crawford's been able to make, albeit at lower weight divisions, let's think Kell Brook, let's think Amir Khan, right? I'm not comparing them.
Yeah.
Both of them got dropped, and they weren't facing Crawford. They had their back to him. They had their back to him.
That's right.
What does that say? What does that say
That's
when
right.
when you're able to get around someone like that?
Yeah.
And I
Good
don't.
point.
Listen, I'm sure I can do my research and I can maybe find around here or two there, but there's no name that comes to my head that was consistently doing that.
Yeah.
Now we don't know whether Crawford's going to be able to do that. I believe that he is going to be able to, and I think it's a very hard night if he does manage to be able to cut those angles around
That's
the side.
right.
We're seeing
Let's go.
Terence Crawford
got Crawford,
in the
baby.
pads
Omaha.
backstage.
Orthodox on the pads, by the way. Orthodox on the
I've got
pads.
butterflies. It's crazy. Right now, I'm feeling like I don't know about you lot, but I'm starting to. It's too early
listen,
to feel the way I'm feeling right
it.
now.
I've been feeling since
really?
we arrived here in Vegas. Maybe for a different reason. I've been feeling a lot of things, to be honest. But I can't remember the last time. I can't remember the last time.
I felt like this.
I was, you know, when we're trying to predict a fight, there was this many variables.
I've never
Can
seen
you remember this?
people as split as this before. I also think one of the reasons people are split is because of that Madrimov fight with Crawford in that.
Yeah.
Did Crawford look good in that fight? Yes, he did. But did he look as good as he did against Errol Spence at the lighter weights? There's a question here of how does his power translate?
Yeah.
Because the reality is he hit Madrimov with some good shots. Madrimov, I think, has got a good chin. I think he's a very good fighter. But it didn't look quite as spectacular.
I think Madrimov just spoiled that fight.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're
And
right.
you can't take that away from things. And the thing is, whilst he was good, he was just good enough.
Yeah.
And I think he knew being good enough was enough.
And to an extent, what you've got to remember as well is, like, if you look at trickier Crawford fights, Porter, Madrimov, these guys hit on the move.
Yeah.
They hit on the move, right? They will punch off balance. Canelo doesn't.
Right.
I said to you before, I was watching fights before, and I was thinking there's about a 4-5 second range when he sets himself up, right? Madrimov's not doing that.
Yeah.
Even Porter wasn't doing that. So these guys hit on the move, and I do think that is a weakness of Crawford's. I think that guys that can hit on the move, come
I agree
forward,
fully.
I
Agree.
do think that is a weakness of Crawford.
And it's also for Canelo. Like, we do talk about Crawford's last fight, but Canelo's last fight, like Crawford said in press conference, was a stinker. He did horribly against
Do you know
Cole.
what the best example is? It's like when you fight journeymen and they're not really there to fight. They make you look terrible.
Yep.
And that's what happened. You know, Crawford's been
I
used
think
to...
that's harsh. I think Madrimov was really tagging.
He wasn't game. He wasn't game,
yes,
though.
yes, he wasn't. No, there's a difference of getting success. I'm not disputing he's a good fighter, but he wasn't coming really to really win the fight. You know, he wasn't willing to go that extra mile. And, you know, Crawford's been fighting guys who come to win. And when you've got a guy who's just doing enough, like you said, he's a good fighter, but that's all he is. It was a great fight, good performance at the level he's at, but it wasn't an elite performance where you wanted to take those risks.
There was one point, though, where Madrimov, he landed like 4 unanswered shots to the fucking chin, and Crawford stuck his tongue out, and I thought,
and he did that wiggle. But
I thought, you're getting fucking lit up a little bit here, son.
Do you know what it is? I think they were just popping shots. He didn't step in the range where that's going to do serious damage.
You know what he did?
Crawford didn't care about those shots.
He went straight through the middle of the guard, right through onto the fucking chin, and I thought to myself, you know what, your defense is I think it's overrated. I think Crawford's attack is beyond a Mayweather, but I think his defense is nowhere near Mayweather.
I just know fighters get
Mayweather as the benchmark of defense is crazy, though, bro.
No,
yeah,
but what I mean is,
we're talking elite level
he's
now,
in the conversation. And look, personally, if Terence Crawford wins tonight, I put him above Mayweather, because Floyd Mayweather would
as
never
a career.
have.
Are you serious?
As a career? No. As a moment.
For one reason. Moments define legacies, and the reality is, when they come to the table, Terence Crawford can go, I went up to 168 pounds and beat an undisputed.
You know what Floyd would say?
No, listen.
Let
me finish. I'll let you. I'll throw it. I'll throw it to you, Floyd.
I need to hear this.
One more line. I went up to 168 pounds, and I became a 3-time undisputed, something you never did, never had the balls to do. For me, I respect that more than what Mayweather did.
Mayweather.
Floyd was the response.
Okay. You tell me what another athlete that has been #1 undefeated for 20 years without a loss. Ricky Hatton, Shane Mosley, Oscar De La Hoya, Miguel Cotto, Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on and on. You know, like I said before, Canelo Alvarez. I mean, that boy easy. I mean, y'all talking about Canelo Alvarez. I beat that boy already.
All right. Okay. Here's my comeback, right? Wow. I can't do the Terence Crawford voice. My comeback would be Terence Crawford at 42-0. Would have beaten a version of Canelo that you could argue was more cultured, a better overall boxer, was more experienced, was tested and seasoned at that point, and also 3 division undisputed. You didn't do that.
It's so difficult to compare eras.
Because this is the thing. It's like Floyd was jumping weight so quick, sticking around to clear out. It was like, bro, the big name is there.
But
so
3-time undisputed, 3-division undisputed.
No, I hear that, but it's like when you look at it and say, okay, cool, I'm at 140, but Oscar De La Hoya is the man at 147. Yeah. So I'm going to jump now and go take him on when everyone thinks I'm going to lose. And I'm going to disrespect him at the press conference.
Let's look at the way he beat Oscar. He beat Oscar. He didn't beat Oscar. It wasn't impressive.
I can't lie. No. Do you know that fight was close? That was close fight.
That was one of the closest fights Mayweather had.
But doesn't that make it impressive?
No, not at all. Because what I'm talking about is dominance.
If Crawford beats Canelo close tonight, it's impressive.
Yeah. I think if it's close, like you look at Triple G Canelo. Like this is why we regard that third fight not so much. First 2 fights. That's why we regard it as legendary.
But if it was a dominant win, it would be more impressive.
Have you added the element of? Have you not added the element of? It can't be close for Crawford. He won't get the decision out here.
100% agree with that.
It better not be close. It needs to be clear. Like, I'm talking beyond clear. Yeah. That's the only way you're going to get the decision out. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Did Terence Crawford show the urgency in his last fight to make it clear? I don't think he did.
You keep judging Crawford on that one fight, bro.
Mate.
No, you can't because
it was a stadium fight in LA.
Okay, but why don't you judge Canelo on that skull fight?
Exactly.
He is.
When have you done that?
What are you talking about? Do you watch my videos, motherfucker?
No. I mean, right now, you've not done that. You keep speaking of Canelo and the great resume.
Because we're talking about Crawford right now. But Canelo absolutely looked like dog shit. He looked like an old man in that fight.
So why are we going further back to analyse tonight?
I'm just talking about Madrimov right now.
Can I just give him a little example?
That's what I'm not having. I want to say one thing, and I'm going to throw it to Joey. It's not fair to say, in my opinion, that Madrimov, it didn't mean anything, so that's why he didn't pull the trigger. I think he actually, if you look at the final round, Terence Crawford was going to try and hurt him and go for the finish. He just couldn't. And that's a bit different to unmotivated him. I think he was motivated.
I think he absolutely can, because the main goal was Canelo, in my opinion.
The combo started already.
Did he look motivated in the final round?
The same reason why Canelo against Skull put on a crap performance because the main goal was Crawford. I think
Always sign
I think
off.
it's
I've got a
equal
question
for
for
both
you.
guys. I think
Question
it's
for you. That final round against Madrimov when Terence was going for broke, did that look anywhere near the level of motivation Canelo was nowhere near trying to go for broke.
I don't think it was
but
motivation.
you're
I
right.
keep saying Madrimov was spoiling. He was a spoiler on
He
this
was.
fight.
Madrimov hit him 4 times unanswered.
No,
in the
but
end of the
Madrimov
fight.
did
That's a moment,
nonsense.
not a whole fight.
Madrimov-
Exactly.
So what? If you're spoiling, you're not fucking taking that
Wait,
level of risk. are
we
you?
can't give Madrimov ratings. Madrimov had a great moment to spoil the night for Crawford, and he ruined his opportunity. We have to more look at Madrimov's lack of ambition in that fight, because he spoke a good game, and to go and deliver that was terrible. Now I have looked at Crawford in that moment and said, Crawford, you should have done something to him though. At the same time, there's
Imagine the
two
corner.
people tango.
Imagine the cornerman says to Crawford at round 9, "Hey, you're losing this. Do you reckon we get the same Crawford?"
No.
Absolutely not. He knew this fight is done.
He didn't
Same way
know.
against Porter. If that guy hadn't have said that, he might have cruised to a loss.
Listen, I think it's irrelevant looking at them 2 fights. I think it's irrelevant.
I think it's very relevant.
Why is it relevant?
Because they were the last fights that they had.
But stylistically.
So who looked worse?
Fair enough.
Who looked
okay,
worse?
that's the easier question. Who looked worse?
I think Canelo
Canelo
looked worse.
looked-
Canelo
There we
looked
go.
I think, no, because I'm totally honest, Canelo absolutely looked worse. But for me, Canelo was so obviously here's how you know, it was a record low punches thrown. There was no motivation from
I think
him.
it's-
Whereas here's the difference. I think Terence Crawford was trying and actually did struggle.
Yeah,
And that's a bit different.
Against the
Hey,
guy,
that's
against
a
the
good-
guy
that's-
that was
that's
a
good.
world level amateur,
Yep.
good pro. Maybe we overestimated him a little bit. Eddie Hearn was making Golovkin comparisons, right?
Yeah.
So
Eddie Hearn's
against
a
that
wild
style,
guy, you know.
and then you've got
Eddie Hearn
Canelo,
was
who was in there with William Skull. William Skull just went the distance with someone that Ty Mitchell beat on Misfits.
Oh my God.
Well,
Can I just say,
Ty's a
he's
brilliant
got me,
fighter.
no.
that ends the
he's got
argument.
me on that one.
ends
He's
the
got me on
argument.
that one.
Thank you, Drew. See, the little man got your game.
You know what?
That's why he has little guys.
This is where I hate these little bastards.
These little
You've got to
mouthy
carry
fuckers.
them home after nights out. It's a fucking nightmare. No, you make a good point about the level of William Skull, and I think I was really, you know what worried me about that is the footwork was atrocious, man. Canelo looked so slow, and my only hope for this tonight is that like he really was unmotivated, because if we get anything like that, this won't just be like a win for Crawford. It'll be an easy win.
Yep.
It can't be like that. at
It'd be
all.
more
if
dominant
that
than Floyd.
happens,
More dominant than
It'll
Floyd.
be- then he will get chinned.
Yeah.
If I see a super dominant Crawford performance,
I'm
yeah,
going crazy at him
I
today.
don't even. This,
You
this
know how
place-
you'll know. You know how you'll know. The minute, because this will happen straight away, Crawford starts circling around the corners and changing angles. If Canelo doesn't look urgent in trying to cut the ring off,
Yeah.
it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Fuck it off. We can all go home.
Oh no, but then I could imagine the boos that the crowd will be.
Imagine Canelo letting that happen. In his
Canelo
own-
he
in his
won't
backyard.
allow it. I feel like this is why I'm excited about this fight and why it's such an entertaining one for all the fans, right? Because you've got someone very prideful, as you said. You know, sometimes take the pride away from someone, and that could hurt them, hurt their ego. But with what he's got on his back and how he knows he has to carry the nation, he won't be allowed to put in a performance where he's just getting pieced up, and he's going to risk it. The one thing that Canelo is going to risk it no matter what.
This can't be a bad fight.
It won't be.
The level of motivation for both guys,
It won't be.
the pressure on the shoulders, this fight's going to be electric.
The reason I believe we won't get the Canelo Skull, the version that he fought with Skull, is if you let this lad come up that many weight divisions and take your undisputed titles from you.
Yeah.
KJ mentioned this. Right now, we kind of have Canelo at the top table in boxing, up there with the greats. He's sitting there with the Usyks.
All of them.
If you let him come and rob your belt from you, he takes your place at that table. You're coming down a level now.
Yeah.
You're not there anymore. You're a great fighter,
Yeah.
but it turns out that when you fought the best of the best, Bivol, Crawford, Mayweather, you're lost.
This
and
is
that's
it.
not that immediately it reframes his whole fucking and then you know what happens? We then start talking about Triple G. We then start going, well, what about this fight?
Yes.
What about it changes the whole
what happens
legacy.
is,
That's very
what
true.
happens is with this one year, you're in the room. He'll still be in the room. He's just not sitting down at the table.
He's not
So
sitting
you're
next
in
to
the-
Julio
you're
Cesar
not
Chavez
sitting-
like he was
yeah,
before.
You're
He's
not
serving
sitting
up the
down.
meal.
Remember when they hugged and
Yeah.
he was like, he put his head on his head, he's like, this is my son, bro. This is my
Oh,
real
man,
son.
that was really bad one. Fucking hell.
Oh man, I'm so lads. I can't tell you the level of excitement that I have for this fight is beyond.
When they walk into the ring, I'm going to... Oh, bro.
No, but we're going to go mad. But then you lot ask the question in terms of if both fighters win this fight, what do they go on to do? I honestly feel that there's people that attach themselves to greatness. And I feel like Crawford might need Canelo a bit more than Canelo needs Crawford. Do you understand what I'm saying? In this
for
one?
sure, for
so
sure.
like, kind of like how...
Canelo even said that in like, what kind of elite fighters have you even fought? And do you know what? You have to admit, Crawford didn't have an answer for it. He actually said
nothing.
He said you.
He said you. And I thought to myself, that's the weakest you've ever been made to look in a pre-fight press conference in your life. It was, he honestly, and he mentioned one of his earliest wins.
Burns.
Yeah.
And let's be honest,
Burns, yeah.
when you're calling Burns an elite
Canelo
fighter,
laughed.
no disrespect, he had a good career. Fucking hell, man.
I think it's one of those things where it's a little bit kind of unfair on him in terms of what Errol Spence, because Errol Spence would have fit that brief had he not battered him. So because he's battered him, you can't say Errol Spence is an
Errol
elite.
Spence that had come back and had a comeback fight
And he
and
done
knocked
well.
out Ugas.
That's what I'm saying.
And you guys went on to win after.
There's this
I
thing.
think that is an elite win.
There's this thing of like, oh yeah, no, Errol was never the same after that. Listen, I know the time frames are different. Terence Crawford also got shot. Okay, so like, do you know what I mean? Terence Crawford got shot
in the head, by the way.
head.
It's not like, do you know, like
The
he got
time-
shot in the leg. It was in the fucking head.
Yeah,
man.
that's
the
a-
time
that's
frames
the
are
big
different.
injury.
I get it, but what I'm saying is, when Errol Spence came back and he stopped Ugas, a man that had beat Manny Pacquiao, and you know Manny Pacquiao was taking the O off of Keith Thurman just before that.
That's right.
So it's not like that was a diminished Pacquiao. It wasn't a prime Pacquiao. But what I'm saying is, I think that everyone just goes when they speak about the Spence fight, the car crash,
Yeah.
the car crash,
Yeah.
and it's just like, bro, come on, like you
I
had a
think
fight.
it was just levels between them. Simple as that.
But
And do you know why?
But before that, Errol Spence was considered
I
an elite
love
fighter.
Errol
He was
Spence.
the
If
guy.
there's one thing I can give you, like, because obviously I think Canelo's going to win, but I'm not super confident. But I sound like I am.
That's our job. That's our
It's
job.
weird how you catch yourself
That's
in
our
situations. I'm like, I'm really.
I really sound
All of a sudden,
okay.
I'm rooting for Canelo. I actually have been a bigger fan, probably 50-50, but the point is Errol Spence, the reason, in my opinion, he lost so badly is because when he got in the pocket, he didn't get out quick enough. And actually, it's the same fucking problem Canelo has.
Listen.
So, like, that is one thing that I think about and I go, that does worry me if you're rooting for Canelo, which apparently I am now.
Absolutely.
You are. No, you're Canelo. Canelo's
believe in
been your
Canelo today?
guy the whole time, the whole trip that we've been here.
Yeah, I
when we've
thought he
been
was going to win.
gambling.
But the point is like, as a fan of boxing, I like them equally.
That's right.
And,
That's
and,
fair.
and I think if Crawford wins, I'll be far more impressed than if Canelo wins.
Do you think we look at
I
the
hate that.
Errol Spence fight
I hate
and
that.
you take a lot of confidence from it, and realistically, you know, with Canelo and Errol Spence, it's totally different levels.
I
for me.
think that's the biggest mistake people are
I think
making.
that, but because stylistically, I think there's elements. Errol Spence is quite flat-footed. He comes forward, uses a bit of head movement, and you know, Canelo does a similar type of thing, but Canelo does it way better.
Yeah.
You know, and then obviously we look at the Madrimov fight, and you struggle with that. But we've got to remember, Canelo is more like Errol Spence in terms of style than any other previous opponent,
That's
in my
right.
opinion.
That's right.
So everyone's looking at that fight, and naturally, what Brian's kind of been saying, but he did have a car crash. You know what I mean?
It's not just
And-
that.
and not just that.
I also think that defensively, Errol Spence gets hit a lot easier.
Yeah.
And actually, Errol Spence,
landed.
he doesn't take advantage of the things that Canelo does. So, for example, there was times in that fight where I watched Errol Spence back Crawford up against the ropes.
Yes.
And he landed some shots, but I'm like, if Canelo does that to you, you're not unscathed. He was unscathed. And to be fair, Crawford did use his footwork, he circled out, but
No,
Canelo's going to punish you more for your mistakes.
I think that's an important fight, and you said something, and it really jogged a memory for me because there was little moments when us Errol Spence fans turned to each other and thought we're having a 30-second like burst.
You know
in
why?
This fight.
Because Errol hit Crawford on the chin flush.
Yes.
He hit him clean.
and those moments, because I wouldn't use the words of saying that his evasiveness is overrated, but I will say that he can be got. He can be got. That's
Every
for
single
sure.
fight Terence Crawford's in against a decent fighter, they hit him clean on the chin.
Fair.
That means, in my opinion, he's going to get hit clean on the chin tonight. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
The question is, I think we all know, if he takes it well, we're like, oh shit.
He's in.
For me, this is where the line is, because the power of Crawford, Canelo is nothing like anything Crawford would have experienced.
Spence, is it?
It's not Errol Spence. I can't imagine him taking a shot. Who's Canelo hit on the chin other than Triple G? You know, clean on the chin and not went down, or he's not knocked out.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Even bigger men.
These are bigger men, exactly.
And let's be honest.
And he's taking a shot from Triple G as well. We're not even considering that.
No, what I've
The
said
bigger
is
you
earlier,
are,
the granite chin that Canelo's got is unbelievable. This is where you've got, combined with, you know, the elite level fights, the granite chin. I think there's just so many factors against Crawford in this fight. Like, I can't, you know, we're talking about earlier on, what is the one thing which is a really defining thing? And to me, the only defining thing I've got personally is the ability for Crawford to take his punches. I don't feel like there's anything particular that Canelo's got to really deal with that he might struggle with. People say the footwork, but look who he's fought. The only people that he's really struggled with has been bigger. And even the guys that would say, you know, Lara, he still beat these guys. You know, he didn't lose to these guys. So the only guy that I can really compare with is, you know, Mayweather. He was a boy at the time. You know, let's just write that off straight away. And then Bivol, who's the naturally bigger man. Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I do hear you. And it does make sense. I mean, Erislandy Lara is the one that's the messy win, even though he did get the win. That's the one where the conversations have lingered and the smell was kind of not really left the conversation. But I do understand what you're saying. I just think that there are certain variables when you deal with special fighters. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the rules don't always apply to these guys. Do you know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Leonard should never have been able to beat Marvin Hagler at middleweight. Do you know what I'm saying? We consider Marvin Hagler one of the greatest middleweights of all time. We don't talk about Sugar Ray Leonard as a middleweight even still.
Yeah.
And he got it done.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Have we ever seen a fighter who's a knockout artist, which Terence Crawford is, go from 140, 147 pounds to 168 pounds and just knock people out?
Canelo?
Exactly. Thank you very much. Game, set, match. I'll see you later. No, seriously. No, seriously. That's what I'm thinking.
I'll
Like,
answer after the fight.
I'll give you another.
Hey,
James Toney?
James
Yeah,
Toney.
I think
Not the exact weight
I get you.
thing, but yeah, James Toney.
Percentage-wise, body weight.
Statistics.
It doesn't happen much. It doesn't happen much.
It's a fucking rarity.
Statistically, Crawford, if we're going to look at data, it doesn't look good for him. That's pretty much what
And
we're
that's
saying.
why it'll be like, I'm never going to take anything away from Crawford if he manages this, because it's like it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
I can't fathom it. If his magic at 147 translates to 168, where the fuck are the rules for this guy? Like, he's defying logic at this point.
Yeah.
Even if Canelo is slowing down a bit, I'm not going to take. And by the way, I hope we all agree on this. But whoever the fuck wins, lads, we got to give them their flowers, because we've all said,
flowers.
Even if whoever you're picking, we're all saying these are elite fighters.
Super flowers.
It doesn't matter if Crawford was moving up. Canelo deserves the praise if he wins.
Absolutely.
Either way.
This is what boxing has to do. Like, boxing has to look after itself. And again, we can't throw down a champion because the next man has to carry the mantle. If you get into a space now where we kind of shit on the next guy, boxing doesn't survive. You know what I mean? And that's why it was so important. Like, when Dubois took the reins, we had to get behind Dubois. Dubois made a big mistake of not fighting Parker, which he missed out on something. He missed out on you've got a plane taking off.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's so
it's
important.
Momentum, isn't it? You need that momentum.
And we need to, because right now, the faces, boxing's been in a funny space. We have not got AJ anymore. Yeah. If you understand what's going on. AJ has been the face of boxing for back home. Yeah?
Yep.
Him being gone, I feel it. It's even as a content creator, we know something's lost. Right now we're talking about one of the stalwarts of boxing in Canelo. If this man gets defeated, the world has to jump behind Crawford for boxing to survive. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So we can't play down the victory. We flowers have to be given immediately in this one.
It goes down to that aura of Canelo. It's funny because I wouldn't say I've always massively appreciated Canelo, you know, throughout his career, but I don't think I fully appreciated it. I was in the same room and felt the aura. And you know what we were talking about earlier on, Moses Etuma and different people. Like, there's a presence which you either got it or you haven't. And this is why with Moses Etuma, I don't know if he ever will have it. People like AJ, people like, you know, Canelo.
Usyk has it now.
Usyk, you're born with that stuff.
So we've been very fortunate shout out to Riad season.
Thank you so much.
To be a part of so many amazing events. And we have shared the room
I knew that was possible.
with legends of boxing.
Yeah.
Yes.
We, like I said when we first talked about being here, we were like, imagine we've seen Usyk Fury, we've seen AJ at Wembley, and now we're seeing Canelo in Las Vegas. It's a bucket list, right? And we're just boxing fans.
We've got Hall of Famers that know us by our first names.
Bro,
It's
you remember
so
when
crazy.
Lennox Lewis popped his head round and was like, have a good show today, lads?
Mate, and to all the fans at home, like, we're just doing it the way you should do it, and we feel like we're living your dream and our dream, and it's fucking. I'm
Well
so
done.
grateful.
Yeah.
But what I will say is, on Aura, you've just brought back a memory, because when we seen Usyk in the room, so Fury was in the room and Usyk was in the room, and I think we all felt there was something about Usyk. Totally. And I'll tell you now, I don't know if this means anything, but I went.
Stephen A. Smith in the house.
Stephen A!
Let's get a boo.
What's that?
I love him.
I went to the press conference in Saudi Arabia for Canelo Crawford, and they walked right past me. Like, I could reach out and touch them. And I'm telling you now, and this isn't a knock on him, Terence Crawford could have been any man.
Wow.
But
Tommy Hearns, baby.
Yes.
If I get to meet this guy, I'll be so happy today, bro.
Just try, let's try.
That's my guy. Yo, Dave Chappelle's here as
in the
well.
house.
Come on,
You
the
know
cool,
him.
my brother. Come on.
That's your guy.
No, but you're right.
me.
What you're saying, that aura is different.
Oh,
that
shit.
Canelo,
He's still Leng. Charlie's Leng. She's Leng.
What I will say is, Canelo Alvarez, when he walked past me,
Yeah.
the feeling
It's different.
it was different, mate. And it doesn't mean anything necessarily, because sometimes those, like Usyk's aura maybe came from his wins. Maybe it's that. But
think
when
he
Canelo
always
walked
had
past us, I was like,
I just feel like when you
superstar.
meet when you come across people in person, that it's so different to how you'd expect. So like me and Brian were walking and we bumped into Joseph Parker, and like Brian was having a chat with him, whatever. Walked off, we sort of looked at each other, went, he's fucking massive, isn't he?
He's a
And
unit.
Brian was like, yeah, whatever. I remember seeing Tyson Fury walk through, and I was like, you're really slim. He had a suit on and everything. Do you know what I mean? I know in the ring he's got the love handles and whatnot. I was like,
Mate,
God,
there's
you're
nothing wrong with
really,
love handles, all right?
you're really slim. And then we see Usyk round the corner, and I was like, wow. Like, my perception of what I see in the ring, and then it's when I see people, you know, just in normal clothes and that, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell.
It's the walkthrough. The way Usyk walked through with his whole team, I believed in them immediately. I said, that's a bad man.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Who's the more confident walking into the ring tonight?
Terence.
No chance.
Why? What makes you feel that way?
His confidence is always on 100% at every single element.
Remember when we're saying confidence, this is a mental state. This is a mental state that you're in. So it's not a thing of, oh, I'm saying it because there's this validity behind it. I just don't see a chink in his armour when it comes to being overwhelmed,
I disagree with you, because one thing that we can learn from like a Eubank Jr. Eubank Jr. said he's walked into rooms and he knows the crowd hate him and he has to deal with that. I don't think Terence has ever walked into a room hated the way he's going to be hated tonight.
Never.
He's never going to. He's
he
walking into a
fought
room.
Ricky Burns in Scotland.
No, but bro,
65,000
don't
the
take
other
the
night,
piss.
you know.
There's levels of this, and he's still going to beat Ricky Burns regardless, because he won't get up against Super Elite. He's walking into this room hated, and he has to understand. He has to get into his psyche. Okay, you lot don't like me. I am the bad guy in this moment. So it's something new. It's a new experience. Because even when Eubank was talking about it, he said he felt love for the first time, and he felt a bit funny because like, I need you to hate me a bit. Are you with me?
Can I just say, I absolutely think Canelo is the more confident guy.
100.
When I watched, was it the weigh-in? I think it was. They come to Crawford afterwards, and there was just a little bit of a stutter and a little bit of, and they were quite booing. And I just thought, you know what? Don't get me wrong. He's one of the most mentally strong fighters I've ever watched. Like, when he walked out with Eminem in his biggest pressure fight of his career, I was like, it's weird how like no fucks given he was. But in that moment, I thought, you're showing me a little more uncertainty. Whereas Canelo, he's been quite smiley. He, after the thing, he held his hand up, shook his hand, all right, mate. And he's backstage when he's on camera here, he's getting his hands up, he's smiling.
Yeah.
I think he's a little, and also I do stadiums all the time. I do 168 all the time. This is new for you.
Course.
I've been doing this, so I do give him the edge confidence.
I think Canelo will obviously look at things and he'll think, look, Amir Khan, you tried to come up against me. Since then, despite the hand speed thing, I've been beating guys of such a high level, do you know what I mean? But at the same time as this, I just think Terence Crawford, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, I like it. I just think he's a little bit tapped. And I think that every fighter needs to be, and I think that works really, really well for him. And I feel like that gives him that inner confidence that's just not really breakable.
You know what? I just want to throw this to Lawrence and Travis because they've just rejoined us. Loz, we've just been talking about the confidence level of who is the more confident fighter coming into the ring tonight, in your opinion. What do you think?
I go Terence Crawford.
That's a really difficult question because, like we say, the resume speaks for itself.
Yeah.
You don't get, you're not confident with that sort of resume.
Yeah.
So you've got to say Canelo. Like I say, I keep on repeating myself, but the level of opponents that he's fought in, and he's fighting a smaller man,
But see,
why wouldn't he?
But then what I would do is straight after that say, who's going to feel the pressure? And then I say that's Canelo. So then that's going to be, it's going to compromise his confidence to whatever degree. Crawford comes in knowing you lot are all against me and I already love being in this position. I'm taking more power from this because this is so comfortable and more familiar for me. Canelo is going into this thing thinking, there's going to be a part of Canelo's mind that is thinking, why does this guy still think he can beat me? Because your confidence hasn't even dipped. And it doesn't make sense for you to feel like that about me.
But Canelo did describe it as a 50-50.
That's what I'm saying, and he didn't start talking about it like that.
And that's what I'm saying. And then the other day when we was at that press conference, Canelo said, yeah, 50-50 fight. Like,
No, but wait.
He can't downplay his opponent because then it doesn't make him look good. He's got to give him that respect because then it'll make his win look better.
But that doesn't make it a 50-50, bro.
They're bringing us home. They're making us feel at home, lads.
Oh,
Tuning in.
Derek Chisholm.
Come on, son.
I've just got flashbacks of KG last night. The moves he was pulling off.
Oh, we've had some fun, boys.
Lads,
we have had some fun.
This trip,
Can you believe we've been working?
this trip has been one for the books, man. I'm telling you. And to just be
Memories
here,
of a lifetime.
I know, again, obviously, Geordie never nice to say it, yeah, but to be a part of the team, and we've been saying there's been loads of little drunk, like, I can't believe it. But, bro, you're a real one. You're a great guy.
Yeah.
This is a great moment. The platform in the man them, and we're here being ourselves. Big up to
Absolutely.
you. Round of applause.
Absolutely,
It's
bro.
great enough to be part of the team to be able to say he's actually a friend.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, this goes to all of us. This is brotherhood here.
That's for real.
This is brotherhood.
If people knew the bonding that we do on these trips,
But do you know what the thing is? The bonding might be
Can I
too
just
much.
say, can I just stop you right there? They can never know.
They can never know.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
And Saudi and LA and England.
And everywhere else, by the way. Fucking hell, son.
There he is.
He looks good, though.
Bud Crawford, solid at the weight. Lead.
looks
Longest
lean.
winning streak amongst active champions.
Oh, shit.
Omaha. There he goes.
Things
I love it.
that man.
I love
Things are
it.
getting real right now.
But you know what, son?
I'm getting nervous.
He's got some problems tonight because for the first time ever, he is walking out in front of 65,000 in attendance.
That ain't nothing.
And he is, for the first time ever, walking into a 168-pound weight class. Canelo has been doing stadiums. He's been doing 168 pounds. This is another day at the office for Canelo Alvarez.
Madrimov was about 45,000 though in there, wasn't it?
It's not the same.
40 odd?
It's not the same. We're talking.
It was about
no
that.
comparison.
About 40 odd.
When we talk, yeah, let's actually.
Stamford Bridge is 40, so I think Madrimov, I think that was about
It
40
didn't
odd.
really go with what I was saying.
How many was winning you fought Baby Hulk? How many was in there?
Oh, one or two.
Do you know
One or two.
What's funny is it got cleared out because of a bomb threat about 2 minutes after
I
he
know,
knocked them out.
yeah.
He hit him so hard they thought a bomb had gone off.
This one here, though, guys, we're talking elite. Yeah, we've been able to watch an elite fight of Bivol Bateviev. That was really like we're dining out as boxing purists, for people that love the sport. We really saw something special. I really hope, yeah, that we don't get like a a chess match where they're trying to figure each other out, and I don't want a ball fest. I really don't want that. I want them to go to war,
See,
honestly.
I agree with you completely. I don't want a bore fest.
Yeah.
A chess match, I don't want it. I want a war. A
Yeah.
chess match, I'm all right with.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't want a spoiler. I don't want a bore fest. Do you know
Yes.
what I mean? Because ultimately, when you got two guys this high level, I feel they either do one or the
These two,
other.
that's
They
what I'm
go,
saying.
you know what? We're so high level, we just go to war.
Roberto Duran, Marvin Hagler comes to mind.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We're getting the historic moment. They're taking us back in time through history here. Around
Come on.
the screens
Yes.
are showing all the legends.
I'm getting nervous now. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm
Oh,
feeling it.
I hate this, but I love it at the same time.
What
Lads.
a journey, lads! What a journey!
This is an incredible production, though.
I know.
They've done their job.
This venue is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're
And we,
legion.
and we have got the best location in the house.
Do you know what's
Hey.
funny? There's so many people. Basically, we're right near all the bars looking.
Yeah.
And there's so many people around, like looking at us and
Yeah.
Taking pictures. It's crazy.
It's just fucking crazy, isn't it?
It's the fact that
It's mental.
where we're the ring is there, bro. Right behind you, bro. Right now.
There's not a better seat in the house.
It's ridiculous.
And I appreciate spending the time with you boys.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Likewise, bro.
Bro, we had a moment. We had a moment. I cut his hair. I cut his hair.
We're there. That
We're
was a
both-
pivot and a half. We're
you know
there. I cut his hair.
Me and
No, as
KG
a
have
bold-
gotten very close.
We're
Fucking
bold.
hell.
Listen,
But Baldies come
as
together.
Baldies,
Both
you have to
Baldies stick
understand.
together.
That's a bold moment.
Do you know what? Can I just give you credit?
Yeah.
So I'm like, you got any clippers? And he's like, yeah, come to my room. All right. I'm like, all right, no worries. I thought he was just going to give us the clippers. I walks in. There's a towel down, a
Yeah.
chair. I sit down. He literally puts the towel. He puts Netflix on in front
And
of
I
us.
goes-
I'm like,
I goes,
Shoulder rub. Shoulder rub.
hilarious.
Nah. I said, what do you want to watch? Netflix is on me. At a barbershop, bro.
How's your day been?
oh,
That's
man.
hilarious.
Lads, I fucking love you. I can't believe it. And this week has been absolutely unbelievable, and it's about to be even better because Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford are about to come out, and we are going to witness greatness one way or another.
Absolutely.
We're going to find out. For me, whoever wins this fight in the post-Mayweather era is the king after Mayweather.
Yes.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
Usyk is in a spot on his own really, but for this weight class, especially for American boxing,
Yeah.
you are now the king of that era.
You know why I'm going to say it's a little bit different to Usyk? It's different to Usyk because when we talk about bringing Hollywood out, I don't think Usyk's really brought out Hollywood, unfortunately. It's not his fault, it's just the way it is.
The heavyweight
It's-
division is a UK division right
It's
now.
a UK division. What we've seen Charlie Theron, we've seen
Charlie Sheen is here.
We've seen Charlie Sheen.
Jason
We've
Statham.
seen Statham. We've seen like the Hollywood elite is here. And that when I think about boxing, when I think about the big names, when I think about Mayweather, that's all he did. He just brought them out, and that adds to the picture. That adds to the ingredient. So this is why we haven't had a night like this since Mayweather. Really, let's be fair. And the stakes are so high.
For me,
I can't
lads,
believe we're here.
I think we will know how this fight is going depending on how close these fighters are to each other. If Canelo can get close, here we go. Oh shit. If Canelo can keep the distance close, get those body shots going,
Oh my God.
he is in pole position to win the fight.
Oh,
if
nervous.
Terence Crawford can keep that distance, that lead hand out, stay southpaw, keep them as far away as possible and pick them apart with the angles, then Terence Crawford is in the lead in this fight.
The jacket's off.
It's going to be
Mate,
real clear.
I took the jacket off already.
We're getting
I didn't
close.
want-
And we're going to give our final predictions.
Yeah.
Final predictions. We're going to start with Lawrence.
Canelo, KO, rounds 6 to 12.
Wow.
Joey.
I think Crawford wins the fight.
There you go.
I think he wins the fight.
How?
I don't want any caveats.
Yeah, no.
Don't even
Yeah,
dare.
yeah. He's
no
gonna
way.
do it.
Not after
He
this
loves
week.
that
I
one.
think he wins the fight.
You've said that, now keep going.
I don't know who gets the decision.
Oh, fuck.
He wins the fight. Okay?
All right.
Tyson Fury fan, are you?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
I'm getting reckless. Both fighters have never been down in their careers. I think we might see both fighters touch the deck today.
We need. It's the main event.
Well, yeah, I'm getting with.
Listen.
Go ahead.
The shades need to come off. We need to see the emotion. We need to see what you're going to go through in this
I've
fight.
already taken off the jacket, mate.
Yeah.
Both fighters this is crazy. Both fighters hit the deck.
Both fighters
hit the deck, but Crawford wins this one. I don't know
You're
why I
going to
said
look
that.
like a genius if that comes
I'm
through.
telling you.
In it.
I don't know why I've said that, but I've said it. I've gone with it. I'm sticking with it. It is what it is.
What are you saying, Marvin? Prediction time.
Terence Crawford boxes his ears off. It's not close on the cards, and he does it. UD.
Points.
Brian?
Yeah, points.
I
Brian,
can't believe
yourself?
where we are.
Canelo Alvarez by knockout.
Shit!
TKO stoppage. Something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. One of those ones.
I'm nervous.
So we got two in favour of Canelo, three
Well,
in
can I
favour
just
of
say-
Crawford.
Can I just say, I've just been told that the YouTube audience, shout out to you lot, hit the like button, subscribe. If you're watching on X, hit the retweet button.
Yes.
The vote is in, and our audience has it.
What is it?
56% in favour of Canelo Alvarez. Very close. Very close.
All right.
I tell you what, pound for pound, that's not bad. Because he's
Exactly.
got a much bigger fan base.
Big shout out,
Exactly.
before we get on,
Exactly.
big shout out to Surfshark. If you want to be able to watch content around the world, surfshark.com/paingame. You can get 4 months for free extra when you use our link in the description below. Big love to Surfshark.
You have to say this as well. One thing I didn't know is the Pain Game have love out here. Out in the USA. I thought we was kind of homegrownish. I'm not going to lie.
Man, we're worldwide.
Bro,
we're
it's
worldwide, motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely.
the pain game?
Honestly, I've been took back by the amount of people that have come
Yeah.
over and they've been like, they normally go, they spot Brian
That's
and
right.
then they start piecing everyone together. They're like, it's the whole cast. It's like, yeah, we're here.
Love it, man. I fucking love it.
Beautiful, man.
I can't believe. Guys, I'm rattled. Yeah, that's the only experience I can tell.
Yo.
Like, you see the feeling I had when we went to the gun range? I feel that, but with more. Like, we're about to
insane.
witness a historical moment. You see, bro, even AJ, oh shit, fuck it, it's over. It's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening.
Wow.
Okay.
Bro, I remember watching fights at your call. Dillian White against Chisora too. I'm thinking like, God, I'll remember this for the rest of my life, being here.
Can we just say,
Now I can't even fucking remember it. I'm like,
you know what's mental? Can I just give us another pat on the back as if we are? Joey's the best at this, but I'll give it a try.
Go on.
We're independent. We're not Sky. We're not, the biggest companies that have billions of investment. We're just fucking five mates, right?
Yeah.
And I've just sent our cameraman to ringside for True Geordie and Pain Game and all of that. Let's go. The company to film Canelo versus Bud Crawford in Las Vegas. And this all started with me saying a message to Niall Ranger here. I can't fucking believe what we're doing right now. There's a band playing. I think Terence Crawford will be coming out first.
yeah.
I imagine so, yeah.
This is classic Riad season, man. They do things like we've never seen before in boxing. Unbelievable.
Listen, I always like to do it, but giving credit to Ted Sheikh, you have to do it. Regardless of, this guy's coming to the game, yeah? And there was all the talk. There was like, oh, what's it gonna do? We're talking about Saudi, this, that, and the other. But it's been refreshing because we've had undisputed fight after undisputed fight. We've had fighters exposed. We have had fighters really showing their level as well.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty
And
of
he's
it.
given opportunities to fighters who never ever would have
Beautiful
had.
one.
Exactly.
Donovan Padley, bro.
Do you know what I think the difference is? He's come at it from a real fan's point of view.
Yes.
A lot of the guys, it's always been just about the business aspect. But he does it from an absolute fan point of view.
right.
And I think that's the real difference.
And
Because it gives us the fights we want. Look, I mean, just look at this. Look at what we're looking at right now.
Bro, I can't
He
fucking believe
ticks
this
every
shit.
box of what the
mental,
fans
bro.
want.
Oh, bro.
Mate, I can't fucking believe this shit. Well, I need to record this.
And this
hell.
vision, everything, this goes back further than we're even remembering half the time, right? We think of it as, His Excellency coming into boxing.
Yeah.
Remember the World Boxing Super Series, bro?
Yes.
Remember what made Alexander Usyk a great at cruiserweight.
Yes.
Remember what Callum Smith knocking out George Groves. This has been a thing that's been building, and I feel like we're at the pinnacle of this now.
It's real,
They
bro.
got it's mariachi settings right now.
Wait, Canelo can't be. He ain't gonna come out first.
No, they're just setting the scene.
Okay.
They're setting the table, bro.
Okay. I'm getting nervous, guys. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
This guy.
I feel like my family members about to go in there and fight, bro.
Right. Whatever happens, if Bud does knock him down or anything like that, no one cheer. there are a lot of Mexicans around
Bro,
here.
Do you know what
To
this
the left
is
of me.
like? Do you know if you manage to get tickets to like a football match and you're in the home end, but you're actually like secretly, and you're just like,
Mate, listen, we're like Galatasaray fans, yeah? But in the Fenerbahce section. And I'm telling you right now, I'm looking to my left, I'm looking to my right, Mexican flags.
Yeah.
I know.
All over the place.
I know.
Wow.
I like South American people. I've got to say, they've got a bit of fire about them. I like it.
Yeah.
I like that. Clean up.
I tell you what, it's
Some
not,
clean up.
it's not all they've got.
You know what? One thing I want to do right now, Travis,
Yo,
you're a bit reckless. You're my guy. Undefeated in that. You don't kill us today, bro. I know Crawford's going to have a moment. Look over your shoulder. They're there, bro.
you know I'm not gonna be able to control myself, bro. If Crawford knocks Canelo out today, I might jump into the fans, bro. What?
Bro.
I was walking past groups of Mexican people yesterday going, but it's at 6. I'm a wild guy, bro.
Mate,
He likes to play with his own life. It's fucking prick, honestly. What a guy.
Ben
I
Davidson,
slipped-
baby.
I slipped off for 2 seconds a minute ago. Go for the toilet, and I was thinking, I hope everyone just thinks I'm a Canelo fan in here, because I'm bare intimidated right now.
Do you know what though?
I walked into the toilet and I went,
I-
oh my God, the
I feel like my ego is just now making me a Canelo fan because now I just want to be right.
Yeah.
Before, when this fight was made, I was happy. But when you say your opinion, like, well, I just want to be proven right.
Yeah. That's the exact same feeling that I've got. Like, I'm happy for both men to win the fight. Like, I love both fighters. They're giving us great memories, but I want to be right. Do you know what I mean?
Look, I'm not usually right anyway, so I don't even think about that side of the game. Usually, when I say something, go the other way. You're more likely to make money.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you now, if both fighters do go down and Crawford wins, Mount Rushmore like this.
That's why when you were telling me to go home the other night, I was saying no.
Yeah.
Go the other way.
He's got no quit in him. He's got no quit in him, that Joey.
Do you know what? I hope we see Terence Crawford stumbling like fucking Joey Knight was the other night.
No, that'd be bad.
One thing for sure, yeah, Joey's not saying stuff for content reasons. When he was mash up, I like to test guys and see what's going on. Joey was finished, and I goes, Joey, who's winning the fight? He goes, mate, Crawford. And I said, he knows it, he believes in it.
At least someone's got some memory of it, because I don't remember saying it.
Oh
Here
my
we
goodness.
go, lads. Here we
This
fucking
is
go.
crazy. This could be like the Mexican Beyonce. We don't know who this guy performing is.
Wow, Crawford's coming out now. Holy shit.
It's time.
What's that?
Is he got a guitar with him?
What's that? Is he gonna play mariachi music?
Do you remember last time?
Piss off.
Do you remember?
My brother.
Hey, what? And this guy's not confident, though.
Remember last time how we came out with the fishing net? He's
Terence
holding.
Crawford.
He's
Wait.
holding something else.
That film, Once Upon a
Crawford is
Time.
on his way.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Oh, snap.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
The Once Upon a Time in Mexico entrance.
With the gun in the suitcase. That's gotta be the reference.
He looks really confident, by the way. Terence Crawford looks
Yeah.
very
Wait,
confident.
is he coming up? Is this his music?
Yeah.
This is his music.
This is his music.
He's got Floyd
Terence
Mayweather.
Crawford.
He's doing a Floyd Mayweather.
Dang. That's my
He's
take.
done Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Smooth masterclass.
Remember when Floyd came out dressed in the full Mexican
Yeah.
attire?
Yeah.
He's done the same idea.
Mate, to come out with the suitcase, because the tune was like, I don't know, but as soon as I saw the suitcase, I said, he can't be doing that.
He's
This
on
is
smoke.
that's very disrespectful.
What did I say the other day? What did I
said
say? I said the other day, yeah?
Yeah.
We was in the cab. I said the other day, I said, Terence Crawford needs to walk out to something Mexican.
You did.
Something Latino,
I love
Mexican.
it. I love it. He's locked in. Final prayers. Walks into the ring and cements his name as one of the greats. Let's go.
Terence Crawford is on the ring.
Do you know what?
And he's ready to make history.
Come on,
Wait, hold on. Let me say this right now. That is total mind games. That is the total mind.
Look at that.
Bro. That's
he's
a mind
not confident at all.
Look at that. Relax.
Bro, let me tell you this.
Genuinely, I think I'm ready to change my pick now.
That's a legend. That's a legend.
Yeah, and then you'll
Man,
change it back when we see Canelo's ring walk.
No, but you know what?
It's a mind fuck.
That was really confident.
It's
that.
clever.
Yes.
No, but like, you know what I was thinking? First mega stated fight, hated fighter, 168, Canelo. I thought he may be a little more reserved. Like, remember when we thought Daniel Dubois came out against AJ
Yeah.
and he had an aura about him?
Yeah.
He's just come out like he's going to walk this fight.
Anarchy, bro.
He looks like he's going to walk this fight.
No,
Yeah.
but do you know what's important about this moment? And remember, we talk about degrees of difficulty, but what he's done to the crowd just now, they thought their guy was coming out. We didn't know that's the intro tune. He waited. So now they've walked in. All the Mexicans were standing up because they didn't realize it's not their guy. So they almost already liked him. He didn't walk into the booth.
He fucked them over.
He's actually, he didn't get booed.
No, KJ, you're honest with me here because you know what he's saying?
Yeah.
I'm one step ahead of you.
I'm ahead of you.
I made you cheer for me.
For me.
You fucking idiot.
Remember I said,
He's laughing at everyone
And then he
in
walked
here.
out like-
Geordie,
He's made a mockery of all of them.
bro, I said one thing. He's going to walk into the stadium and he's going to get booed heavily for the first time. But he went in with their music. They didn't realize
No, but you
he
know
didn't
what
get
was
booed.
can I say what was deliberate about it? His picture, his name, they made sure it wasn't shown.
Yes.
Until he showed his face. So everyone was cheering and they didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Think it's a halftime show.
And do you know what that is? Misdirection.
Misdirection.
That's exactly what he's going to try
Listen,
and do to Canelo
he's
Alvarez.
a bad man.
Listen, I hope everybody.
Wait, you got to give him credit for this. Loza,
listen.
you got to give him credit.
Although I'm picking Canelo, I'm a fan of Crawford.
Okay.
Don't get it mixed up. I'm just seeing what I see.
I'm impressed by this.
I think
Mind games.
that's the smartest.
Mind games.
That's some of the smartest shit I've ever seen. You have to give him, bro.
Wonderful work, bro.
Bro,
These guys
you
are
have to understand.
intelligent. You don't
my
become
God.
undisputed not being
He's an
intelligent.
anarchist, guys.
All right, here we go now. It's one of the
Okay,
greatest of all
Canelo's about to
time.
roll through.
He didn't get booed. That
Canelo
counts.
Alvarez is about to join us in the stadium
I can't believe
in
what I'm
Las
watching.
Vegas. It's the paying game live.
The lights are out. The lights are low.
It's about to get real.
Wow.
I need to record this shit. Fuck me, son.
The energy out here is
Wow.
crazy.
Like nothing I've ever seen.
Canelo.
I broke my phone on my I broke my camera on my phone the first night. It's not that I'm not appreciating the moment. Yes.
Give us a combination.
Yes, sir.
What? Hey, this is how you know we're independent media. That's how you know we're independent.
We're supposed to be being professional,
we
but
can-
like we're not
we can do
professional.
this.
You know what I mean? So
We
fuck
can
it.
do this.
Fuck it.
Unfiltered, this is what we do.
Literally, we don't give a
What?
fuck. We can't believe the fuck. We cannot believe that we're here even still. I can't fucking believe this, lads. Honestly.
It's another day at the office. It's another day at the office.
Here he is. The King of Mexico.
Mexico.
Canelo. This is badass, lads. I can't lie.
This
badass.
is insane.
He's got
Listen
a
to the
massive band.
mariachi.
This music, this does something to me.
This is the real stuff.
Do you know what this is? It feels like some Wild West type vibe. You know what I mean?
Look at the colors. It's all
Amazing.
Mexican.
Amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
told you he's at home and it's not his country. Jeez.
Oh boy.
Wow.
This is crazy. I can't believe what I'm experiencing.
I love this. I like this, you know.
This vibe is cold.
Mate.
Maybe I'm going to be the Mexican in me. I'm feeling this.
Do
There's a
you
lot of-
think,
I'd like a bit Mexican in me.
so you're watching him come into this, do you think there's a single back step in Canelo walking into this? Absolutely
Well,
not.
you're gonna have to force
Get
it
that out of
back.
your mind.
There's a man in the ring waiting for him, bro. Shit on the
God.
journey, bro.
Fucking hell, lads.
Oh,
This is
my
about to get
goodness.
fucking serious now.
Oh. I feel like I want to get a bit of salsa
Yeah.
thing going.
2 4-weight world champions, lads. Going head to head
Unreal.
for the king of the last decade. The
But what is
post-Mayweather
this
era.
though? What is this though? What is this experience though?
It's the fifth.
What is this?
The experience is the fifth undisputed fight that we have covered on the Pain Game
Yes,
in the space of a year.
in the space of a year.
I can't
Just
fucking
saying.
believe it.
Just saying.
I can't believe it. Honestly. It's very rare, yeah? I'll tell you lot that I'm lost for words. You lot know I can yap.
There he is.
I can yap.
There is Canelo Alvarez.
Canelo is here!
Does that look like a man that's struggling with confidence? Absolutely not.
Let's see how he is when he enters the arena.
The
We're seeing him in the
fireworks.
tunnel. The belts hold a belt of his head. The undisputed titles, including the Ring Magazine belt, which is seen now as the main belt now.
The pyrotechnics.
Canelo is here.
Wow.
Oi, do you reckon Oscar De La Hoya? Who's he voting for in this one?
He fucking hates Canelo. doesn't he?
yeah.
Canelo looks quite
Pensive.
he looks serious.
Yeah.
So Terence Crawford looked quite light-hearted about. He looked like he was smiling.
There's no games.
Canelo's strictly business by the looks of it.
Joey.
I know there's no logic to this, but when a fighter walks out in black trunks, they mean business.
Yes.
What do we think about
That's
Tyson?
Mike Tyson, isn't it?
Canelo ain't worn black trunks for his last, 4, 5, 6 fights, or saying?
This ain't skull. You're not getting the skull performance.
He
no
means
chance.
business.
It's
You
real.
know what's so crazy? I can't even hear you lot, you know.
Does that say Amir? Does that say Amir on his top?
Amiri.
Oh, I thought you
Yes,
saluted
yeah,
Amir
yeah,
Khan.
yeah.
I've got a question, lads.
What? Why?
The vibes from these two fighters in this ring walk are completely opposite.
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
And I'm not saying it's AJ Dubois opposite, because you could see AJ was visibly not in the right frame of mind. But what I am seeing is Terence Crawford. He appeared to be light-hearted and loose.
That's right.
And I got you. Whereas Canelo,
He looks tight.
He looks dead serious.
He
here.
looks serious.
Now, that can be, I'm going to terminate you, seek and destroy, I'm going to fuck you up. Or it could be feeling the pressure of this moment.
Yeah.
Or could he be offended? Because he's almost done. He's almost here with a your mum joke. He's come out to my country music. Do you know how offensive that is? You came out to. I remember when Mayweather wore the
sombrero.
When he wore the sombrero, they couldn't believe it.
This is what I'm saying, right? And this is what I said about Terence Crawford. Fighters that are a little bit tapped, they've got that. They've got the good sort of devil in them, And Crawford's got that. So when Crawford came out for his ring walk, he's smiling. He knows he's on the wind up here. He knows he's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Whereas Canelo's looks very, very different. But I've seen multiple fights when I've watched a ring walk and gone, seems a bit weird, and I've been wrong. So let's see how this one goes. But I can tell you one thing: Crawford's confident.
Question for you two though. You've made the walk, right? What do you prefer to be like on your ring walk? Light-hearted or dead serious? What do you prefer?
Always light-hearted.
Always, because if you're too serious, that's nervous energy for me. When I'm relaxed and I'm enjoying myself, that's when you're going to see the best of me. But that's me personally.
Can I just clarify?
I choose dead serious.
We're talking 65,000 who are like in his favour here.
Yeah.
And yet, Terence Crawford was smiling. Canelo is not even behaving like someone. It's like the crowd aren't even here. He's blocked them out, and it's tunnel vision.
Even the salute to the crowd was a bit like.
But I don't think it's too different from what he normally is like on his ring walk.
Canelo was not emotional there.
I personally prefer to feel a positive vibe on a ring walk. Listen, I walked out once to Hot Stuff by Donna Summers. Do you know what I mean? That says it all.
Listen,
the guy called me a pretty boy. I said, I'm walking out to Hot Stuff then.
So my opinion means absolutely nothing in this situation.
You know, it's just interesting because I've seen Canelo before not look as serious as that on the way out. And for me, when that many people are cheering for you, even when he acknowledged the crowd, he goes,
it's not.
And this might be like, I'm going to fucking rip his head off.
He's
here.
going to, no, he wants him.
He might be feeling some pressure. I don't know.
I'm telling you now, he's offended. He was offended, but what I liked about what I just saw from him just now is he relaxed. Now he's in the ring right now. He looks calm. He's been here before. We're talking about when he started his career. This guy's CV is extensive. It's great. He's done it. He's done this before, but he was just pissed off. Remember, this is the same guy that slapped Caleb Plant as well, and he heard something that he never really heard. He told himself that Caleb Plant disrespected his mum. There you go. So
there we go.
Wow.
They're announcing Terence Crawford.
I love this.
And you can hear the crowd aren't impressed.
I love it.
Because he tricked them. He mind gamed them.
It was beautiful.
It was brilliant work.
Do you know what?
It was beautiful.
You know how we look back at the Daniel Dubois walkout?
Yeah.
if he wins in style, going to look at that walkout and go, from the minute go, he was one step ahead.
Always.
People are going to say that.
Always.
I like the fact that he's not coming in any type of way respectful. Do you know what I'm saying? It sets the tone quite nicely. It's like, bro, yeah, cool. I want you to know this is not your occasion.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
walking in here as the man.
Being nice in boxing gets you nowhere.
Exactly.
How many people have fought Canelo and just been happy to be in a ring with him?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Caleb Plant literally said to him, "This is some high-level shit, man." And
Yeah,
Canelo
yeah.
went,
Listen,
Canelo went
I'm
like that. Just give him a nod.
That's a fanboy
and he
thing.
went, "You respect my skill?"
Yeah,
And Canelo went
that's crazy.
like that, and he went, "I respect your skill."
That's crazy,
And Canelo
bro.
went
All of the niceties.
like that, but that was the limit. That was the
Yeah.
limit, because Canelo's obviously a good person. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like he wants to be a good person, but at the same time, we're fighting, bro.
Do you
Exactly,
know what happened
bro.
after that?
Thank you.
Canelo fucking wrecked him.
Yeah.
That's
You
what I
know-
mean.
Do you know what's so crazy, yeah? I remember seeing these guys. Oh, shit.
Oh, this is a moment.
Do you know what's cool? We've heard that a lot now.
So many times. I don't
We've
record
been
it no
doing
more.
that.
I don't record it no more. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember the first time you were gutted, you didn't record
Yeah, I
that.
missed
It's
it.
so funny.
I missed it.
There he goes.
Right, Terence
There we
Crawford,
go. There we
41
go.
and 0.
There we go. That's
5'9".
That's right.
167.5 pounds from Omaha, Nebraska.
Comfortable, loose, ready to destroy, bro.
You know what though? Terence Crawford's face has changed also.
Yes,
now.
it has changed.
The lightheartedness is gone,
Yeah.
and now it's serious
Oh, he knows it's
business.
time.
It's time to go to work now.
But this is the point I was going to make, lads. When they were being
Look
so
at Bomac,
respectful.
Bomac.
Bomac in the back.
Bomac in the back. Served some years in a UK prison. But when they were being so respectful, yeah, I knew that this fight was going to go off. Two guys being so nice to each other, cordial, but you know it's going to go off in the main thing.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
they've done. So I knew it was going to get a gun show.
Why am I
We're
looking
gonna
at
have
Bomac
something.
and thinking that was Joey on the last stream? Like,
Same way.
why is that my the Undisputed fight's about to happen? That's what I'm thinking. What's going on?
There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
Unbelievable.
Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll take a ball to the head, so I'm clapping him.
bro.
I'm
Let's
clapping
go,
him.
bro.
I don't care. I'm surrounded by Mexicans.
Listen to that.
And this is a
Unreal.
real atmosphere. This atmosphere
Bro,
is
this-
crazy.
This atmosphere's mad.
Have you seen this light?
We've been through a lot, lads. This is right up there, isn't it?
This is
Yeah,
right
yeah,
up
yeah,
there.
yeah.
This is the one.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to lie to you. This is the one.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Well, what's Canelo? Just Jesus. Wow. What's he just dropped?
What? What happened?
I don't know what's going on here.
What are you saying?
Canelo's dropped something.
What do you mean? What dropped? What the hell?
Just them facial expressions.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting.
Was he in Vegas last night? Was he on the strip?
The jaw's going mad.
That jaw was going crazy.
Wow.
Do you know what? All of a sudden, I'm even more confident Canelo wins this. He's got some energy in him tonight, let me tell you, lads.
I'm just worried he's going to get popped after the show after what I've just witnessed.
This is the biggest. This is the biggest fight
Yeah.
ever. This is the biggest fight ever.
This is unreal.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
The biggest fight ever.
Boy, oh cat.
Right, lads,
fight ever.
we're going to find out who the fuck the king of the last decade is.
This is what I love about sports, man. High-level sports. You find out who's the best in a moment. It's beautiful, bro. There we go. Look at that middle of the ring.
I want to know what you think of the physique in terms of size-wise right now, lads.
Now
Canelo's
Canelo's
bigger.
looking
Canelo's
bigger.
massive.
Canelo's
Now
like the bigger
Canelo's
man.
looking a lot bigger.
Canelo looks like the bigger man right now.
Let's see when the angle changes, because that was quite close up. When we get the further out angle,
Shit,
you'll get
I've
a
got a
better
score.
idea.
I've got a score.
Why is this coach still rubbing his back so much? Leave him alone, man. Get on with it.
Southpaw.
Score.
Southpaw.
Southpaw.
Absolutely. Absolutely Southpaw. Oh, man. Feeling nerves, man.
Shit. Hit the like button and retweet if you're watching us now. Round one, Canelo Alvarez versus Terence Bud Crawford for the undisputed title.
I feel like I'm about to go out there. You know? Okay.
Wow.
He comes out southpaw.
He's out southpaw from the start, as predicted.
Pokes the jab out straight
Crawford
away.
on the front foot.
Yeah, pushed him back. Remember, he's got to let him know early. We was talking about that Bivol thing where you've got to set a marker.
That's
Oh, the crowd are absolutely electrifying in here.
Is that southpaw stance putting Canelo up? I'm surprised that Crawford took the centre already.
I'm really surprised.
He had to. We knew that he was going to try and send a message, let him know. But we'll see if he backs him up now.
Does the ring look small to you guys?
Me and Joey were talking about this earlier on. We couldn't work it out.
I think it's an 18-foot.
Okay.
What, 22? I think 22 or 24 is Olympic size.
24, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's an 18 inside the ring, which means there's a 20-foot ring. But it's 18 inside the ropes.
What will tell me something?
Canelo's now starting to take a front foot approach here.
If he switches stances after he takes a big shot from Canelo, that could be good from a Canelo mindset.
We're still waiting on. We've got a minute here, and really nothing landed so far.
Both guys have shown a lot of respect at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
more head movement from Canelo than you usually see.
But when you're dealing with a switch hitter, him changing stances isn't a signal
of
anything.
But we thought it was going to be like maybe three rounds. I don't know. You know, Canelo just tried to take something to feel confident in it.
I hear you.
Canelo's closing the distance at the minute.
He hasn't thrown though. He hasn't thrown yet.
But that's a natural.
He's using his feet better than what we probably. And he's thrown a shot and he missed there.
This is what Canelo does. He's applying the pressure. At this point in time, it's taking more energy out of Crawford because he's got him thinking constantly. He can't relax.
Especially with that 168-pound jump that he's made, you want him working as hard as fucking possible. And actually, you know how we've watched Usyk get people working?
A
little bit like that. Right hand lands for Canelo.
He blocked that.
Body shot lands.
Left it to the body from Canelo there.
I know they look similar sizes when we see them come face to face, but I'm looking right now, obviously, after the way.
There we go. Good one.
Crawford lands a good combo.
Nice.
You have to remind him.
Right hand lands for Canelo.
He blocked that. It's on the glove. Body shot landed though.
And Canelo coming down to the body. This is going to be something that's very significant when you're boxing a southpaw. You need to throw that right hand to the body as much as you can, really.
And he's good at the left hand to the body as well. He showed that against Billy Joe Saunders when he would leap in with that body shot. And Crawford's defense is looking pretty good so far.
I feel like, is it just me, but Canelo just feels really confident in there. He doesn't look like he's worried at all.
Nah, he looks fine.
This is how Canelo looks, to be fair. This is not abnormal from him.
To be honest, body language of both guys is similar. Crawford's always a slow starter, so
I'm not used to seeing Crawford on the back foot as much.
Canelo's thrown 2 left hooks to the body. That means it's a matter of time before he throws a left hook to the chin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he wants to get that pattern going, doesn't he?
But you notice that Crawford's his right guard is tight upstairs and downstairs.
Who won the first round, boys?
I'm going to go with Canelo for that round.
Early on, Crawford landed a little combination as well. I think that's a very difficult one. I'm probably going to say Canelo just for the pressure.
I would edge that to Canelo.
I'll go Canelo for the pressure.
Either way,
I think they probably landed about the same amount of clean shots, but I'll go Canelo for the front foot pressure.
I think the aggression from Canelo will edge that, especially with this crowd.
With this crowd as well. It has to be a...
This is what I hope doesn't happen, that we'll start scoring it based on the crowd. And,
exactly.
We need to see it. Punches landed, because even being on the front foot.
Let's look at these replays, boys. First good left hand landed from Crawford, we see there.
But that was a decent left hook, and in Canelo's neck didn't even move. His head did not move. Look how solid he is.
It landed on the tips. It didn't really... you know what I'm saying? You didn't get knuckles into that.
He didn't go through the
top. It was the inside of the glove. It wasn't clean.
They only gave that's interesting from Netflix. They only gave
the highlights to
Crawford.
What highlights were there for Canelo?
There was
two body shots and 1-2 down the pipe.
Maybe that's a sign that
maybe Crawford won that round in their view. You know?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not.
I'll never go by that. Sometimes you just lets you know what the network
This is better
thinking.
from Crawford.
Yeah, he's using that lead hand.
Use it longer.
Bivol did that very well to set up combinations.
he cannot win this fight without using his jab effectively.
That's right.
He's got to be using his jab.
Body shot,
going down
and then he gets out of the way.
Steps
nice
out.
return fire.
Good feet though from Canelo to stay out of the way.
What's
as
that
well.
right
I
hook?
like the pressure from Canelo right now.
That right hook is going to
That's
be
lovely.
that
Good
lands on
jab.
Canelo.
Really good jab there.
Did you see that right hook just miss from
That's
Canelo,
right.
yeah?
Canelo
They'll only get slower.
Smashing into the shoulder,
that's
Canelo.
right.
But Crawford's managing the distance nice at this point.
See,
you know why? Because his feet are really fresh right now. I'll be interested to see how he looks. If you keep him on the back foot for another 4 rounds, I'll be interested to see how he's managing it then.
But same with Canelo, because his pace is only going to dip.
But you know when we say on the back foot, yeah, Canelo's took centre ring, But he's not back foot running, Crawford.
No,
he's not doing a William Skull.
Not
He's
occasionally.
on the back foot.
just turn
Do you
it.
not think, Joey, occasionally he's having to use quite explosive movement to get out the way?
Yeah.
And he's actually having to expend quite a bit of
Good point.
energy.
But
And he's in the corner right now. Nice left hook to the body
good to
from
the body.
Canelo.
But
Makes
this type of movement from Crawford, I know it looks like a lot of energy, but this is quite normal for him.
quite
It is,
minimal,
but not at
yeah.
168
Oh,
pounds.
good, that's a good body shot. That's a good body shot
body
from
shot.
Canelo.
You know what's crazy about what I'm seeing? Oh, lovely little.
Good. He took that on the gloves. But it was a good effort to be. Nice body shot from Canelo.
You've got to be nervous because, again, them body shots from Canelo, they really count.
I like
you
what
know.
I'm seeing from Canelo
They
so far.
really count still.
I'll tell you something that's surprising
Some
me.
investment
You
there.
see how
The
hard
hand-
he had to work to get away from Canelo there?
The hand
That's what I'm
speed
talking about.
differential.
I don't think there's much in
There's
it.
not much in it.
But I said this.
There's not much in it.
Terence
Do you
Crawford
know
isn't
why?
known for his
Do you know why?
But Crawford
Because we're
hasn't
talking
really
about
thrown.
14 pounds on top of what we're not looking at. Crawford at 147.
Nice return there.
That was a nice little.
Who landed clean? I didn't get a
right
I
hook
didn't
from
get a good
Canelo
camera
landed
shot of
cleaner,
that.
I
One at a
felt.
time, boys.
Okay. Yeah, right hook landed from Canelo, then he returned fire with his own left, but it was more of a touch landed. Didn't
Yep.
really get through the target again. You can see Crawford's looking for that return fire on every
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
much every shot Canelo
Well, he's a
throws.
great counter puncher.
Yeah.
There we go.
But
We've got to put
they're
more
missing.
together.
He's
We've got to
missing
put
with
more
his counter
together.
punches so far.
Crawford's missing more than I expected
He
at
is.
the moment, you know, guys.
Because Canelo's defense is underrated, but his actual, you can see his legs aren't as slow as they were in the last fight already.
Well, he's engaged again. That's what Lawrence was saying. He's saying, look, he tried to go to the rope to say, come forward and do something. He tried to.
Oh,
look at that.
Canelo counter punches the counter
beautiful,
puncher.
Canelo.
That was a lovely stiff
I
jab.
like it.
Remember, he went to the ropes to say, come to me. Let me see what you're doing. And,
he invited him
Crawford,
on
and Crawford
then
didn't step
baited
forward.
him in.
Crawford didn't step forward.
Mate, Canelo's
but
winning this round,
But
lads.
it was an obvious bait, though. That's why you don't step
I
forward
hear
for
it.
that.
I hear it.
I've seen Bivol not
2-0
engage on the
Canelo.
rope.
You know what?
Canelo.
It's a mental game, innit? I'm saying to you, come. You say you're that guy. Come to me.
Now,
and
here's
you
the question,
don't.
lads. I've got a question, because I
Go.
predicted that Canelo would win the early rounds.
Yeah.
And then that one of two things would happen. Crawford would download the data and start trying different things because he is so multi-talented. And the thing is, he can go to so many different weapons that he can turn a fight like he did with Porter.
Yeah.
Or he's going to take a big shot and he's going to get hurt. Do you think that Crawford will turn this fight round now?
We're going to have to see. I mean, what we're seeing right now is a very cagey start from Crawford.
Agreed.
Canelo's opening up a little bit more quite early on. Crawford, not so much. Crawford's still very much like trying to time him on the way in with a single shot. Everything is single shots at the moment.
I know we've seen counter punches from Canelo, but it's not like Crawford's getting countered every time.
No.
I think Crawford needs to put threes and fours together like he does.
That's right.
Only one might get through.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean?
That's right.
But
I
before
like
the fight, you said that was a risky strategy, remember?
If I was to
Triple H
say-
is here.
Triple H.
If I
Time
was
to
to
play the
say
game.
whoever's tactics before the fight, whose tactics are coming off right now, I'd say Canelo's tactics are working. This is how he expects the fight to go.
Absolutely.
This fight.
Crawford is on the front foot now, so he's obviously realising, all right, I need to make a mark here and get some respect.
What was nice is when he was doubling up the jab. It was really good. It was clever.
He's
like
trying to do that now.
Where he doubles up the jab and comes round the side with both hooks. He'll come round the side from the southpaw stance of hooks from each side.
That's
but
right.
he needs to just be on it and he needs
Jab
to do it a
from
little
Canelo
bit
lands.
more. Body shot from Crawford in there.
If we're taking data from Bivol, you've got to throw combinations
Body
against
shot.
Canelo.
That's more like
He
it.
can defend easily ones and twos.
Now
Yeah.
Canelo again starts
That's the
marching
best work
forward.
from Crawford.
I don't know if he's getting the respect here, Crawford.
It's the power, though. I need to see Crawford start to.
You know
bit
what?
of spite on
We've
his
just
shots.
seen a bit
You're
of
seeing
spite from
something.
Canelo. He's
You're
gaining
seeing
in
some-
confidence
He's starting to
here.
believe. Canelo's starting to believe in
He
his
is.
power. He's
He is.
walking him down.
He's not getting the respect
He's-
here, Crawford. He's
he's
not getting
backing
enough
him up.
respect. And I said before the fight, the distance between the two will tell you how the fight is going. Canelo is marching forward early on here.
not stepping off him at all.
But you're saying that, but Crawford's still escaping quite nicely on them combinations
Good
there.
shot there. Nice shot from
Right, look
Crawford.
where he's standing though.
Crawford's
look at Canelo.
Crawford's outlanded him so
regardless,
far.
Loz.
Crawford's outlanded him so far this round. He just
He
blocked
has.
that right hook there.
The point that Brian made about the exits, I think, is quite significant because
Yeah.
sometimes when you watch some of these exits Crawford's making, he might normally make a 25%, whatever. He's doing a 90-degree angle on some of these exits. They are going to...
He's having to be really explosive to get out of these danger spots. And fair enough, he's doing it. It is going to drain the gas tank.
I'm not gonna lie, Canelo's having his way at it as it stands. You know,
I'd like to see
he's
more
not winning
volume.
this round, though.
No, I'm saying the fight is going in his direction.
Do you think Crawford's really winning it though either?
I think Crawford's winning this round.
He's definitely winning this round, not the
But
fight.
I'm saying what has happened here is he's allowed it because he's changed his style. He's saying, I'm just going to walk forward. I'm not, forget your power. Look at this.
But that's where we know. This is why.
Normally
this
see
is
a
why
counter-punch
Crawford.
there, don't you?
This is why Crawford respects Canelo's power.
Yep.
Because he just made Canelo miss, and usually he'd let
would,
2
bro.
shots go.
You would capitalise on that.
Canelo missed and then jumped out. because he
Canelo
knew a
just
shot
used
was
a
gonna
double
come.
jab backhand. He didn't quite break the guard.
So since them early punches, are you lot still saying that it's still all a Crawford round?
I feel like Canelo is just so confident against the power of Crawford here.
I just don't think he's won this round though. Even still,
I can hear what you're saying.
because the pressure is not. It's not point scoring, is it?
Yeah.
That is lovely.
good
That's
return
a
fire.
fire.
But yeah, there's a left hook to the body, and then there's what, at least 1 scoring shot coming back, maybe 2. I'd have to see it on the replay. I'm still having Crawford in this round.
Crawford is
fair
having
enough,
to learn a lot about himself at super middleweight, by the way. So the first 2 rounds, he's not going to come in doing anything major. He's coming to see what this looks like,
body
what this
shot
feels
from
like.
Canelo. I like that
Good
one.
body shot. That's his first real scoring shot of the round.
I think he's definitely hit more body shots than just that, though.
To be honest, I'm liking what I'm seeing this round from Crawford.
Same here.
Yeah.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's a bit more slick here, isn't he?
That's right. And he's
I'm gonna give that a
starting to
Crawford
land
round.
clean. Yeah, that's a Crawford round. But he's starting to land clean. Now, I'm curious to see what the power looks like when he sits down on a shot and digs Canelo.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if he's just going to eat that and keep coming forward, or if he's going to go, okay.
I think there was a really good. So Canelo came with a body shot and he returned with a lovely 1-2 Crawford there. And I think that was the best shot I've seen so far from him in the fight. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah,
He looked the most relaxed, definitely, in that round.
that's right. That's right. Again, it's new territory for him.
Is it?
So I think him starting fast would be weird.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm at 168 with the king of the 168 division. I'm going to feel my way through this one.
I
You
think
see what I'm
The
saying?
reason why I'll say I feel a little bit different, guys, I think psychologically from Canelo, he's realized something, and he said, you know, I'm going to go for broke. I'm going to take a risk here because I feel I back myself.
Canelo's
in taking
playing
a
the
shot.
big boss.
Yeah, he's playing
the big boss
and
in
he's
there.
and he's
even
been,
though
he's been
you
hit.
say Crawford won that round, I'm not feeling like Canelo's like, oh shit, I better respect you.
Oh, there's no panic there.
Yeah, there's no panic,
whatsoever.
and that's I
Agreed,
think that's what's
agreed.
important.
It's
so
not
while
there
he's
yet.
that's
But it's
why-
just one of the things with someone like Crawford, you can't really allow him to start growing into
That's
the fight.
true.
Yeah,
That's
you
true.
need something more authoritative here from
Jab.
Crawford
Good jab.
to back
Early.
him up a little bit more and keep that distance. That helps him land those counter
Jab.
punches.
Oh,
There you go. That's more what we're
Crawford.
expecting.
There we go.
That's
There
more
we go.
Crawford.
Much
There we
better.
go.
Crawford,
There we go. Let's
brilliant
start to get
combination.
busy.
Come to life.
Body.
Nice
Oh,
work.
that's nice.
Oh, Terence Crawford is having some
There we
success.
go. There we go.
Lovely job.
That's when Crawford
Now wait.
stays a little bit too long, though. I'm telling you.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
That was beautiful work from Crawford.
Beautiful work.
There,
And
nice.
he
Good.
timed him
Nice back
perfectly.
foot fighting
He
here.
timed him perfectly there.
Okay, it's setting a light.
It's
It's
gonna
setting a
build.
light.
There we go.
Oh, good backhand from Crawford.
There we go.
The problem,
There we go.
the mistake that Canelo's doing right now, he's been very predictable.
Of course
he's
he is.
marching
He's
forward.
not
This is how
jumping
he
his way in,
fights.
though.
He's not using any feints.
Normally, you know how he flicks the jab? He's not really working his way in, is he?
Well, quite often as well with Canelo, what he does is
Very
he lunges in
predictable shots.
with a stiff jab and then he lets his shots go. At the minute, he's just leading in with big hooks.
Canelo threw
Nah.
something with bad intentions. I don't know if it landed properly there.
But that was frustration. That was pure frustration.
Yeah, he's not
That
happy.
wasn't calculated.
Just quickly back, Canelo threw a hook that landed on the glove of Crawford. Crawford didn't throw for about 15 seconds after that. That's an indication to me that maybe he knows this guy's got some power.
Listen, he knows. Make no mistake about it.
But you see, it's interesting. In the middle of the ring, Crawford seems to get the better of the exchanges.
Of course.
Canelo needs you to be against the ropes before he believes he can throw.
The space behind him is helping Crawford for sure. Like
That's because he's got slow feet. So normally that's what he does. He pressure.
kind of like the
pressures you.
Bevel. Oh, body shot,
That's a good
Canelo.
body shot there still.
But what I will
doing
say,
some-
them body shots are going to start to take the
Yes,
toll as the
$1,000,000%.
fight goes on.
Backhand
And the
Canelo.
right hand.
He's taking over still.
Good.
He's
Body
doing
shot
some good
Canelo.
work.
In what-
Canelo's doing some good work, guys.
He
It
is.
started,
Hard
it
one
started
to
beautifully
And
from
another backhand Canelo.
It started beautifully from Crawford, but Canelo's done some. Look, another body
And
shot.
another body shot Canelo.
Canelo's a master at giving you, like, you know, shot to the body, then he switches it up.
Yeah.
He's renowned for that.
Crawford needs to land some good shots.
I need Crawford
in
to go
this,
to
in
the
this
body.
last sort of 45 seconds.
He hasn't
to
really gone to
secure
the
a
body,
round.
has he?
Yeah,
He's
no.
definitely.
If not, the rounds.
I think what's
slipping.
happened here, he's felt one of those
Nah,
shots.
he's breaking him down, lads.
Yep.
That was lovely.
Oh,
punch.
nice.
I wouldn't say that.
1-2.
He's
There we go.
smiling.
And he smiled.
I appreciate it.
I rate that. I rate that.
that.
That's elite stuff there.
Mate, we're witnessing a really good fight
Nice.
here.
Go to the
lads.
body again.
Fuck me. This is so much better than their
I'd
last
like
fight.
for him to just shoot that shot to the solar plexus. Do you know what I'm saying? Just every once in a while.
Really hard fight
Yeah.
round to score this for me.
But again, you know we was talking about Joey before about playing chess. It's an exciting chess match
That's
at the
what I'm
way
saying.
because you can see they're both trying to figure each other out. Look at them smiling, talking.
Put the stamp on it. Someone
Yeah.
needs to put the stamp on this.
Round.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a swing round right now for me.
I don't know how
like.
you're not going to score it.
I probably.
Canelo
Nice shot.
Canelo with a good backhand.
That shot.
That's a Crawford right hook,
Interesting.
wasn't it?
That's what I mean. Look,
That's a Crawford right
you wait
hook.
till you see it
No,
again.
but they both.
The problem is,
Who reacted worse?
the problem is, there was some lovely body shots from Canelo, which definitely played it, like definitely affected Crawford.
say this.
And
Yeah, that last moment.
that last shot in the round can sway the judges sometimes. You know, that's the
Uppercut.
last shot to remember.
Covered up. It's covered up. It skims him
Where's
a
the
little bit.
fucking replay, man?
They're not showing any of his work.
Yes,
Clean.
Clean. That's one. That's the one.
Yeah, he took it though. Crawford took it in credit.
Bam.
Nah, mate. Nah, that was the
Bam.
last shot. That was the last
the
shot.
last
Was that
shot.
when, I don't know.
Nah,
if it was
nah,
right.
nah,
It
nah.
wasn't
That was earlier in the round.
Nah, that's earlier.
That's so good. We don't even know which
No,
shot it
because
was.
he smiled afterwards. That was
That's
the
the
final
one. That's the
punch
last shot.
It's sometimes difficult when
Yeah,
you see
you
it.
lot saw stuff that you weren't seeing, bro. I hope you lot are
wasn't-
calling
it
this.
wasn't.
That wasn't the one at the end. That wasn't the one at the end. They didn't show that one.
In my opinion, that was
the
the one,
last
yeah.
exchange was Canelo throwing a backhand and Crawford throwing a right hook.
That's right.
That's funny. WWE.
Mike Tyson's here.
Hey!
Listen to the crowd.
That's some WWE shit right there.
tell you
Let's
what,
go.
lads.
Round 5.
Is that 2-2 or 3-1?
I'm going to go 3-1 for me. Don't know what you lot are thinking.
I'm going 2-1 in a draw round.
Yeah, 2-1 in a swing round.
I asterisk it, to be honest.
Every time Crawford starts mixing that double jab, triple jab, we'll see a difference. But he's not using it enough. He's switched off from it towards the back end of the last round.
Yeah.
He needs to get on his jab.
Completely agree, mate.
The volume from Crawford's not been there.
No, he's switched.
But we're still in the early stages. 5 rounds. He might be looking at these mid-fight lows that Canelo sometimes has.
Left
When
right
there's-
from Crawford.
That's lovely.
Canelo, did that land, lads? It was hard to see.
It looks like, and he's out the way. Look how elusive he's been. This is
They've got it
brilliant
all.
work.
The judges here have got it all to Crawford.
That's so strange.
Every round.
That doesn't
Let's
That
matter.
be
doesn't
real
mean
here.
anything. But they're not even showing my man's highlights properly, so
Yeah.
it lets you know everything. The network's
What
made
I-
the decision.
What I will say at this point, I expected more pressure from Canelo. A lot more pressure.
I think Canelo's doing what he needs to do.
Hey.
See these shots here, where Crawford replies with 2 counters, that's where I'm so used to seeing him land. So far,
Yeah.
not as much.
Everyone believed that Canelo was going to get hit way more than this,
You
and
know
he
what?
hasn't been.
It's because we're witnessing 2 great fighters.
That's
And
right.
That's the
Oh,
Good
difference.
return.
lovely
Left
counter
hook.
from Crawford.
Left
Catch and
hook from
reply.
Canelo.
Good
Crawford
work.
comes back with the counter.
But he's in and out. Look how quick he's in and out. You said that how would he learn this in one camp? But
The
the
difference-
guy's been
The
been
fight
elusive.
is not over.
One
I hear
huge
you.
difference is when Crawford makes Canelo miss, he's able to capitalise and counter. Whereas when Canelo's makes Crawford miss, he's off balanced a lot of the time. He's not really able to come back with shots. He's
But you
much
just-
better when he's attacking.
you
Do you
don't
know what?
expect him to miss.
I'd argue that a little bit. I would argue that and say Canelo has actually done a little bit better in terms of countering
Way
in this
better.
fight than I'd seen
I'm
in
not
this.
sure. I don't agree with that.
I'm going to be with you on that one because he's stepping out the distance. Look at he lands his punch and he steps out. It's good
Well, I'm
work.
gonna-
I think Canelo's baiting Crawford onto him a little bit
Yeah,
to
he
try,
is. He
to
is.
try and look for
And
openings.
Crawford can sense it.
This is what he does. He waits. He's patient.
He's like a tiger, isn't he?
He is.
That's lovely from
Nice return
Crawford there.
uppercut.
I
That's
don't
good.
know.
Uppercut from Crawford.
I don't
That's
know
the
how
second
much
time he's
landed
done
there,
that.
mate.
Nah, he's the second time he's kind of done that catch uppercut, like return fire.
This is
Body shot.
This is a confident performance from Canelo, guys.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're coming to his weight to try and tell him
Another body
something and
shot.
take his belts. This ain't enough right now. Crawford needs to step it up.
Yeah, you know what we said before the fight about it. To beat Canelo in his backyard, as unfair as it might be, it does need to be a little
Watch
bit.
this.
But you see, the thing is, though,
Oh,
Canelo,
man.
when he's
He
frustrated,
nearly
will
threw
do
him over
that.
the ring.
And there's no
Over
reason
the,
for him to be as
ropes.
frustrated as he is for him to suddenly start doing this.
Yeah.
I didn't like
Something's
that.
happening because he's not landing as much as we're saying all of these things.
I didn't like your intro music. That's why I'm pissed off.
No, yeah, I hear it, but think about it. Canelo is not just landing constantly throughout this fight. There's a lot of following each other
No,
around.
but you're talking
Can I
about
say
someone.
one thing
Go
before
ahead.
we score the round, yeah? we had a question today. Can Canelo's feet be better?
Oh yeah.
And they're good.
They're better.
They are better.
I've just seen him faint in and out of range. They're better. They're
I've
better.
been saying that the whole fight.
Better than the skull fight you're talking
Better
about?
than in his last couple of fights.
Better, yeah.
Not saying better than Crawford's. I'm saying better than his last couple of fights.
How are you guys scoring this round? That just happened.
I think that was the least eventful round that we've seen so far.
I think there was so little landed that you come down to things like pressure.
Yeah.
I think Crawford won that round.
How?
Because he landed the shots. Like we're gonna
We're
score
in Vegas,
pressure.
bro.
No, but we're scoring pressure as if they're punches.
Yeah.
No, but I think
And that's weird.
I think what Joey's saying is it was so even. You start to then look at the pressure.
Do you remember
who was
Canelo landing any
dictating the
punches
fight.
that round?
I remember Canelo landing a right hand to the body. I remember Crawford landing a left uppercut, and I think maybe a couple of touch jabs. So it's quite even for me. So
Okay.
then I look at. I always say it's like football. You go down to goal difference. Do you know what I mean? I kind of look.
So you're only a while they're in attendance.
It's not enough. Before, that would have been crazy. That bomb squad moment would have been wicked, but they didn't go crazy.
Come on, bud. You got to raise the ante
But
now,
this
bro.
is where Bud has to raise it. 6 rounds in, this is where you've got to.
Nice.
And he's.
There we
Do you know
go.
that was quite interesting? They're both
we
engaged.
go.
And that's,
Well done.
that's what
That's
we're
it.
talking
There we
about.
go.
That's
That's
what we're
it.
There
talking
we
about.
go.
When
That's
he comes
it.
back to the right hand.
There we
That's
go.
it.
Nice.
That's
I like
better.
that. That's better.
That's the Crawford I've been looking for, to be honest. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a
Canelo
shame
had to
because
shake his head and say no.
Oh,
Good
Nice.
shot.
Lovely
Good
shot from Crawford.
And then he
Beautiful
escaped.
work. Set
He
him.
come underneath
He
there
There
and
we
upset
go.
escaped
him.
There we
beautifully.
go. Get comfortable,
That was
bud.
good
There you go.
boxing, and he's
Oh,
got his tongue out at him.
there you go.
Credit to Terence Crawford. That
Listen.
was beautiful.
I said to you, Crawford's a menace.
Yeah.
Do you know what
Crawford
I'm
is
Turn
a
him
menace.
around.
Do you see
Turn
what
him
I've
around.
just see what I've just witnessed there? One thing that people didn't appreciate is the strength of Crawford, which
That's
I wasn't
right.
sure he was going to be able to do.
100%.
But he's resting in the
Turned him.
background there. He
Turned
literally
him.
picked him with one hand and just turned him
Turned him
easily.
around.
Easily.
Do you know what's so
That
crazy
surprised
as well?
me. That moment there is a big moment for me.
That
But-
jab
oh.
to the body is going to bring rewards, bro. He's got a jab to Canelo's body.
Do you know what I'm saying, lads? I'm not sure that the power of Canelo is what it used to be. Like, you know, the explosiveness. When them body shots are sinking in, when he used to sink them in against Billy Joe Saunders, it don't look the same anymore, mate.
Yeah, but
I
you
don't
have to
know.
understand. I think the stamina, the engine is not the same either.
Oh!
Look at that.
It was a good,
body.
there was a
That
good
was a
right
good
hook
body
to the
shot.
body.
That was a
from-
good body shot.
To the body.
And a right hook.
I don't know if he's hurt.
That
Skinned
didn't
him.
land.
Skinned him.
That was
Didn't
skinned
land.
off the
Nah.
cheek, wasn't it?
Didn't land.
No, but the body shot landed, didn't it?
The body shot from
He's
Canelo
got to go to the
landed.
body on Canelo. I'm telling you, that's the way to win.
He hasn't
because
tried.
this. That was just the feet.
He's aware of the power.
No, that was
He's-
the feet. That was
I
the
know
feet.
that.
That's fine.
I know. I'm saying he's obviously you've got to be evasive, but he's aware. He knows what he's in there.
I
with.
feel like this is a pretty
Look at the
even
punches
fight
landed,
right now.
guys.
But,
This-
but you
this-
know what I said about downloading the data? I feel like Crawford is downloading
He's downloading
it.
it much better than Canelo has.
And he's
Whenever,
changing the direction a little bit.
whenever
here.
you see Canelo skip around the ring as if he's now the loose, fleet of foot guy, you know Canelo is having to think about stuff he shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So this is a Crawford round so far.
So far.
But I think the jab to the body is going to be what brings the most rewards.
Do you know
for
what I'm not
Crawford.
saying though? One fighter massively outlanding the other.
No,
as
you're
much
right.
as I'm impressed with Crawford, you know, handling the situation, he's not massively outlanding Canelo at all
No.
yet.
No, I agree.
and that's
Maybe.
what I expected to. That's what I expected to happen.
But what's interesting for me is that Canelo respects that counter shots are coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time he throws, he's straight away he wants to get out.
Yeah,
That's a
you're
good
right.
body. That's a good shot to
Absolutely.
the
Which
body
actually
for him.
will hurt him planting his feet because he likes to sort of not give a fuck when he throws.
But what I
doesn't he?
mean is the power is making him think about
Yeah,
this.
yeah, he's
where
getting
he
that
could just
respect
walk
now.
through.
Go
I
nice.
think it's the power and the southpaw stance. So one of you mentioned earlier on, I think he's really struggling with the southpaw.
It's really weird to see
at
how
times,
much Terence Crawford is smiling.
That's
and
right. He's
laughing.
comfortable in there now.
It's
I
a
think
real
at times
Crawford
he's
round.
making Canelo look quite clumsy.
But then also look at this round. How much has Canelo's pace dipped?
Yes,
Massively.
massively.
Okay.
It's a real Crawford round. You have to,
Of course
there's
it
no
is.
way to just.
Of course it is. And it's only going to build.
That's a Crawford
It's
round.
only going to build. Bud round.
I think Canelo really needs a big round coming up here
Yep.
because we're seeing him. And look, we mentioned the gas tank in the second half of fights beforehand. He has, but I kind of thought because he's throwing so many power punches, but realistically, Crawford doesn't look unfit at
He's
all
fine.
at this weight. He looks
but,
fine.
But not just that, but you considered what we know about Canelo and the gas tank and all those type of things. We're at round 6 now. He should have hurt Crawford way more.
Exactly.
No, but-
This is your
But
part
then
of the
if
fight.
you're being fair,
Great
you
point.
have to say that Crawford should have landed on Canelo
No,
way
no,
more
no,
as well.
no.
Listen,
No,
let me just
no,
say
no,
this.
no.
Let me just say this.
Fair.
I always say, I said from the
That's
beginning
fair.
that Crawford is the more skillful fighter. But when you're fighting the smaller man, one thing you cannot do is let them build any level of confidence.
Thank you.
You've got to stamp your authority on the fight early to let that smaller man know he can be hurt, and he hasn't done that.
And,
the second half of the fight, potentially, you know, Crawford is looking extremely fit. If anything, I would say that Canelo looks slightly more tired.
Thank you.
His energy's definitely dipping. You said it earlier on.
Yep.
And when you know
see
the body
Canelo's-
shots,
when you
the
see
body
Canelo
shots of
skip-
Canelo have not really slowed down Crawford.
Not at all.
As much as what I thought they would.
They haven't landed cleanly. That's the reason why. Nothing's been super clean. The only clean shot I think he's landed
Look at
is
his
that
watch. Look at the
right
wrestling.
cross to the
Look at
body.
the wrestling. He ain't dominating him in those grips.
No, he hasn't won those.
No, but Crawford is was good enough to be what, like a state level wrestler or,
That's what I'm
or
saying.
national
Exactly.
level wrestler or saying.
Crawford
There we
is-
go. Push him back.
Good shot
There
there.
we go. There we go. Play with him now.
Canelo wants that left hook.
That's right.
He wants that
Stand
left
there
hook.
with him. Let's
he
go.
wants that left hook.
Let's go.
It's a dangerous.
There we
Canelo's
go.
getting aggressive now.
Keep him in the middle. There we go. Uppercut, baby.
Hey!
Let's go.
Canelo looks desperate here.
Crawford's a
Canelo looks
madman.
desperate.
That's a Batman right
He's
there.
a madman. He's
Come on,
playing
bro.
with fire. He
I
don't
love
care.
it. I'm really
Do you
impressed.
know
There we
why?
go.
Because he's a fucking fireman.
Love it.
That's what we do.
I've got to say, this round is beautiful from Crawford. So skillful.
That's right.
Yeah, look,
Sometimes just stand there. There you
know.
go. I'm not running away from you, bro.
I hear what
them
you're
shots
saying.
from
Them
Canelo
shots
look
count.
nothing. They look nothing.
They count,
They were
bro.
in close. He tried to throw some right hooks.
There was one shot that
hearing
I
what you
thought.
lot
There it
saying.
It's like this sharpness has gone from
We
the
mentioned
shots.
beforehand about making Canelo overreach look desperate.
There you go. Look at it. Look at
He
this. Look
did
at his
that a
watch.
little
Look,
bit,
listen,
sure.
Crawford's willing to hold his feet. He's like,
Guys, these shots
Canelo
count.
Canelo wants to punch arms. Canelo wants to punch
Nah,
arms.
And
Canelo
we've seen
is
him do
landing
this.
here, to be
He's
fair to
landing.
him.
This
He
is
is
what I'm
landing.
saying.
Cannelo's not
This
landing.
is how
No,
he.
he's landing body
Oh
shots
my
after
God.
body
punching
shots.
on the arm.
How man?
He's targeting the arms,
He's
though.
landing, bro.
He's
What are
landed
you
some
talking
body
about?
shots here. Come on.
Guys,
He's
when you
landing.
watch
I
this
feel
round
as if you're
7 back,
witnessing something different than what I'm witnessing.
Thank
Are
you.
you saying
I'm
he's
not
not,
seeing that.
Loz,
I'm
are
not
you saying he's
seeing
not
Canelo-
landing body shots?
Not clean. It's like on the arms.
On the
That's
arms.
not
He's-
clean.
But how
But
many
he's
times have you seen
targeting
him
the
do
arms.
it?
He's targeting
Wait,
the
Loza,
arms.
is it the first time you've seen him punch the arms? That's what he does.
No, I'm aware of that, but I feel
Yeah.
like you're discrediting what Crawford's
No, I'm
also
not
doing.
discrediting. I'm saying right now Crawford's doing his job, but I'm saying Canelo is still doing what he usually does. We have to be honest.
Canelo's regaining some energy here.
Right now, Crawford is outlanding Canelo.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah, that's
the
fair.
po-
That's fair.
I think that Crawford's landing the better quality.
Okay, so look there. 6 punches thrown from Canelo, not one landed.
Exactly. And then
Can I just say,
his
lads,
output is
the
dipped.
stats on here though are the opinion of a man clicking
No,
the
no,
button.
no. But they're the stats that they're gonna go by.
No, I didn't. I just read that off my head.
No,
I looked at it.
All right, okay, fair.
Look,
I
when they're
weren't,
showing them down the
I weren't
bottom,
looking at no stats. I see Canelo throw 6 shots there in the corner. I didn't see
I
one
think
land.
Canelo's landed some
I feel
shots
like
in
the
this fight.
sharpness of Canelo's just disappeared.
Just
Massively.
out of
It
nowhere.
just disappeared. You know,
Look at that.
Can we just say though, Crawford is hardly being ambitious here either though.
nobody's
Crawford's winning the round.
He's winning the
Yeah,
round.
Look at this.
But
I'm
it isn't-
telling you.
I'm not like
Canelo's gassed,
this
bro.
round isn't fucking great, is it? It's
Nah,
not the best
nah,
round
nah,
so
nah.
far, is it?
Listen,
How it started with Crawford standing right in the pocket and wrestling with him and catching and shooting. Bro, Canelo hasn't responded to any of those points that was
little
scored
backhand
earlier.
was cheeky. That was a cheeky. I feel
Listen,
like,
listen,
it looked like a forearm. It looked like he.
That's
I've
even
seen
on
that
the-
It looked
elbow.
like he forearmed
I
him.
predicted that Canelo would win, right? And
a bad round.
I'm saying that Crawford is winning the round. Yes, you're saying it's not impressive, but I did not expect it to go this way.
So
He's going up
But
against a
can
bigger
I
man.
just say,
He's in the
what we have
pocket.
to remember though is, you can't constantly bear in mind that what Crawford is doing is amazing because he's coming up 14 pounds. You have to judge the rounds just on the round.
Yeah.
Because
but
no, let us finish my sentence. That was a low activity round,
Yep.
a low scoring round for both fighters.
Yeah.
Where
No,
you
no.
could say Crawford edged it with a better quality shot, but it wasn't amazing.
It wasn't.
That
But
first part
but
of the round,
the goal-
that first minute of that round was
really
all
good.
Crawford.
But whether it's
And since then, we haven't seen a moment where we said
but
that's
all
all
Crawford
Canelo.
scoring a minimal amount of punches more is not like it's
That
not
was-
dominant.
But that's
That
a
was-
round that's
but then-
scored.
but the-
That's
but
a
then-
round
but
that's
then-
scored.
I'm not
no,
saying
we're
that,
not.
but I think we're overhyping what's
Yes,
going on here.
we are.
Massive.
We are. We're doing this thing, yeah. What
Canelo's
no,
activity
hold on,
has
let me
dropped
land.
off a
I
mountain
agree.
right
let
in
me
front
land.
of
I
us.
agree.
Let me land.
You're right.
Wait,
You're
no,
right.
don't
I'm
get
just
what you-
saying Crawford's activity
No, but
has
there's a
not been
point.
amazing.
There's a point that you lot are making. There's something. There's things happening in this fight. Yeah, there was a clear Crawford round. We said that's how you fight when you was excited. We haven't had another one of those.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
the fight generally is on the
Yeah.
down, like because
been that.
Canelo's fucked.
Is
I
he
don't know.
fucked?
I don't get the point that's trying to be made here. All I know is that Crawford won the round.
Agreed.
And end of story.
I
That's-
agree.
Great work. That's great
It's almost
work.
like you're expecting a higher expectation for Crawford. No.
No, I'm expecting I thought the fight would be a bit more action-packed at this point, because normally, for both of these fighters in their history, they always turn the heat up as the fight goes on, and if anything, it's getting less active at the moment.
Brian, he's trying.
Canelo needs to dial it up then.
Canelo just threw a shot.
Not on this round. I'm talking about the last round.
Canelo just threw a shot with one leg on the ground. He actually had a leg off the ground and threw a shot.
He doesn't
he's
look good
not
at all.
comfortable in there.
Because he's rich and he's been made to fall short, and that's when your balance goes.
That's better from Canelo
And
there.
there's no power on
He's
these
like-
shots.
he's like
These are
two or
touch
three
landings
body
from
shots.
now.
The left
That was a good.
blocked.
I don't know if that landed,
But
but
there
that
was
was
a
a good
body
body
shot.
shot. Good body
I do
shot.
think Canelo's landed some decent shots this round.
Yeah,
He has his
yeah,
bit-
yeah,
better
yeah.
round from
Look at
Canelo.
the fight totals, by the way. 64 punches landed to Crawford, 48 for Canelo.
Yeah, I feel that's fair.
I try not to go off them.
I hear you, but these numbers mean something.
I've got Crawford in front.
Sorry.
I've got
I was gonna say.
level now, and if Crawford
I
wins
think
this
Crawford's
round,
winning the fight.
Good body
Fuck
shot.
yeah.
This is a good Canelo round,
This
guys.
is a better round from
This is
Canelo.
a good
without
Canelo
doubt.
round. We got to be honest. Let's call it how it is.
That's exactly what I've been doing.
Saying, I feel like there's some fan bias in this. I just want to see the best
but then
man win.
there's a 4-punch combo, and I'm not saying they don't do damage, but to score, they're not scoring.
And what's Crawford scored to this round? What's he done this round?
Exactly.
Nothing. He's done nothing, lads.
There's no doubt about it. Canelo's winning this round to this point. That's all we were arguing. The last round, Crawford was still winning. It wasn't spectacular.
It was the way we were talking about it, as if it was like I just think accurately. I don't think it was an
That's
impressive
good work.
round.
This is good work. This is good work.
I'm
It's
telling
good work
you
from
now.
Canelo.
I'm telling you now. Canelo respects Crawford.
Yeah, of course.
He's thrown right hands and stepped back about 4 or 5 times. I never
there.
see him do that against heavier
Look at
guys.
this,
Again, he's turned him easy.
He's a way better wrestler. Jeez.
Yeah, that's
You know what?
crazy.
Terence Crawford should go to the
He's a
fucking UFC.
way
after
better
this. He's
wrestler.
amazing.
That was nice.
And
Man.
the thing was that clinch was initiated by
By
Canelo.
Canelo,
He
he's
done
lost
some
those-
work and then wanted to hold.
He's
Why?
lost every time he's held him.
Look
He's
at this
lost
one.
those
Good
exchanges.
uppercut.
Though.
Crawford is comfortable on the inside.
Yeah.
Canelo wants out of it every time they engage.
I didn't expect this.
We're going to be honest and call this a Canelo round, though. This is a Canelo round, right, guys?
It is
it
to
is.
this point.
I was just
Well, it's only
checking.
13.
Just want to know who I'm
no-
putting with.
I'm kind of wanting a bit more.
I'm wanting more from both guys. Yeah, I agree
that's
with
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying.
That's what I said the last round. I just want a bit more intensity.
Let's just.
I'm
There's not
scoring
enough
that to Crawford.
Are you
Huh?
mental?
Yeah, I'm scoring that round to Crawford.
Why?
I
Why?
felt he landed the cleaner punches.
Oh, wow. All
Mate,
the
I
body
don't know
shots.
what
That's
the-
crazy what
That's
you were
fucking
doing.
insane to me,
What
like.
are we doing
I
today,
get what you're
guys?
saying. I get what Joey's saying because
Tell
I think,
me what he's
I
saying.
I think there was a lot of
Same.
shots from Canelo which were landing the arms, but they were still damaging. But I think the cleaner, proper point scoring shots to the actual body into the head was from Crawford. I get what you're saying, but it's again, this is where in boxing it's what do you like? Do you like the volume?
Do you know what
you
I-
like the
no, no,
accuracy?
it's not, mate.
It's
It's
the-
not.
No, that's exactly how boxing goes.
All I seen Crawford do there was wrestling better. The shots
Yes.
were landed better by Canelo.
Yes.
It's obvious. mate.
Sorry,
I saw,
but
I saw
I think you
some
meant
really nice work to the body at
people
the start
really-
of the round. I also saw a left uppercut from Crawford, and what I also saw was a lot of punches hitting arms
Thank
from
you.
Canelo.
Is
there.
Canelo,
But that's like Canelo.
question for is Canelo comfortable right now?
Absolutely not.
Is
He doesn't
Crawford,
look.
is Crawford comfortable?
I'm just
Yes.
saying he won the round.
If I was gonna say-
I'm just saying
Nah,
Canelo
nah.
won the fucking round, lads.
But you know what it is? Sometimes you can be winning around and you're having to force it and you're still not comfortable.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
a different.
It's not about who's comfortable. I've just been told last time it's about who won the fucking round. Now it's about who's comfortable.
There we go, Crawford. Let's dial it up now.
Look at that.
Knock this boy out. That's the way
is-
we're going to have to do
and
it
that's
because
good.
we're going to see what we want to see. Let's go. Body. There we go. In the pocket. In the pocket.
He's in the
There we go.
pocket.
Fucking piece him up, bro. That's my dog. There it is. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
that's
Crawford's going for it. Up on the
Wow.
suit, bro.
And that's
There it
good.
is.
Wow.
There we go.
And Canelo's
And
looking
that's
tired.
good.
You man see this,
Absolutely.
yeah? You man see this, yeah?
And that's good. I'm going to call something good when I see it.
Of course you are,
We
bro.
can't call something good when we don't see that.
Hey,
That's the
headbutt,
first time.
headbutt,
Can I
headbutt.
just say?
Is that a head clash?
Can I
Is
just
that a
ask you a
coach?
question? That was fucking amazing, right?
That was
haven't
beautiful.
seen that.
That was amazing,
but look,
bro.
Look, remember how we've been talking about this fight? We're acting like we've been seeing that. That's the first time we've seen that.
Sorry, but if you haven't seen it slowly building this attack over round after round, Canelo's not been comfortable.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he starts getting pieced up. Where do you think that came from?
Bro,
What do you want? I just said he won the last round.
No,
Canelo.
I'm talking to you.
I'm saying.
You're acting like this just came out of nowhere, bro. This is a mountain.
No, he came out. He's come out in this round and he sent a message. That's what you're missing. It's right now, because you're a fan, you're not judging this thing properly.
Okay.
Is what I'm
Canelo's
saying.
going to go for him right now.
You're not doing this properly.
Lads, this is fucking amazing.
Canelo's uncomfortable, and Canelo is going to go for him right now.
Of course he is. It's watch him get caught now.
He's going to go for him right now.
Bud.
He's going to get count over right hook.
Let's go,
there.
Bud.
Was there a cut, by the way, or was it just, there wasn't a cut?
It was just a headbutt.
Body shot from Bud.
It wasn't even. It was a slight clash of heads, to be fair. And Canelo's going for it now.
That wasn't a big shot. That wasn't a big shot.
Right hand from Canelo
These are
lands.
arm punches.
Oh, Canelo lands a backhand.
Let's go, Crawford. Let's go. Let's respond.
This has been amazing.
Great
this round.
round.
I love this round.
This is the best round of the fight by a mile. Both fighters going for it, health or leather. Mate, these two are fucking unbelievable.
This is a high-level fight here, boy.
This is one of the highest level fights we've seen in years.
That was a decent shot there by
Good
Canelo.
counter.
I feel like that was on the
was
Let's be real.
It was a Crawford
Canelo
counter in
showed
there.
he's got a bit more in the tank here.
Wait,
out
what about
of nowhere.
that shot there? What about that? No?
This is what happens.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on.
Oh, good right hand.
Jab counter.
I'm just enjoying the boxing, bro. I love both fighters, but we have to be real.
Then what do you see just there? You're not saying anything,
I'll count
though.
it. I'll call it.
You're not saying. You're not though.
You lot ain't called a single good shot from Canelo.
Yes, I did just
I
now.
have. I've
Just
been
now.
constantly calling
Right,
shots from Canelo.
Okay, let's just talk about what the fuck is going on and tell the people at home what's happening.
problem.
All right, lads.
There we go. Let's go, Bud.
I just want honesty.
Canelo stalking forward. He's pushing Bud into the corner, but Bud is trying to counter off the back foot.
It looks like Canelo doesn't even trust himself to attack the same way he was before.
Yeah, he's just. There was an opportunity. Canelo likes to get you into the ropes.
That's
He got
right.
into the ropes and done nothing.
That 5 second waiting time looks more like 10, 15 seconds
It's
now.
getting up.
That's because he's tired. His energy's dipping.
Remember earlier in the fight when Canelo stood on the ropes and said, "Come in,"
Yeah,
and he
he's
didn't
not
go,
done
and you
that.
lot said,
He hasn't done
It's
that.
like Canelo going to be
Yeah,
working
what's
in
happening?
small
Yeah.
bursts.
Let's
Say
be honest
something,
here,
bro.
though, lads.
Say something.
Crawford is not acting aggressive in any way either. So stop criticising Canelo when Crawford's doing fuck all, man. No, you're right, mate. You've been so harsh on him.
There we go. There we go.
Right hand from Canelo. Aggressive.
I didn't see a single thing
Let's
just
go.
now. I didn't see anything.
Pay him back. Pay him
Fuckers.
back. Let's go.
You fuckers.
I definitely think that head clash affected Crawford because.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Get the
Here we
violins
go.
out.
It's
Fucking
boxing,
hell,
bro.
Cry me a river.
Body shot.
Bud round.
Another Bud round. I've got Bud one in front.
Can we just say, is that a competitive? Is that a hot
Yeah, that's
score?
a great
That
round.
was definitely a hard to
Yes,
score round.
it's
Great round. Great. I go
a great
Bud
round.
personally, but
competitive.
I'm not going to
great
argue
round.
if you
It's a
don't.
great
You know what I'm
round.
saying?
I felt like they both had amazing
see,
moments.
Look at this. Look
See,
at
they
this.
were beautiful
No,
combinations.
they didn't though.
They didn't have these. They didn't do this.
No, Bud had a few amazing moments.
It's these.
Canelo didn't have an amazing moment in that
At
whole
all.
round.
All right, fine.
Look
Look at that. See shots like that from Bud. That was a beautiful shot.
It's
On
hard,
the button.
it's hard because, as we all know, when we see the highlights back, they've got 30 seconds to produce
right.
it and then get it out. Yeah,
That's right.
So we're never going to get an accurate reflection from the highlights.
It's so difficult
From what I
because
saw, that's a Bud round. I got Bud one in front.
it's so difficult because with Canelo, even when he doesn't land clean, the power that he possesses it creates a lot of damage. But what I will say is Crawford's accuracy has been way better.
I've not
way
seen-
better every round.
Yeah.
I agree on that. That's not up for debate.
I've not seen Crawford actively deterred by Canelo's power today.
Not once.
Yeah,
Not
he's
once.
landing, but Crawford gets hit, like we've all said.
Can I ask you a question? Have you seen Canelo take a backward step yet?
Yes,
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
A couple times.
Well, Crawford's taken backward steps the whole fucking fight.
Look at the
though.
scorecard.
but that's
Give him
a
some-
strategic footwork thing.
Absolutely.
I'm on about. Have I seen Canelo take a powerful shot and take a backward step? Yeah,
I don't
have.
think it's fair to be
it
like,
was actually a jab.
One fighter takes backward
It's
steps
a
for one
strategic.
reason.
Yeah,
and
the
another
other one does
because
it.
all
Yeah,
you know,
but
listen,
cheeky.
let me just say this. All you can do in boxing is look at, stylistically how people normally fight.
That's right.
And then interpret it from there. And when you look at Crawford, he
But you
predominantly...
think Terence Crawford always fights like this on the back
He
foot?
quite often boxes on the
no,
back
the
foot.
whole fight.
He's in there with a
No,
big
but he
man.
doesn't
Come
always
on,
box
that's
at
bullshit, that, man.
185
No,
pounds or something.
I'm not having it, lads. He
180
fights on the
pounds.
front foot,
I'm
fucking
sorry.
plenty. That's bollocks.
But he
that, man.
also boxes on the back foot a
But
lot.
you
Whereas
can't just
Canelo
take-
predominantly is on the front
You're
foot.
We're
taking
doing that-
all the credit away from Canelo
Sorry,
here.
but you're giving too much credit to pressure as opposed to shots landed, and that's
I'm not,
where it's
man, I'm
weird.
not. I respect the fact that Crawford is outboxing him. I'm just saying we have
What
to give
about that?
credit where it's due as well.
Are we
Canelo.
not gonna? Are we?
Okay,
That's great.
let's
That's
go.
a great two-piece.
Straight to
That's a
it.
great two-piece.
Straight to it.
And I acknowledge it. That's what I'm saying. I acknowledge the two
Bro, you
pieces
do
to
too much
anyone.
about the acknowledgement, bro. Look at the whole fight. Look at the totals, bro.
Me and
Canelo is
KG
supposed
are
to be the
acknowledging
powerful
both fighters.
fighters.
You are only saying
guys-
anything when Crawford
You
does
guys
anything.
think you're middle of
As
the
if
road.
Cannelo's not even in the fucking
Yeah.
ring, man.
You guys
Yeah.
think you're in the middle of the road.
We
I
are.
promise you,
We
when
are.
you watch this back,
We
you
are
won't
in the
feel the
middle
same
of the
way.
road.
I'm saying Crawford's outboxing him, but that Canelo isn't just totally fucking shite.
There's
Yeah?
there's a right hand there from
Thank
Canelo.
you.
Good
This is
shot
what-
from Canelo.
What I would say is,
But then
Great
it
stuff.
levels it up with a
Great
backhand
stuff.
to the body from Crawford.
There we go. He's in the corner.
oh, that was a nice
He's in the
shot there
corner.
from Canelo.
Oh, well
don't
done,
worry,
guys.
don't worry.
Oh, it's too late, lads.
You can
It's
forget
too-
it.
You can fuck
Don't
off.
come
Yeah,
over
you
here.
look
That
at
was
that.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Don't come over here now.
Where's the rest?
You stay
That's-
over there, all right?
There we go. Look at that. In the pocket. Do
Oh,
what he
But
wants.
you know what it is? Every time that Canelo lands one good shot, Crawford responds with 2 or 3.
I
That's what
agree.
I'm
I
saying.
think he's
That's true.
outboxing him. I agree.
I don't think
And you know what I would also say is when you look at just the
at this.
performance in general, I'm not seeing a great version of Canelo whereas Crawford. I feel like this is a more,
a refined
a more
performance.
refined performance
Do you
from
know
what we
you-
used to see
You know
from
what
him.
we've wondered beforehand? Age versus mileage, and
Look
I
at
think
this
we're
watch.
seeing the
He's-
mileage of
Oh, he
Canelo
won this
right
one.
See the
now.
frustration
He's just
about the
got that
wrestling.
one though.
Yeah, because now he's
that's
got a
the
shove him
first
in the
time
face.
but
He's
he's
been
not won a
manhandled this
single
whole
wrestling
time.
match. He tried to pick him up the first time just to see.
It's
Oh,
That was a
frustration.
good body shot from
It's
Canelo
frustration.
there.
Oh, again.
But look at this though.
Crawford
Watch. He
responds.
doesn't deter
Nah,
from the
nah,
inside.
nah. Crawford's winning this round.
He doesn't
doesn't
deter
matter.
from the
doesn't
inside.
matter. Crawford's winning. No, because if you look at it, he actually hit them on the.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. That's
What
wicked.
now? What
That
now?
was fantastic.
What now? What
Free
now?
piece.
Geordie, why are you quiet, bro?
It's a
Doesn't
free
matter.
piece.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
great
Why you
from
quiet,
Crawford.
bro?
Doesn't matter. Canelo hasn't done anything this round. It's fine.
There we go. Look at that. He
Good
missed.
enough.
Look, and then
But he
he
tried
tried
really
to
hard. That was really good. A lot of power on that.
I hate what's happening here. I thought it was going to be calling
Because you
this.
made it an us and
I
them
thought,
thing for
no,
no
it's not
reason.
us and them.
Yes, you
It's
have.
the- I
You're
thought it was
taking
going
it
to call
personal.
this. I thought it was going to
You're
call
taking
this
it personal.
fight
He's boxing
like
his ears off, bro.
professionals.
Bun round
I
again.
thought
round.
was going
But
to
two
call
for
this
me.
fight like professionals, and I can see Brethren bias.
All I know
You're too
is the
emotional, bro.
quality work is coming from Crawford. That's what I'm
Brethren
saying.
bias towards who?
That was
Towards Bud, that's all. We're only seeing. Look at that. Is
Oh.
that how elusive?
Oh.
How great? But we don't want to see
No,
it.
no.
It's fine.
It didn't happen.
happen.
It didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
Cool.
It's a disgrace.
Look away. Look away, guys.
That's wicked.
Look away.
That's
Neiman
wicked.
did the free
Look,
piece
that
and
is-
then
guys,
the
And
look
illusion.
away.
and I
Guys,
called the
guys.
free piece. Didn't I say?
Mate,
Oh, lovely
absolutely.
free piece from
You know,
Yeah,
me you.
and the
Get out, guys.
highlight before was a right hand from
Get
Canelo
out.
where I went.
Guys, we're
Canelo
losing the
just
plot.
landed a right hand.
Let's just calm down.
We're meant to.
This is
We're
one
meant
of
to
the-
lose the
This is
plot.
one of them fights where we
But
need
it
to
is
take a round
too
off,
up.
reevaluate the
Can I just say?
situation.
Can I just say?
This is the championship
Can I just
round.
say one thing, boys? We've gotten way too comfortable around each other.
I know.
This is what Vegas does.
It's not even about the fight anymore. It's just about who's saying
It's just
what.
about taking the piss out of each
You
other.
would think that we'll fight
Right,
each other.
right. From now on,
Let's go.
From now on, we're just going to call the fucking. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's
One
be
at
honest.
a time. We're not going to
We're
talk
going to
over
try
each
our
other
best.
too much.
Beautiful.
We're
How
sorry.
How you
Okay.
seeing
Sorry.
this first
We're
5
sorry at
seconds,
home.
Brian?
Canelo easy.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. No,
Good
sorry.
uppercut there. Nice body work. There we go. I think these men are going to get quite gruely with each other now.
Yeah.
It's a good fight.
That's
It's been a
what we
great
like.
fight, I must admit.
It's a good fight.
Here we go.
We're feeling all these things, bro. I haven't argued with anyone like this in a fight ever.
Yeah, this is
Good uppercut. Bloody hell.
Oh,
No
great.
one's expected.
That
Nobody
right,
was.
that right hand's looking
But
a
what
bit
I find
slow when it's a
interesting-
hook.
What's interesting to me is that we don't really often see Canelo engage in any kind of grappling close, like inside fighting when he fights anybody.
Oh, well done.
And
Well
we've got-
done, Crawford. That's
But
beautiful
then,
work.
but then we've got Crawford, the smaller man, and he's quite comfortable in there. I'm quite curious of what that power feels like for him.
Oh, uppercut from Crawford. That was a big
Unbelievable.
shot.
Unbelievable from Crawford. Beautiful.
Canelo
uppercut.
responds very well.
back step.
2 body shots from
No
Canelo.
back step from both fighters, though. They stay in the pocket.
I got a question, yeah?
Oh, look
I
at
think-
that.
Oh! Bud
Exactly.
Bud
You see
with a
that?
right hook,
Guys,
left hand.
guys, I have a question, yeah?
Beautiful from Bud.
What is Canelo's
shit.
power like when he's not walking you forward? When you don't back up, what does his power look like? Because when he's on the spot and he's engaging, it doesn't seem to deter Crawford.
I just think
He's
Crawford,
looking tired,
I just
Canelo.
think Crawford has a better chin than we could have ever.
Yeah.
To move up so many weight classes. This, imagine this.
Oh, that was nice.
good
Oh.
135
Let's see if he
pounds all the way
responds.
over.
Canelo looked tired, though.
No, but Canelo's landing a few here. Canelo's landing a few here.
Oh, nice.
Bud with it.
Look at the frustration.
Oh,
He's
That
sick
pissed him
of
off.
this.
That
He's
pissed
sick
him
of
off.
this.
that was an unpissed off moment.
He doesn't like any of this, bro.
Yeah, he can't wait to hear the
Go.
final bell.
Back
Look at
at
it.
it.
He's tired. He's
Look at
tired. This is the first time.
Crawford
You know
needs
when
to
he,
step on it now.
You know when he
Crawford
look at
needs,
my man butt.
Crawford needs to step on it here.
Look at my man butt. Look at him.
the hands dropped.
that there was
I've never
reminiscent
seen
of
him
the
do
No,
that.
you know what happens?
Oh, Bud slapping
It's
him up.
time. It's time.
When Canelo drops his hands, it's because
I've
he's
never
out
seen
of
that.
ideas.
He's tired.
He's frustrated.
Whenever he does this, it's because he's trying to bait you to throw so that he can counter
He's
on
gonna
you
explode.
because he's run out of ideas.
I think that was
100%
really
agree.
bad body language from him, though.
Terrible.
it is.
It was
Terrible.
horrid. That was horrid
He's
from him.
sick
We're
of
about
this.
to see the third loss of
Look at him.
Canelo's career.
Look at him. He's sick of this, bro.
Wow, this.
You lot don't predict that loss, though, because we're still in Vegas.
Listen,
We're still in Vegas.
the fight's not over. Mad things can happen. But right now, we know he is sick of Crawford as an opponent that he has to deal with.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I hear that. I'm with that.
And look at that.
Beautiful
Look at that.
combination.
That
Look at him.
signature left hook to the body. Crawford's got an answer for every time, more or less.
Do you
Bam.
see what the equalizer that Canelo's supposed to have? He's not having it. He's not hurting him. I don't think he's hurt Crawford once.
Another jab. Little jabs that just don't get called
He hasn't
for.
hurt him. He hasn't had devastating power. That's where it's supposed to be the difference.
Because power's nothing if you can't land it.
There you
Clear
go.
bud
Round.
land clean.
There you go.
Clear
Big
Bud
Bud
round.
Crawford round again.
In my opinion, Canelo now needs to drop Bud in this last round
That's right.
to even get a decision.
And Crawford looks like he ain't even had 5 rounds. He's calm.
You know what? You're so right. And in my prediction video, I said 2 things will happen. When Canelo has early success, Crawford will download the data. He'll either get hurt or Crawford takes over. This round was the most dominant round we've seen
Exactly.
so far.
That's
It
right.
Yeah.
looked-
right.
And I
That's fair.
obviously, I
That's
was giving Canelo credit earlier. That was a level of above
It's
Canelo.
honest.
It
And
was
Crawford is eating the big shots as well.
Crawford was another level there.
There you go.
Early on, it's been very competitive, in my opinion. You could score them either way. But,
Perfect.
But Crawford's taken over here.
There's been a shift. There's been a massive shift.
From 6
we've been
rounds
Round
looking
6
for.
onwards.
From
From
round
round 6
6
What we've
onwards,
been
there's been
looking
a
for,
big
what we've been looking for, we finally seen that. But I still don't
Not
think
finally.
it's as much as it isn't
been
finally.
present
This
for a
was
while.
no, it's been
Final
present.
round.
I'm saying that this was the difference.
Let me see if they actually do touch gloves.
I don't think he will.
Now, listen, there's respect there.
That
There's
last
respect
round
there.
Let's
was
go, baby.
absolutely crystal clear. So dominant from
shit.
Crawford. Now we're in round 12.
Let's go,
Big
bud.
Canelo,
shots
it's
from
do or
Canelo,
die.
though. 2
We
big
asked the
shots from
question,
Canelo.
does he have what it takes to push and go
He
for a
has to
finish
hurt him.
when
He
he's
needs
desperate?
to go for broke.
He has
He's
to
got
hurt
go
him.
for broke.
But Crawford just looks like the more fresher man.
He does.
Unbelievable.
He looks comfortable.
I can't believe I'm going to see Terence
Oh,
Crawford.
comfortable.
Oh!
I
He's
can't believe it.
absolutely lighting him up.
He's sick of this, bro. Look at this. Watch. Desperate. Tired.
The footwork has just been too
He should
good
have
for
shown-
Canelo tonight.
Canelo should have shown
From
some of this
Crawford.
energy.
Crawford's doing
Sorry,
his
from
thing.
Crawford.
What I'm shocked at is at 168 pounds, Crawford's feet look exactly as good as they were 20 pounds lighter. How the fuck is that even? It's unbelievable,
Unbelievable.
mate.
Hey, listen, he's
Don't
like
be-
everyone who says when they spar him, they say he's skinny strong.
Yeah.
He's not.
You
He's
get those
not.
guys that they're just naturally built
He's
differently.
not hurting him.
Dude,
He's
we-
not
we-
hurt
we
Crawford.
better keep our heads down when
Sorry.
we're out of here because
Oh, mate, I know.
Oh,
big
beautiful
shot from
shot.
Bud.
Beautiful counter.
What a chin from
That's a
Canelo.
lovely
Oh,
shot.
baby.
That's a lot.
We
Do you know what's
Canelo's got a
crazy?
chin.
He hasn't hurt him once, Canelo. There's not been a shot where
Yeah,
it's
there's not been a moment where
That's-
you thought he's
yeah.
in trouble
Did
here.
you
Nothing.
see that combination there from Canelo? It looks so
reach.
lazy and
The
tired.
reach, yeah. The legs are not involved. That's
Do you
why.
know what? I actually think that Canelo's engine is what's
not
really
doing it.
suffered with his
Yeah,
age.
yeah,
His
yeah.
engine is.
Yeah.
Because
That's fair.
when Billy Joel was outboxing him, he just stepped on the
He
gas.
stepped on the gas.
There is no step on. There's no fifth gear now. He's got.
Oh, shit.
Good shot from Canelo. Good shot
That
from
hurt
Canelo.
him. That hurt him.
And then Bud with a return right.
smile.
but the hands
Look
are
at him.
low. Canelo having his hands all the way down there. He's fighting like a total frustrated fighter.
I don't think
Because
he was
he's
hurt.
ang-
I think
he's
he's just
more angry.
so tired and fatigued.
Yeah.
He
He's
hasn't
pissed
got the
off.
energy to respond.
He's pissed off.
Yeah, he's more pissed,
pissed off.
Very emotional in there right now.
He knows his career has come to an end tonight.
It's over.
I'm
Fucking
sorry,
hell.
but
You
this
don't
is
get a
this
man
is
move up 3 fucking weight classes and take your belts.
Omaha,
This is
baby.
the shell of what I've seen of Canelo.
Bang!
Oh, big
Knock
shot
him
from
out.
Bud.
Knock him out
Big
now.
shot from Bud. Step up.
Go get him! Go get him, bud! Go get him!
Was he wobbled there?
course
Was the
The thing
legs-
is, if Canelo,
It hurt
all he
him.
wants to do
Was the
right now
legs
is see
wobbled?
the end of the round.
Yeah, yeah.
He's not interested in
finished.
go for
Last
broke.
30
He's
seconds.
done.
I think Bud's going to
Sober.
step on the pace.
He is.
Sober.
I think Bud's going to step on the
Canelo
pace.
wants out.
He doesn't
Sober.
need to.
Canelo wants out.
He doesn't need to, but he's
Sober.
he's tapped. He's looping.
Look at him.
He's
He knows.
gonna do it.
He knows.
He's like me. No, it takes one
Look
to
at
know
him.
one.
Look at him. He's like, yes, right, baby. This is your night.
Oh.
This is your crown.
Beautiful combination.
Wow,
Bud
incredible.
Crawford is going
Bud
for
Crawford beat him.
Crawford's letting him know.
He's beat him
it. Canelo
up.
doesn't want to be near
Yeah,
him.
he's beat him up.
Oh, Canelo's so.
Ten.
Oh Canelo's
big shot.
Canelo Alvarez
Beat
is
him up!
out.
Beat him up! Beat him up! There we go! Buck fucking Crawford, baby! Buck fucking Crawford! That man is a
Guess what?
legend!
Just witness greatness right there.
That's
That's
a legend.
unbelievable.
He might not get the decision.
All I'm
I am
going to
letting you know.
I'm
letting you know. He might not get the decision.
all I'm going to tell you
That man is a legend.
is there's not people exiting for no reason.
He might not get the decision.
That
in my
man is a
promo,
great.
in my promo, I did the little hype trailer. I said, "Witness the greatness," and we have just witnessed the greatness
Oh, yes.
in Las Vegas.
We have.
Because I tell you what, when Bud took over that fight, he was a level above
He done it.
Canelo. He
And
was a
that's
level.
it.
Tonight I predicted Canelo, and I know that wasn't a great performance, but we cannot, and I hope nobody's taking anything away from Crawford, because that was a beautiful
well done.
display of
Come on,
boxing.
bro.
Well
Beautiful.
done, baby. Bud
Hey,
Crawford,
there you go.
legend. Living legend.
We might. The killer is in this one here. Yeah. Don't be surprised. We're still in Vegas.
No. Seriously,
no way.
Seriously,
There's no way.
I'm halfway into the fight. I was hoping Canelo would win just to prove me right. There is no debate about this.
I'm sorry.
I
Can
wasn't
we
even in
get
there.
a quick prediction? Can we get a quick prediction around the table? Scorecard.
UD, Terence Crawford.
UD Terence Crawford.
Absolutely.
It's got to be and it's got to be clear by a good few rounds as
I
well.
wouldn't be surprised.
Bro,
Draw.
they're gonna do some
Fuck off,
fuckeries.
no way.
They're
If
gonna
they
do some
draw-
fuckeries.
if they draw,
they
then
can
it's
do some fuckeries, bro.
Canelo won that clearly.
No,
Sorry,
no.
Crawford
Crawford
won that
won that.
clearly.
Crawford
So,
won that.
if they
But they're
draw,
gonna do
it will hurt
fuckeries.
Canelo
I'm
more
gonna,
than
I'm
it
gonna
will
tell
hurt.
you now. I think they'll give it to Bud
Split.
by a majority decision, 2 judges, and then 1 a draw.
No fucking way.
Majority
No.
decision. I'm calling it now. Majority decision to Bud. 2 judges give it to Bud. 1 judge gives it a draw.
Draw. I won't be surprised if they try and do Canelo, bro. There weird things can happen here. I'm just saying.
Terence Crawford just cemented his name
Do
in
you
history
think
as
we're
an
going to see
all-time
Canelo
great.
retire tonight?
He has.
No.
Yes, he has.
I don't think he retires.
It wasn't
tonight.
like-
Oh, no, I don't know about retirement.
But it was just say he was greater than Canelo.
Terence
Way
Crawford
greater.
just let you know.
He was greater.
No. Terence Crawford just jumped 2 weight classes and dominated this guy.
Can I ask you a
168.
question? Because I said beforehand, if Crawford does this, he goes above Floyd Mayweather.
I mean, for me, as a single moment, it's better than any moment individually for Floyd that I can say, because I've never felt like Floyd had these stakes against him in this way. But as a career resume,
But
I can't do that.
168 pounds.
Here we go.
He started at 135, lads.
Here we go.
This
So
is
did Floyd.
insane.
Let's
So
be,
did Floyd.
let's be
All right,
honest.
decision time. Decision time.
Floyd beat him better, but it was at a lighter weight.
I really hope the right man wins.
They better not rob him.
That's what I think it should be, yeah. Unanimous
Well
decision.
done, well done. They done the right thing.
Terence Bud Crawford.
Crawford.
Terence Bud Crawford!
Yes! Get the fuck out of here, man.
This man is a legend. This man is a
He
legend.
deserves it.
This man is a legend.
Hey,
I'm happy. That's a good scorecard.
this is cheers. These are cheers
That's
we're
a
hearing
good
here.
cheering.
Do you know
That's
what?
right.
cheering him.
Because they've witnessed greatness. You've got to give the man his credit.
Can I just say,
You've got to.
Terence Crawford is in tears in the ring right now
This man is a
because he
legend.
knows what
Aye.
he just did puts him at the very top table in boxing history.
That's
He is,
incredible.
in the modern era, the first 3-division undisputed champion. He is up there with Alexander Usyk. He can talk to any boxer ever and say, I'm on the level.
You know what's crazy about what we've seen tonight as well? We talk about degree of difficulty. Coming out here, unanimous decision. And the scorecard was so real. They were honest.
Yeah.
They kept it real.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I like that.
It wasn't up for debate,
I like
mate.
that it happened like that. I prefer that. And even the audience, their reaction as well has said, hey, yes, we are Canelo fans, but we've seen you you beat our guy.
Yeah.
That is now the man of boxing.
Can
It
I ask
goes
you-
like that.
can I
I'm
ask you-
happy
Mexicans are
for
Can
real
I ask you a
fighters.
question,
They
lads?
appreciate greatness.
Yeah.
In your opinion, Canelo could have took a Bivol rematch. He could have. He
Didn't
could have
want
got the
it.
Bivol
He didn't want
rematch.
it.
He didn't take it.
You didn't want it.
Does he take this rematch?
Absolutely
It's
not.
pointless.
I don't think he
He
does.
couldn't. Do you know what?
I bet you he does.
No.
I think he's
he
finished.
Can't.
I think he's
Do you
completely
know why?
finished.
There was a moment in the fight, yeah, where I can say he's finished. You see when he...
Hey, the
We
interview.
should hear him though. So remember, Terence Crawford survived a gunshot to the head. Like, what a story, man. I did a profile on him on my channel, and I looked through his life story. This guy he went through some shit.
He's number one, and I've never seen Canelo do this in a fight. When he got hit and he was so disappointed, he dropped his hands and he looked away. And he looked away. Then he almost turned, and I said, we haven't seen that because remember he's a dog, and he comes forward. He took the fight out of him.
Do you know what? Beforehand, Joey said, we've never seen Canelo jack it, and I'm not saying he jacked it. I don't know if he jacked it fully, but he was so discouraged.
Beyond frustrated.
To be honest, I think I can honestly say that was a Daniel Dubois moment.
No.
He jacked that. I'm sorry. Listen. Let me just finish a second.
Let him talk.
Where this crowd here is 95% Mexico. He should have been given every last ounce. I don't care about miles on the clock and all of that. He gave up in there. He didn't give it 110%.
That's unfair.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to come back. Exactly. That's the word. He was outclassed. He didn't give up. He tried to get close, and he couldn't cut the distance. He couldn't stop him. He couldn't trap him.
Great fighters give more.
No.
Let's just talk about the fight we watched earlier on. Two guys went to war just before the fight before this. Those guys give everything. Can you honestly say Canelo give absolutely everything in this fight?
In this fight here, there was a man that tried to get to him, and he was tired. You lot said that was tiredness, and the tiredness creeped him from 8, and that's because of the greatness of Crawford.
Listen, Styles make fights. I believe Canelo did give all he could.
He gave everything.
I believe
he gave everything.
Styles make fights.
Yes.
I believe Canelo did give all he
could.
But
he couldn't do anything because he's great.
Southpaws are awkward, bro. Sometimes it looks like you've got a low output against them. It looks like you're not good against them. Whatever. It's awkward.
Okay.
One at a time.
Can I just say this quickly? There was moments in the fight when they come together, okay? Fair enough when you're getting outclassed at range, the footwork, you're struggling with the southpaw stance. But there was moments when they were in close and they came together, and that was essentially, you could argue maybe that was Canelo's territory and he wanted to hold. He didn't try and have a fight, he took a shot and wanted to hold. Them are the moments when you're losing in a fight where you go for broke. He didn't do that. He wasn't prepared to take the necessary risks. So to me,
can I say this? See, even when you talk about the holding, Canelo tried something early. There was a moment when their first grabs that he got hold of him, and he tried to lift him up and tried to kind of throw him out the ring. But every time he tried to really reignite the holding, he always lost. See, he was bested in so many moments where he wanted to be stronger, and it broke him. I think mentally, he's like, I'm trying to get to your footwork, I can't get there. I'm tired. This was what he was getting against.
Just to play both sides here. For me, there was a couple of questions before this fight of Canelo hasn't finished someone in a long time. Is his power declining? The answer for me is yes. Is his engine declining? The answer is yes. Does that take anything away from Terence Crawford? Absolutely not. No. Because what we witnessed in there, the level of skill, as the fight went on, he picked them off, and the angles, it was beautiful. And although I debated his in the middle of the fight, because I think there was some close rounds from 6, 7 onwards, there was only one fighter in this. And for me, listen, I mean, we talk about how great Usyk is. I've got them right up there together now.
When we talk about the table of boxing goats, I think we need to get another chair and put Terence Crawford here.
With us.
In this table with us.
Oh,
For all the goats.
Do you know what? What I liked again, we're going to debate. What was beautiful about this fight is you're going to see different things, and it brought something out of us. So we are seeing good stuff in the fight.
We saw 3 different fights, bro. We saw 3 different fights.
And then it changed.
We saw something that was a little boring, for a bit. We then saw a chess match of a very high level. And in the last 3 rounds, we see him go at it, and we see Crawford stand his ground and fight.
And that was the most impressive thing about Crawford's win for me. Wasn't that he was able to counter punch, and it was that he stood his ground against a man who has a history at 168. And yes, naturally the weight difference isn't that much between them. But to just be man to man with him, and outman him.
Unanimous.
It was so impressive.
Come on, look at
Unanimous
this angle.
decision.
You know, like when Tyson Fury against Usyk in the second fight, we're really wanting to see him. It's undisputed. Really go for broke, even if you can't match on skill level. So this is the way I see it, because this is undisputed. You know, you can be beaten on skill, but what I didn't see him is just, you know, go at Crawford, give it everything. I don't care if you get knocked out. Go out
can
on
I
your
just
shield.
say-
I didn't witness that.
Can I just say, Lozak, to be fair,
He was dejected.
I
man.
think Canelo tried harder than Fury did. I think Fury mentally didn't have a lot of belief in the second fight. I think Canelo did try, but he was just beaten by the better man.
He was in the second fight.
So far, second place in this fight.
Fury in the second fight
Yeah,
came
yeah,
in
yeah,
mentally.
yeah. In the second
He
fight.
didn't have
in the
enough
second
self-belief
fight.
to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
I
for
gotta
it.
say this,
Whereas
though.
here, obviously Canelo didn't realise until he was in there and he was like, fuck me, I'm getting outboxed here. Like.
I've never been so happy to be so wrong with my prediction.
Me too.
I am so happy for Terence Crawford because he put on an absolute masterclass
show.
and he had everything against
Can
him.
I tell you a story? When I first met Turki Al-Sheikh, he told me he wanted to make this fight, and he said to me a year ago, more than a year ago, he said, they're saying I can't make this fight, I'm going to make this fight. And he said, and Crawford's going to outbox him. And he called
I
it,
remember
and
that,
he was
you told
so
me that.
confident.
Yeah.
And in my head I'm like, fuck, I don't know about that. Like,
And it's happened.
Turkey's made him a star. He's put him on the biggest stage of them all. Showed complete faith in him, and he's been proven completely right. Unbelievable.
Do you know what I want to do though? What's important? Just so we because I don't want to diminish the star of Canelo while talking, because he done something great. He beat a great. This guy Crawford has gone in against Canelo and he's bested him. That's still a great. He's had a great career. This is the man now.
Bro, imagine how big, Errol Spence was at welterweight.
Yeah.
Errol Spence against Canelo was the kind of fantasy matchup, yeah?
Yeah.
That's great.
Buds took out Spence.
Yeah.
He took out Canelo. He's at the top table.
Can we just acknowledge?
He bought that watch with full confidence.
Hey,
For a reason.
now that looks so fucking
So
cool.
gangster.
Okay.
Even the intro, him coming in, we didn't even realize that was his walking music. Him coming with the guitar, once upon a time in Mexico.
That's
It's
why
different. Everything he's done, as you said,
You got to
he's
respect
mental.
the anarchist that he is, because
It's
he's
fair.
like, you lot all want this man to win. I'm coming to ruin the party, and look how comfortable I am doing it.
Can we go back a second to the entrances? Because after that entrance, I said, if he wins, we're going to say he was one step ahead from the get-go.
Always.
The fact that this man had a Rolex engraved with 42-0 before he took the motherfucking fight.
Come on.
It blows my mind. And so funny that pre-fight, Canelo said, this guy ain't never fought an elite fighter, man. He never fought an elite fighter.
Imagine how good
Guess what?
Now I have.
Now you have, son, and you've won.
Do you imagine how good it's going to feel wearing that watch?
Oh.
Do you imagine how good that feeling's going to be?
What time is it? It's my time.
Wow.
That's the answer.
What time is it? It doesn't matter. I'm in charge.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Guys,
you know-
I'm so blessed to share another stream with this. This was amazing.
It was a great one.
Absolutely
That
amazing.
was one of my favourite fights we've commented.
100%.
That was fun.
I like the fact we were getting crazy here.
Do you know
we
what's
were
funny?
getting crazy.
Do you know what's funny? We're fucking 5 British lads arguing over a Mexican and an American. As if, out of nowhere.
As if it's
it was
one
so
of our
funny.
It was beautiful.
But this is what we love boxing. You guys love boxing. We're just so lucky to be here thanks to the supporters of the Pain Game.
Yeah.
We are so grateful and we can't wait to do another show.
And the big man himself. We
Give
love
it-
the supporters, but the big
Come
man
on.
himself is the real reason. So let's just give it that.
Do you know
Yeah,
what?
man, well
I
done.
took them to a very good club last night. They had we had a good time, didn't we, boys? I want to say a big thank you to the lads, KG, Travis, Joey,
Undefeated
Loz.
in the house,
We are brothers.
We are brothers.
We've shared so
Absolutely.
many
Oh,
amazing.
we got to do it. We got to do it again.
Honestly,
Listen, I feel like this is a hangover moment. I think we need a cup of hands. This is
genuinely.
it's time, guys. It's time.
It's the wolf. Come on. And look, we'll see us on the next one. Catch us later.
Peace.